Why would any teenage boy cut grass, sweat all summer saving cash, dream about turning heads downtown with straight pipes on a hand-me-down? How would anybody's daddy get around to mend the fences and feed the cows? Where the hell would a small town girl climb up if it wasn't for trucks? Where would I have raised all that hell and talked to God all by myself? How would I have got to Tennessee without a bucket seat? Where was I supposed to cry that July day granddaddy died? Or haul that beer, drank that beer, fell in and out of love? If it wasn't for trucks. That's right, baby, I love my truck. Hell yeah. Where would I
God dang.
Got the nerve to kiss a green-eyed girl? Where would old dog
Where would we go if it weren't for trucks?
Where would I have raised all that hell and talked to God all by myself? How would I have got to Tennessee
without a bucket seat?
Where was I supposed to cry that July day granddaddy died?
Hell yeah, baby.
Drank that beer, fell he had a night of love. If it wasn't for trucks.
What's going on, everybody? I'm Hank Pecker, and this is fucking HasanAbi broadcast. Coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, I hope all the girls, and all the MBs are having a fucking fantastic one, because today's a beautiful day. Today's a goddamn special day. It's a gosh darn important day.
How would I have got to Tennessee? And where would I be?
Where would I god dang be? Dude, it looks like you body-wise a lot more than I expected. I know, it was weird. At first, when I first saw the intro sequence, like when he was wearing the blue hat, I literally was like, when did I film this? Like at first I didn't understand. Like when, like maybe I had long hair or something, and then they just like kind of, like I didn't realize it was like an AI music video. You know what I mean? I was like, what the fuck? Like that's very weird that, you know, that they have access to this. Anyway, Dark Hasan is just country. Hell yeah, baby. It's Hank Pecker. Anyway, I love this one. Folks. Let me tell you something. This is an important day. Some of you already know why this is an important day, okay? Some of you already are initiated with it. Some of you are already expecting it. But this is a day of celebration. Merch? No. Even though there is some merch-related updates, which is kind of crazy that you just said that, because I'm wearing a Rolex hat. And I got it from my boy. It was in his trunk, and I was like, wow, that's a sick hat. I want it. It works perfectly with my outfit. And he's like, yep, take it. And it's merch related. But I'll get to that in a second. It's an important day because, ladies and gentlemen, there's no additional reason to delay the inevitable. It's a beautiful day. It's a special day. It's Friday.
Boss, you know we finally here, right?
Well,
It's Friday then.
That's right.
It's Saturday, Sunday, what? It's Friday then. It's Saturday, Sunday, what? It's Friday again. It's Saturday, Sunday.
Friday, Kaya, get out of there, Kaya. Kaya, get. Yo. It's Flat Fuck Friday. It's Freedom Friday. It's Fuck a Fan's Mom Friday. That's right, a special day of the week for a special treat.
Let's go. Let's go.
We got immaculate vibes on this beautiful Friday. And ain't nobody gonna fuck those immaculate vibes up, ladies and gentlemen. No, you didn't, Mufasa. Yes, you did. It's HOGWATCH Friday, folks. This is a special day. It's a special day. Let me tell you. Please, can I have your hat? No. And only because, like, not because I care about it or anything. I just got it for free. But also because, logistically speaking, how would we make that work? Like, you just come to my house, you know what I mean? Maybe stab me a couple times as well. That sort of situation. Like, should we arrange that? Cool, dude. Let me just get your hat. Let me just smell you a little bit. Maybe take some of your hair, take a couple locks, and try to clone you. It's not a big deal. Calm down. Kaya's tail don't curl no more. She's so big. That's not true. Her tail still curls. How dare you? Let me get some toenails. Anyway, the Immaculate Friday vibes, bro. You could mail it. You're being difficult as fuck. Okay, Immaculate Friday vibes are already incredibly under threat. Anyway, off to a great start. We're definitely very unhinged, and I love that. Okay, so what was I gonna say? This is a part of the broadcast where I tell you a little bit about my personal news about what's going on in my life in between the time period that I pressed the stop streaming button and start streaming button. And that's right, I went and I took Kai out to the park, played a little bit of basketball by myself, got some good cardio in, and then I feel like there's something wrong with my, I don't know if there's something wrong with my Rodecaster. Wait, let me see. I don't know why. I feel like the noise gate is like tricky today. Sometimes it's just like that. It just ends up unlocking some shit. Anyway, white fuzzy on the brim of the hat? What do you mean? What is it? No, there isn't. I have no idea what the fuck you guys are talking about. Please cover the Tennessee elections from yesterday. Justin Jones, Justin Pearson won re-election. Progressive Afton ban flipped the seat. HasanAbi, I know you don't care, but I watched Leftovers yesterday and Ethan was being a massive dickhead. You handled it very well, King. I mean, it was all right. He wasn't like that crazy. I don't think he was being that crazy. Maybe I'm so used to just like having incredibly bad faith conversations with people in general that maybe because I'm so used to having like incredibly bad faith conversations with people that like are there to like clip chimp you, make you look foolish, make you look bad, that it was a perfectly fine, perfectly normal, perfectly coherent conversation. It was a normal convo. He was fine. It was kind of funny to watch you dodge him shitting on XQC. Well, here's why I didn't participate in the shitting on XQC part. Because I shit on XQC all the fucking time, but for valid reasons. And I feel like getting into like, oh, well, he's not reacting hard enough, and like and shitting on him for that purpose is like irrelevant to me, because I feel like a lot of this React gate is not for normal people. It's just like extremely online people. It's more so just like content creator drama that users also kind of ride for in some ways. So I just like, I think ultimately it goes away. The drama cycle goes away and then it comes back. It resurfaces like a couple months later, but ultimately like it's not legitimately like harmful. You know what I mean? I don't think there's like actual, even in the worst instances, at most, it's like, it's done. DMCA and you're over. You know what I mean? It's not like a very... It's not... There isn't a lot of material harm. So, for that reason, I don't feel like that is... I don't feel like it's worth it to just like be like, this person is a bad person, he's a piece of shit, for something like that. There are plenty of other instances where I've shit on XQC because I think it's like worthwhile. Like I think it's reasonable, it's valid. Let's be honest, XQC not reacting is a strict improvement over him reacting with his train rotted. What? Garbage takes? I don't know. I don't really care. You're stealing views from my YouTuber. Yeah. So that was the main reason. I know a lot of people are like, I know a lot of like weirdos who thrive in the sea of contention and debate that just love the blood sport. They love to be like, Hasan is fucking clout sharking. That's why he's like a pussy and is not shitting on XQC. And it's like, yeah, no, it's not. There's two reasons. One, because I just hate getting fucking ass blasted by some of the dumbest juicers on the planet. So I usually try to avoid contentious relationships with one of the largest streamers on the platform. But saying that about me in particular is really stupid because like I have duked it out with him so many fucking times over issues that I think are important. You know what I mean? So like it's always funny when people are like, yeah, Hasan famously shies away from like criticizing XQC when it's worthwhile, when it's worthy of legitimate criticism. Like how do you do that? Like how do you think that? You know what I mean? Yeah, famously, I always shy away from critiquing people that I am or having disagreements with people that I disagree with. It was such a silly conversation. I'm sorry. I just cannot understand the fascination around this. It's a very personal one for content creators. It's totally understandable for content creators to have strong feelings about this. It's like, it's what content creators do. It's our work, right? People saying because you feel guilty too. No, I do not feel guilty at all. My conscience is clear on everything that I do. I do not have issues with the way I operate. I've been pretty transparent, perhaps too transparent. And yet, regardless of my transparency on all of this stuff, it's still somehow, anytime I talk about it, somehow it just gets clipped out of context or clip chimped and people make their own narrative on it, which is odd. No, I understand content creators. I'm talking about the chatters who have like virulently strong opinions about it. I think it's because they just have a lot of love for their content creators. So when they feel like their content creators are passionately upset about an issue, they want to also ride for it. You know what I mean? Or maybe it's just like their investment comes from the fact that they might hate someone that is in the crosshairs. So finally, this seems like a legitimate reason to pile on. So they engage in it. But it's not that big of a deal at the end of the day because we're talking about watching YouTube videos. So Yeah, people are like, people that started off with like, you're reacting poorly to, you're doing these things that you actually don't do, all the way to like, well, actually, when you take a piss, like when you are not immediately in front of the camera, even if you're in the room, you should hit up a BRB screen like immediately. And that's how you should do it. Because otherwise, if you don't do that, then like some grave offense is occurring. Even if you're watching a video for like 3.5 fucking hours over the course of like a 10-minute video runtime, you know, like, okay, well, you know, I'll figure it out. They'll find something else to yell about afterwards, but it doesn't matter. The end goal with these people is to stop you from doing anything. Yeah. Anyway. No need to be defensive. It's pretty valid. About what? This is my least favorite type of person whenever people come in here and make like additional inferences. Like the first take that this person is dropped in here is like, don't be defensive. Like, what are you talking about? We're talking about, I was not being defensive at all. Why are you making this? Why are you making this assertion? I know how you truly feel. Like, shut up. Take some time out. Okay, take a time out. Really reconsider how you're behaving. Will you watch Veritasium IQ video? Yes. Fit check, is that affordable? Teddy Fresh? Yes. So, as I was stating, starting with drama 30 minutes in. No, this is not like real drama. It's so stupid. People are just like desperately trying to make it real drama. I have some Yakuza updates. I finished Kiwami 2 and then finally downloaded Yakuza 3 and started playing it. And Yakuza 3, unfortunately, is a remaster and not a full remake. It's not under the same engine as the previous games. And let me tell you, it shows. Okay? It fucking shows. It shows. It's clunky, it's bulky. It's not the great game that I played. And when they block, you do 0 damage. They're basically damage sponges. The characters that you are used to seeing that look a certain, Macy's, thank you for the playlist. The characters that you're used to seeing that look a certain type of way do not look the same any longer all of a sudden. Kiwami 2 to Yakuza 3 is the harshest transition in the whole series of games, so at least you're getting it out of the way. Yeah. 4 to 6 are also on deck, but they're not deck certified, Stream Deck certified. You can still play it, but there will be issues. But regardless, I like the story, but so annoying to play. Yeah. Like immediately, let me tell you something. Immediately, a lot of the quality of life fixes that are in the remasters are gone. Like there's no, saving from your phone and shit like that. Yakuza 3 is a wonderful story in my opinion. Worth sticking it out. I'm gonna keep playing it, but we'll see. How's the ROG Steam Deck thing? Wish you like more. I bought the Asus ROG and then it didn't get delivered, so they returned it. So I need to buy it again. Unfortunately. What is your co-host doing? What'd you think of the Kiwami 2 story? The Kiwami 2 story was great. I mean, Yakuza is incredible. If you like Grand Theft Auto and Japanese shit, if you're an otaku and you like GTA, Yakuza is the game for you. It is an incredible series. It's very easy to play. It's awesome. It's super fun. The ending was pretty crazy. The Yakuza 2 ending is like literally like that Filipino soap opera. It's Filipino, right? The one where like everybody pulls out a gun. This. Hold on, let me. Does anyone have the video for it? Oh, here. Here, you want to see? It's like this. This is literally the Yakuza 2 ending, okay? Why does he have 2 walking sticks? That's what I don't understand. That's my main question here. He has not what, or are those hammers? Uh-oh, don't do it. Don't do it. I'm so confused. How do you keep track of like who has drama with who? You know what I mean? I thought you said this was Filipino. This looks American though. No, this is Pinoy Gang, I'm pretty sure. So anyway, that was like the ending of Yakuza 2. Let's be real. That's exactly what it was like. Filipino Reservoir Dogs. Yeah. So what was I going to fucking say? Oh, yeah. This morning I worked out. I'm doing a lot of ring stuff. I'm doing a lot of stability exercises, which have been really good. Old heads of the show know one of my earliest friends in Los Angeles, Tome Tasker himself, is a big loyalist of the rings. And I've been using it. Not Ring Fit, you fucking weirdos. No. God damn it. I hate how nerdy this community is sometimes. Holy shit. No, not Ring Fit. No, like actual rings that you do stability work on. Like what gymnasts use, okay? God damn it. Immediately they're like, Pog. The Nintendo Ring Fit? I love that. Pog. Is your rib back to 100%? No, it's not. No, like actual rings. I've also been spending some time upside down, which sounds weird when you explain it like that, but I've been doing like some banana stands. Like I'm trying to do a headstand basically, and I can't do it yet because I'm too heavy and too uncoordinated for it. But you know, I'm basically resting at least some, like my legs and my ass and whatever on the wall while doing it. That's what it's called. It's a banana stand is when you. Here's the pig. Yeah, this is real. This is a real unedited picture of me doing it. Yeah, we'll cover Andrew Tate released from house arrest and stuff as well, obviously. An influencer boxer tested positive for performance-enhancing drugs with reportedly over 10x the normal level of testosterone found in his body. Yeah, no shit. So anyway, the point I was trying to make is I do that. I do the stability work, and it's been really good. Doing handstands. Doing handstands and like on the ring, doing like a candlestick, whatever it's called, like standing upside down, hanging, and trying to maintain core stability is actually pretty good because I don't know, I feel like it's really helping my core, it's really helping my shoulders, like a lot of problem areas that I have. Also, regardless of the incredible amount of calories I've consumed, it turns out I didn't actually gain weight in New York, but we're back. Getting lean as fuck, bro. You ain't COVID chunky anymore. Yeah, I was looking through like some of my old photos and some of my old posts on Instagram, especially when I was like in Texas, for example. And goddamn, dude, I was so fucking fat, like, and so out of shape. More importantly than fat, I was just so incredibly out of shape and depressed. Like, being fat is one thing, but being like tremendously out of shape where you like lose all your muscle mass and you have no cardiovascular capabilities, like it was really, really bad. And it took basically 2 years of being incredibly sedentary and eating whatever the hell I want to. You know? The malding during RP was peak. Yeah, but I was a sad, sad man. I was a sad man, bro. Eating one day of too many calories isn't going to make you gain 5 pounds. Your body dysmorphia is insane. No, but it's hard. It's hard, okay? All right. Anyway, let's blast off. HOGWATCH Trump Arrest X3 edition. Released from house arrest. Get in now. Okay, I'm gonna use this meme. Okay. Let's get started. Let's blast off and get it twisted. Don't get it twisted. 34 MKD50. Thank you for the 50 gifted subs. Here's the blast off now. We're blasting off. The white Lizzo discourse is so funny because I'm pretty sure it was bait. There's no shot someone was like rent growth is slowing where housing got built. What is this? IMBs are bizarre to me because they're like, my most important issue is housing, and I'm like, great, that's huge. Your central policy plan must be to solve the housing crisis by pushing prices way down, and they're like, no, it will not do that. New construction doesn't bring down rents is no solution to housing crisis, which sounds like the far anti-IMB position, but it is simply facts we all agree on. For the record, I'm not an MB anything because I'm a renter. My understanding is that those who are house owners is that those are homeowner positions. I'm a communist writer, and I'm critical of writers on the left who foreground that they concede are market non-solutions to the housing crisis. Can you cover the Djibouti news? Wait, what's the Djibouti news? What happened? I don't know what it is. Okay, your medal's in the mail. What do you mean? I don't want to keep spamming this, but oh, you'd find it ironic. Yeah, I have it. I have the Sound of Freedom guy right here, chatter. Look, it's on the docket. Do not fear, okay? Fear not. Did I see the Target lady? It's also on the docket. Breaking, the sixth co-conspirator has been revealed as MAGA Male's very own Ludwig. I like that. We're going to be doing Okay Buddy later. He posted dick print on Twitter. Please don't perma me. I stan you both. That's what you want? You want me to cover Djibouti's dick print? Are you guys fucking insane? Are you out of your mind? What is happening right now? What has this community become? They're just like, hey, man. Dude, you know, posted cock. Want to take a look at it in front of like 30,000 people and get fucking banned for no reason? Would you like to do that today? Is this something that I could hopefully get you to be invested in? No, thanks. Okay, no thank you. I would not like to do that. Incredible stuff. Anyway, are we doing cock ratings? Yeah, we're not doing that, actually. This was a funny moment. Here, we'll get started with this. Not AI. This is a real photo of Donald Trump today, taken by the New York Times. The man versus the storm. Epic. It's just Donald Trump holding an umbrella as it's raining. Which, by the way, kind of feminine, okay? Fellas, is it gay to not let rain hit your fucking dome? I don't know. Umbrellas, always fruity. Can't really look masculine and manly and straight when you're holding an umbrella. One, it's dick-shaped when it's closed. Think about that. I never have any phallic figures anywhere near my face, let alone a microphone, for example. I would never do that. That's number one. Number two, real men are dumb and they don't fucking prepare for the rain, okay? They don't do that. They don't do that. Okay, all jokes aside, I do actually, it's probably my stupidest quality, but I always just feel like if it's raining, who cares? Like, just eat it. I don't know why. I have always had this position where I'm just like, I don't need an umbrella. It's fine. Whatever. I'll be wet. I know it's very stupid. And you're saying LA rain, but like I lived in New Jersey. I lived in Miami where it rains all the time. And my opinion on it has always been, am I going to carry a bulky ass umbrella with me everywhere? Or I'm just going to, do a light jog as I basically tank a little bit of wetness. And it's always tank the wetness. I don't understand it. Have a rain jacket. It basically gets the same point across. I have never been an umbrella fan. I've always thought that I was alone. And right now in this very chat, I feel less alone. It seems like a lot of people in the chat are also in agreement with me on my idiotic take. I don't understand why people try that with a 3K suit. First of all, I don't give a shit. It's clothes, and having it get wet is not going to kill it, okay? What do you mean? What do you mean? Try that with a $3,000 suit? Okay. So what happened when wetness touched your $3,000 suit? Did it perish? That was a shitty-ass $3,000 suit then. You know what I mean? Buy an overcoat. buy a trench coat or a rain jacket. Y'all be smelling like dirty water and I really want better for you. Yeah, I just don't think it's that bad. I don't think it's that bad because just like, I don't know, I always have like, if I know it's going to rain, I will at the very least have like a hooded jacket, like a rain jacket, depending on how bad it gets. If it's like, if it is not like super bad and I'm not going to be outside for an incredibly long period of time, then I'm not even putting the hood up. You know what I mean? I'm just roaming the streets like a madman, tanking the water. It don't rain in LA. Guys, I lived in Los Angeles for the past 10 years. I am 32 years old. This means for 22 years of my life, I did not live in Los Angeles. I lived in areas that got heavy rain, including, but not limited to, Miami. Okay? Like, I don't know why people always make it seem as though, you know, I just have no other experience. I just materialized in front of your computer in Los Angeles. I was always 6'4". I always looked this way, and I was always rich, like always, permanently. This is just how I've been. Like, I am not a collection of personal experiences and growth. I'm just the same. You are no different than a New York City street rat, slimy, letting nature have its way with you. Pathetic. That's funny. Anyway. Also, LA is like kind of now becoming a rain area. I mean, it's laughable to compare it to, I don't know, a real rainy area like Seattle, but Los Angeles is no longer a joke with respect to rain. It fucking rains here. It officially rains here a lot. Let me just point that out. If you remember, in the winter or all the way into May, especially in May, it was raining for a month straight. It never stopped. Not being from LA, but living in LA is the most LA you can be. I mean, at this point, I've lived here for 10 years. I feel like the way it works, once you reach a certain point in your life where you've lived in an area for longer than you've lived anywhere else, that means you're officially from there. That's how it works. You know what I mean? Like, you're not from there, but it's, you know, that's where, like, here's how it works. At this point, when I go somewhere, like let's say I went to Japan or let's say I went to France and someone asked me, oh, where are you from? I don't say, oh, I'm from Turkey. I don't say I'm from New Jersey, which I never said because that's embarrassing and you shouldn't say that. But like it is my native habitat. This is where I live. This is where I reside. This is where I own a house. You know what I mean? So when someone asks me where I'm from, I say Los Angeles. No shot. I moved to LA in October from 15 years in Seattle. I've never seen rain like the November, February in my life in the PNW. Climate change is insane. Thank you for being a little sane about the actual incredible amount of rain we've seen in Los Angeles. It's like record-breaking rain, but chatters are like, well, I want to believe that because it's technically it goes against my memes that I make about LA. It rained 200% more than normal in LA this year. Yeah. And we experienced it. I fucking constantly complain about it nonstop. Anyway, let's put a little bit more oomph in this. We got can even break 500 likes on a tweet. God damn, I am so washed, dude. It's Jover. We're done. We're done, boys. We're done, boys and girls. We're done. We've fallen off. It's official. Embarrassing. It's Jover. We're washed. Anyway. Great vid on socialized copyright. Ending copyright could save art and journalism. All right, maybe we'll take a look at this later. I think it's just, I no longer get notice from Twitter. Are you ready for what? TMZ employee complains that noise from Taylor Swift's first LA concert kept him from getting his full hours of sleep as he lives next to SoFi Stadium. That's so funny. I'm so scared of Swifties. I'm so incredibly scared of Swifties, dude. And Taylor Swift in general. One thing you have to respect about Rudy Giuliani is that he has fully committed himself to being a little goblin. The man did not take any shortcuts. He put in the long hours and hard work, and now look how it's paid off. Magnificent. He does look beautiful here. Like, a human being should not look this way. Are those pants or shorts? Those are shorts. Those are extra long shorts because my man is a fuck boy, okay? Extra long shorts that are really big and bulky are a big summer hit. It's a summer staple. I was just in Soho. Don't test me on this. You know what I mean? I went to Nolita. I was there. I saw with my own two eyes. The boys, the fellas are wearing big, long pants. It's the Adam Sandler short summer, okay? You can't even call these shorts. You should call them mids or something because they're no longer short. However, given his weird lack of torso, or I guess it's not, he doesn't have a lack of torso. He's just like doing the old person thing. Like old people love pulling up their pants all the way to their goddamn nipples. I think they think it hides their belly fat or something. Like when I was much fatter, I used to try to take these kinds of shortcuts, but you ain't fooling nobody at that point. You just look like, yeah, you look like Among Us, dude. You look like an Among Us character. Full set. Oh, he's got the swing on him too. Look. What a goblin he is. Oh, they manipulated this a little bit, I think. I mean, the OG one doesn't look that better, let's be real, but that's not why. The fatter you are, the harder your pants stay fitted to your waist. I guess I've never had pants that fit to my waist ever in my entire life, so I don't know. Like, I didn't even think about that ever. I was doing it specifically because I wanted to hide my belly fat. Mayor Dinkins was so much hotter than Rudy. True. Okay. Let's get into it. Let's get started. Rent growth is slowing where housing got built. If the government tightly limited the production of sneakers, thereby triggering a bidding war over scarce athletic footwear, few would question whether the state's deliberate suppression of shoe manufacturing was implicated in rising sneaker prices. In the shoe market, people find it intuitive that limiting the supply of a widely sought good increases its price. And the same intuition holds for most other markets. If a drought decimated wheat harvest, leading to a shortage of grain and rising bread prices, few would have trouble discerning that the latter was a consequence of the former. But in housing, this comprehension of the relationship between supply and affordability breaks down. Yeah, it's not that complicated. The only reason why it becomes more complicated is because, people utilize depreciating assets as a way to manipulate their... Sorry. That was weird. I feel like I don't know what the fuck I just picked up from the table. Yeah, it smelled like blood. More houses under market value. It's the only way. I swear this time it works. Well, the problem is the houses are not being built for that purpose. The houses are just being built for... the houses are being built so that it will inevitably get sold. People love parking their assets. Even if they... Like, the way that they design the housing is like... obviously, they would love for every single unit to be sold or rented out immediately. But luxury high-rise condominiums... as long as you sell a couple of them and then utilize the rest of it as a tax avoidance vehicle, you can make it work for yourself, even if you don't end up selling every single unit immediately or renting out every single unit. Okay? And also, on top of that, there is a massive problem with warehousing units in places like New York, as a matter of fact. We've talked about this a lot. There have been a lot of initiatives to try and combat the insane market prices and the insane rent prices in places like New York. And what landlords will do is basically warehouse units specifically so they can avoid taking the L and consistently letting people rent with rent control prices, so they can inevitably get everyone out of the units, break it down, build a new luxury condominium that you can charge incredible amounts of rent over. If you're getting more value on the tax write-off, even if you like to rent out every unit, if you're getting more value on the tax write-off, then it's fine for you to park the assets and not immediately rush to the market to try and get these things rented. And part of that will always be to part of the way to do that is always to lower the prices. So, University of California system found the majority of Americans do not believe that increasing the supply of housing makes it more affordable. And this perception was not unique to homeowners who have a material interest in maintaining housing scarcity, but also prevailed among renters who bear the brunt of America's housing shortage. The researchers presented the survey respondents with a wide array of different questions and wordings and arguments, and still only between 30 to 40% agreed that increasing the supply of housing units would improve affordability. The reason why people feel that way is because the American housing market is absolutely fucked. Now, this issue and covering this issue is genuinely terrifying because I will incur the wrath of 1,000 yimbys. 1,000 yimbys that are either libertarian right-wingers like Larry Elder, or 1,000 yimbys that have, that have a rose in their bios, or say that they're like market socialist, social democrats. Okay? Now, Ermiri, thank you for the 5. Get the subs. This widespread confusion is understandable. If you see a lot of new housing being built in your area, you wouldn't necessarily be wrong to prepare for a rent hike. But the reason why new construction sometimes correlates with rising rents is not that housing is a good. Housing is a good unlike any other, such that the more of it you create, the more expensive it becomes. Rather, the reason is that developers build new housing in response to rising demand. When a bunch of tech firms open up headquarters in Austin and create lots of high-paying jobs there, more high-skilled workers will move into the city to take those jobs. Those workers will demand housing, and developers will respond by increasing construction. But you can't stop the yuppies from coming by blocking that construction. So as long as high-paying jobs are being created in your city, high-income workers are going to move there. If there's no luxury housing to absorb them, they will simply outbid less affluent residents for the housing units that already exist. Thus, the less new housing that gets built, the faster rents will rise in a booming city. The issue is that this operates under the assumption that the housing market works on the same supply-demand trend line, which is almost always polluted by external considerations, factors, government intervention, not in a good way, by the way, oftentimes in a bad way, or government intervention that is being utilized by still people in the market that want to take advantage and maximize their profit. So part of that reason, because of these reasons, at least, the housing market doesn't operate in the correct way that you're supposed to. But no market is really free, and there is no real, there's no real analysis on this kind of thing. I guess unless you're like a libertarian who watched those early videos from Reason.org or whatever, talking about like the LASIK eye surgery or some shit, the LASIK eye surgery industry or something like that. For the most part, these markets are absolutely fucked up. One problem here is that there needs to be better regulation, not around zoning restrictions, but around what kind of mixed income housing you are allowed to create. That's a major issue. A lot of New York real estate developers look to the already existing mixed income requirements necessary for their luxury high-rise condominiums and have found massive carve-outs and awful ways of just, fundamentally altering the original well-intentioned regulation and get around it. It's really fucked up. There needs to be a better distribution of mixed income units where you have more affordable units built on top of the luxury high-rise condominiums. I am not in favor of just saying like, fuck that. There can never be like nice real estate for people who have the capacity to pay for it. I'm not saying that at all. Okay? First of all, we live in the United States of America. If you don't offer that shit, people will immediately go, okay, fuck that. I'm not building it. Okay, fuck that. I'm not living in it. Okay? One major thing that municipalities could do but will never do, because housing and housing prices are seen as the number one way of generating intergenerational wealth in the United States of America. One thing that they could do is build public housing. Okay? You should do that. That is a constant. Central planning, decommodification over housing, like moving towards decommodifying housing, has always been successful in combating homelessness. This is a universal principle. Okay? You do not have to specifically look to the United States of America, where no such alternative exists. You have to look at other places where they actually do try to combat this kind of issue, or have built housing specifically because they understand that shelter is a human right and it is a necessity, and an inelastic demand for shelter exists. But of course, this would mean that housing prices would not steadily increase as they have year over year. If you do that, if you put a damper on housing prices steadily increasing, all of a sudden You're playing with people's bags. You're playing with the only sizable chunk of like minor wealth generated Americans. You're talking about upper middle class Americans. You're talking about boomers. You're talking about voters. And the only way that they feel like they have some semblance of like wealth generation, all of a sudden you fucked up their bag, and you can't have that. There's also a much larger problem on top of this. Obviously, we're talking about like, BlackRock or all these other corporations that are, buying out any kind of available housing that they have so they can turn it into like, so they can create rental units on units that were previously affordable for a first-time homeowner, right? But those are other issues that are built on top of the massive problem. The massive problem still revolves around the average American homeowner having this like hissy fit and genuine fear that if their housing prices do not increase steadily, that they are no longer generating wealth, and that, this is the worst thing that could have ever happened to them. What's the counter to that? The chance of building wealth is very important for the middle class. Is the solution to ban corporation from investing in housing or limiting the numbers of a single entity that can own? I mean, the counter to that is, first of all, making Airbnb super illegal. Like trying Airbnb executives in The Hague. Okay? That's number one. That's what you got to do. And basically giving power through eminent domain to any municipality or any state government to just take over all the Airbnbs, okay? And forcibly sell them at like bottom of the barrel, impossible to compete prices to single first-time homeowners, okay? Every single aspect of the housing market being profoundly fucked revolves around housing being seen and treated like a commodity. That's the issue. You have to, whichever way you cut it, you have to try and decommodify housing. There is no other way to fix this problem. And it's very frustrating that people refuse to recognize this. And I say this as a homeowner, which is ironic. I own a home. The price of this home has increased dramatically, despite the fact that if you ask the American government, I mean, interest rates are increasing, so like people are not really buying right now. It's like it's no longer crazy. We've really put a damper on inflation. It's like, nope, not true. It's not happening. The price of my house has gone up. It's now worth $700 million. That's right. Hasan, you were at OAS New York City. I saw you and was nervous to say hi, but you were looking good, man. Thank you. And yet, owing to the myriad restrictions on housing development in most U.S. cities, supply chain bottlenecks, and other factors, new housing construction rarely ramps up fast enough in response to rising demand to reduce rents. Rather, it merely slows the pace of rent increases. Therefore, if you see new housing being built in your neighborhood, you have some cause for expecting a rent hike when your lease is up. Yeah, wonderful reporting from Eric Levitz, who, I read from time to time, right? He's chill, except like, this basically shows that like this is not fixing the problem. Because if the goal is, when we create new housing, it should translate to rent decreases, just simply slowing rent growth does not mean that it's succeeding. It means that it's failing. It means that the policy of building more housing is not actually legitimately lowering rent. So that's precisely the reason why 30 to 40% of respondents to that survey recognize the reality that when they see new housing being built in their area, that does not mean that their rent is going to go down. It means that the rent is going to go up, because the rent is going up. It's always going up. Landlording is life or death for some people. Like, if you're broke, just sell your property. No one's forcing you to be a landlord. What the fuck? Yeah, that's another part of it. It's like, our new landlord is winning the I don't give a fuck war by a landslide. I'm sorry, I don't know what to say. Would you like for me to get back an estimate and get back to you? I'm broke. I'm confused. If we fix it, would we be reimbursed by you? I'm broke. I'm concerned that someone might get hurt because of this rotten wooded deck. Just don't get on it till further notice. Also, as far as landlording goes, there is no other industry in the United States of America. There's no other sector where you get this babied by the federal government, where, like, it doesn't make sense. It's like, I thought you were taking on risk. I thought this whole shit was about taking on risk, and that's why you deserve all the profits or whatever. But when it comes down to it, for capital owners, landlords especially, are just like, well, technically I took a risk, but the government should fucking save me every single time. The government should absolutely make sure that there is zero risk in my investment. They're trying to tackle the housing by increasing supply instead of tackling the fundamental issue that only a small subset of the population can actually afford to buy the supply. That's another aspect of the genuine problem that we're experiencing, is that people just simply do not have enough disposable income to put a fucking down payment on a home to purchase it. Landlords take on immeasurable risk and only make 150% of their mortgage burden. Yeah, I know. As someone who, listen, let me tell you something. As someone who owns a home and pays a mortgage now, I know how fucking scummy this entire structure is, the way that it's designed, because the only difference between you renting and you owning a fucking house, and anyone and everyone that tells you, oh no, it's really expensive to own a house, like, don't listen to Hasan, he's wrong, it's actually much cheaper to fucking rent, is like, I think you're lying. I legitimately think you're lying, especially if you're like a little handy or have a homie that knows how to fucking work on shit, okay? Like, or know like a contractor friend, or if you have a brother like Murat, you know what I mean? Or if you yourself are handy. No, owning a home is infinitely cheaper than renting, especially because, guess what? Once you own the home, you have a property, you have an asset. You can always sell that asset. You take mortgages out on that asset. Like, it's crazy to me. This idea that, like, I pay less now in mortgages and like in property taxes for this property that I'm sitting on, that I live inside of, that I bought for myself and my fucking family, than I would if I was renting it. It would be infinitely more expensive. It would be 2 times, 3 times at least to rent the current property that I'm living in, where I pay a mortgage and a property tax on. The major difference here, and I did not have a great interest rate. It's much better than what it would be right now when I got it, because I bought my house like right before the interest rate hikes, right? So I did technically buy it in a really high time for the housing market, but ultimately it was significantly better than waiting it out. But the reality is that the only difference between me buying a house and me renting is that I had enough capital to put a down payment. So when you don't have enough capital to put a down payment, you can't get the benefits of paying much less money and also owning the fucking property. When you rent, you're just subsidizing your fucking landlord who had that upfront capital somehow, some way. You're just subsidizing his mortgage. If anything, not only are you subsidizing his mortgage, you're also giving him more than that. It fucking sucks. It's so stupid. There are a lot of additional expenses when owning versus renting. Sure, dude. Yeah, I know. Except guess what? You own a fucking house instead of lighting the money on fire and helping someone else own a house, okay? I hate that. I hate it. The ultimately, you have equity. You have an asset, okay? You have a fucking asset. We are the biggest breadwinners in the house scalpers family. Exactly. Landlord content creators too. Don't even get me started on that shit. Do you think vacation rentals are a part of the problem? Rather rent a vacation home than stay at a hotel? Vacation rentals? You're talking about areas that are like vacation places for the most part are areas where nobody lives in the off season. What do you mean? No. It's like I'm sure it's a problem, but it's basically a margin. I'm talking about like big cities, okay? I'm talking about big cities where people have significant issues with the housing market. All right, then, bad take. What do you mean? He's talking Airbnb? No, just say what you mean then. Say Airbnb. Yeah, Airbnb is a gigantic problem. It's a gigantic issue. I literally started off this conversation by saying if you wiped out Airbnb and made it impossible to exist, you would unironically eviscerate like a noticeable dent. You would put a noticeable dent in the problem of the housing markets in every big city. It's crazy that a bank is like, you can't afford a $2,000 a month mortgage payment, so rent this $3,200 apartment. Yeah. My landlord reverse mortgaged the house that she's renting to me, lol. Yeah. You got places like Arizona that everything is in favor for landlords and renters get screwed. First of all, it's not just Arizona. Every place in the continental United States of America, or perhaps the Western capitalist universe, is favorable to landlords. European regulations are a little bit better, obviously. But ultimate, take off the Rolex cap? Why? Even up here in Canada, my condo mortgage fee is $3,000, but the places are renting for foreign students for over $5,000 for a 2-bedroom. Yeah. To be sure, believing that new housing construction could trigger rent increases is not as irrational as thinking that evacuations cause hurricanes. There's a coherent theory of how the former could occur. Oh, wait, hold on. Let's get back to this article. If new construction sometimes augurs rent increases, however, it does not cause them. Evacuations often precede hurricanes. So if you live in a seaside town and see your neighbors all packing up their things and leaving at once, this is a decent indication that a hurricane is coming. But it would not be rational to respond to this observation by imploring your neighbors to stay put, lest they cause wind speeds to surge above 75 miles per hour. I love this argument because it basically spells the terms of capitalism out for you. Housing prices increasing and rent increasing is just as natural a phenomena as fucking hurricanes. That is bananas to me. What are we doing here? Come on now. Like, you can regulate away the current genuine issues with incredibly expensive housing, unaffordable housing. You cannot regulate away the hurricane. You can only regulate your reaction to the hurricane. Are so weird. A warning, this may be a stupid question. I'm not disagreeing about the Airbnbs, but there's a reason as to why there's a high demand for them. What is the solution? When I have to travel, an Airbnb is the cheapest and most accessible option for me. I'm wondering what's the solution? When I need a place to stay for a night, Airbnb is the most accessible for me. It's called a hotel. That's what it's called. I think that it is, in the long term, it is infinitely better to stop Airbnbs from existing that eviscerate the housing market by basically, and Airbnbs are never the cheapest option. Like, you think the Airbnb is the cheapest option, and they slap you with like 1,100 fucking additional fees, and by the time you're done, it's literally more expensive or the same price as a hotel. Also, the rent increases are following luxury housing construction, not the other way around. Yeah. But I guess he's trying to say that luxury housing is being built as a response to an influx of people coming in for high paying positions into a newly blossoming part of the continental United States of America. And therefore, it's not the luxury condominiums that are increasing the rent prices, that the rent is already increasing as a consequence of more demand. And the luxury condominiums are just a response to it. That's why when you see gentrification happening in your neighborhood, you know the price of rent is about to go up. That's why there's so many funny ass memes about like this is our version of rent control in the hood, and then it's like dudes just shooting a weapon at night. You know what I mean? When you see a dude with a rat tail and a tank top with like big ass baggy jeans come into your neighborhood, you know rent's about to go up. All of those like memes about dirt bikes is rent control. Do you see Cenat caused a riot in New York City? Twitch streamers giveaway sparks mayhem in Union Square. What the fuck? Yo, it's live? No way. That's so sick. I mean, that's not a good thing. It's a bad thing, folks. I don't like that. What? Are they just like fucking... They're grouping up on the cops? Oh my God. What is the giveaway? What's he giving away? Okay, do we have a... Oh, dude, I have to watch this. I will watch the shit out. What the fuck? This could be us. Just say the word. No, none of you fucking 30-year-old white-collar, Twitch-loving dudes is going to fucking have the tenacity to do a riot, okay? This is specifically Zoomers, okay? This is specifically Zoomers that no longer have school and have a lot of pent-up frustration and energy. Okay, not like 25 to 35-year-old agoraphobic tech weirdos. Exactly. I love people being like 30-year-old Twitch watching white collar dude. I feel called out. Yeah, no shit, because I know what the demographics of my audience looks like. Dude, what is happening, dude? This is fucking crazy. Okay, do we have any commentary on this? Kai said he was going to give away Xbox, PCs, and hella shit. Because I want some background information on what's happening. So, Cenat, Twitch streamer Cenat, was supposed to do a giveaway at Union Square today. And they were going to do a meet and greet and a giveaway at Union Square. Guess what? It, of course, predictably went south because, you know, they're massively successful, massively popular content creators. And it turned into a fucking riot. He might actually get in legal trouble for like inciting a riot or something like that. Your audience could never do such direct action. First of all, my audience does plenty of fucking direct action. How dare you? It's just that they're not going to do that for, you know, a free Xbox giveaway or some shit. Breaking. Large crowd at Union Square spotted hurling objects, setting off fire extinguishers. Watch live coverage now. I mean, this is...
Moving into the area.
I can't lie, it's kind of cool to see this. I mean, it's not great that it's happening, but it is kind of cool to see this.
We still see objects being
like, this is a coworker of mine that is causing this kind of mayhem. It feels kind of wild.
Again, more police are arriving now, which is what we... And now we see the surge in the crowd again. They're all going towards the center of the video. Try to zoom in with our camera there and get a better look. And you can see, again, it's that of dancing. You can see they all get to the center there and start bouncing up and down. We've seen it on
look at Kai's IG.
Into this grouping here. We'll start.
This is wild. That is this is crazy. Look at this fucking mayhem, dude.
Every once in a while, a cone will be thrown or a construction barrel.
Here's Kai. He said, "Be there." Kai Cenat Phantom New York City giveaway, 14th Street, Union Square Park, Friday at 4 p.m. It's not even. It's just starting. 4 p.m. is just now. You know what I mean? Large crowd at Union Square, set a custom alert. Police are mobilizing for crowd control.
What's our fuel situation there, Eric?
Oh my yes, sir, skate.
Wait, is he live on Twitch?
Sorry,
is he even live on Twitch?
An hour and a half, Brian. Talking to Brian.
He will absolutely get banned if he's live on Twitch. I would not go live on Twitch for this. I'm going to be honest.
And again, we see more arrests being...
I would not go live for this on Twitch because Twitch will definitely ban him for this.
The white shirts, an officer taking out his handcuffs. That's a person being arrested right there.
I mean, I hope he doesn't, and I hope he doesn't get in trouble. But holy fuck, this is so. I mean, this is kind of sick. This is kind of sick.
Back into Union Square. You see that line of police officers trying to control the crowd as best they can.
This is insane, dude. This is insane.
Plainview, we are there at 2:7.
I can't help but feel weirdly proud. I don't know how to describe it. It's like, I hope no one gets hurt, obviously.
Talking to our microwave room there to make sure we get this signal as clean as possible for everybody. So we can see now they're trying to get traffic flowing again on East 14th Street.
Looks like way more people than January 6th for a streamer. Why are there so many chatters hating right now? Because they're 30-year-old agoraphobic tech nerds, dude. That's why. What do you mean? They literally look at this from the most adult perspective possible, and they go, well, this is mayhem. There are people that are supposed to be going to work and coming back home from work. This is going to cause a lot of traffic in New York. I hate the traffic congestion. There's also all these teenagers that might get in trouble and all these teenagers that might be harmed here. I don't like this. You know what I mean? It's like all of the different reasons as to why this shit would be unironically is something that people complain and criticize. And there's validity to that as well. You know what I mean? But like, god damn, this is fucking sick. Now, I'm not gonna lie. It's pretty fucking cool. Like I said, I hope that no one gets hurt. I hope that there's no issues, because this is exactly how someone could get like trampled and crushed in a crowd or whatever. But
over 500 people, I'd say you're well over a couple thousand people down there.
He's live. Oh Jesus Christ!
Still gathered at the south end of Union Square.
What the fuck is going on, man? Yo, W quality in the motherfucking chat. This shit looking like a movie. I'm not going.
How is he so crisp?
Bro, they throwing tear gas out there, bro. The NYPD is on dick.
How is this so crisp?
Yo, Phantom, pull up.
That level of fucking congestion, that level of crowd congestion, and he's fucking streaming in 4K quality. How is that physically possible? What the fuck is going on? Also, at the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. I'm going to run it right now. This is craziness.
Yo, chat. And we got like a lot of these. We just gonna be handing this shit out. Boom. Nah. Here, $100. It's $100 gift card, chat. $100 gift cards. All here, bro. We gonna go crazy for New York.
Your camera setup is old as fuck.
Let's go, man.
Yeah, dude. It's not just the camera, my friend. I don't think you understand. What I'm talking about is not the camera. What I'm talking about is the internet, okay? The ISP. You don't understand. Like, there's no, I don't know how the fuck they have this level of clarity because they have enough bit rate in a massive crowd congested area like this.
Thank you. And again, for our CBS News New York folks who are watching with us, just talking to our studio. And
it's so funny. Where is his truck?
Dana Tyler, who will take over the coverage here. So we're only about.
You may want to message Kai's manager. Wait, why?
Breaking in on our broadcast side as well, both on Channel 2 and here on CBS News New York.
He's actively digging his own grave. He's encouraging more people to show up to an already active riot. He's going to face charges. I mean, it's bullshit, and I hope he doesn't get in trouble for it. Like,
we'll let the camera drift back into the park there. Again, we can see where that subway stop was, where they had the construction going on. All that fencing.
T-Mobile now does 4 carrier signal aggregation, so you don't need those streamer backpacks anymore.
We had seen people back over here, back by the.
Yeah, he might have like a massive wireless ISP or something in that bus that he's in, like a newscasters, like news vans have. You know what I mean? People are fighting in the crowd. It's not a riot, it's a rally. Nah, this ain't right. People getting jumped. Cars are getting broken into. Businesses are straight looted. All because Cenat wanted publicity. Shaking my head. Wait, what?
So while we wait to do that.
Okay, businesses are starting to get looted. What the fuck? Bro, this is just, okay, you know what this is? This is racist, okay? Straight up. Like, yeah, they're rowdy. They're rowdy teenagers. Like, they're making it seem like this is an organized crime ring. The one time you see, like, a bunch of black teenagers around, you're like, oh, my God. Guys, businesses are being looted. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? That's not happening. Look at this. Bro, that is insane. I can't believe he's like diving into that crowd. Bro, that's an Aiden fan page? Yeah, I mean, that's fucking stupid that they're saying that. Listen. Oh! What the fuck? What is happening? This is fucking mad. Did the cameraman die? What is going on? Okay, listen. Let me tell you something. Holy shit. It's like a fucking zombie movie. Let me tell you something, okay? When like the bedlam and the chaos caused when it's like a organized sport event and a celebration is never seen. It is never reacted to in a similar capacity when it's like black teenagers involved or black people involved in general. Okay? That's how it. That's usually. Oh, look at them swarming. Oh my God. Dude, he's going to die. This is crazy.
Good afternoon. I'm Dana Tyler. We are interrupting Judge Judy, which is about to start because of breaking news in Manhattan. Extraordinary
breaking news
pictures. These are
in Manhattan. Large YouTuber. First of all, he's a Twitch streamer.
At an event for YouTube celebrity and live streamer Cenat. We're told more than 2,000 people are there.
This is January 6th.
He posted on social media this massive crowd. We've been watching this for more than a half hour live. Was seen vandalizing property at Union Square Park. We've seen water bottles thrown, street cones, those orange cones thrown. The police are in there somewhere, but This thing has been out.
This is pretty funny to be like. This is pretty funny to be like. Water bottles are being thrown, and there's vandalizing happening.
Time, Dan. Let's talk about the situation and the status of people now in Union Square Park. Again, live pictures.
And Dana, it has been a chaotic scene down here. As you said, we arrived here about a half hour ago. It's that live streamer sensation Cenat
Cenat
was here doing a promotion, giving away something. I'm not sure exactly what it was that they were giving away here. It was supposed to be on East 14th at Irving Place, which is about a block away from here. And we had heard the crowd had gotten out of control. When we arrived, there was this large crowd at the south end of Union Square. Now, at one point, they were all just kind of gathered around, milling about. And then all of a sudden, you would see this surge of people go into the park there, and they start throwing objects at one point. We saw water bottles, we saw traffic cones, barrels, just throwing them. Not necessarily at each other, but just throwing them. And if you look close enough in the center of that video, we're now starting to see this crowd tighten up, and they're crowd surfing. They're picking up people and just moving people along the crowd.
Yeah,
and
they're
again,
having fun, dude. What the
any
fuck?
Violence that is concentrated towards one person.
Oh, the stream is back. Okay.
Wait it back. Wait it back. You get the back.
They have a copter cam. Bro, they pinned a copter cam, dude. That's fucking so dumb. Bro, they're like, hey, we got. There is no way that there's no way they can stream this. This is why I was trying to tell you guys that like it doesn't make sense how you would be able to stream something like this because of the crowd congestion. Okay? When you have a concert at a venue, you notice that your phone usually does not have bars depending on how congested this area is. And usually they literally have additional, they have allowances, or they'll like work with ISPs to make sure that there's like at least some level of coverage. You can't do that in a situation like this. You need at least 6K bit rate to be able to live stream. It doesn't make any sense that you would be able to live stream something like this. I know that this is like super technical and probably irrelevant in the grand scheme of things, but I was genuinely shocked at how crisp his video was. They're trying to hit us with a racism like this in Chicago. Every time a group of black teens are gathered, they act like it's a riot. They canceled several suburban carnivals this year for safety concerns, which was really just black youths. Yeah, I've seen that stuff. I've seen stuff like that. I've seen the news coverage of things like that. I mean, what the fuck?
Opening up the fire extinguisher.
Oh, it's just a fire extinguisher. Okay, I thought it was tear gas. Holy shit.
It doesn't seem to be targeted violence. It's not like they're trying to hurt each other or hurt anybody.
No, I agree.
They're just throwing things all around there, almost like blowing off steam. Whether they're frustrated or just in their way having a good time. It's not a violent situation. It's just a lot of.
Okay, that's good. At least they're clarifying. Like it's not like a fucking crazy violent situation. They're just like having fun and it got out of control.
Smaller box on the left of your screen, control room, help me. That is.
Yeah, that's actually picture. Significantly better local news coverage than like what you see anytime a group of like black teenagers gather in Chicago, like the chatter was saying.
This is the live picture. So before you.
I can't wait for Eric Adams to try to talk about Cenat. This is going to be so incredible.
The invitation by this person, a YouTube sensation, and that's who everybody was going there to see earlier today. We're not clear what happened, actually, if he actually
what the fuck?
And again,
bro, this is literally
video
holy shit.
And
Twitch is taking a massive W here because everybody's covering it like it's a YouTuber and not a Twitch streamer. So it's so fucking good for Twitch to just like avoid any kind of bad PR right now. They're like, oh, thank God. Thank God they're saying he's a. Oh my God. Oh my fucking holy moly, dude. This is bananas. Dude, what the fuck? This is crazy. Look at the size of this fucking crowd.
Seen this happen several times. We're just going to bring the camera out for a minute. You see him, and you're right, streaming on social media. You see his arm going up with his phone, but you've got another crowd off to the right side. So they might be wondering.
Can you do this? Fuck no. First of all, I can't.
Enormous crowd and just not nearly as many.
This is actually very dangerous. Okay, I'm sorry. It's hard for me not to be a fucking boomer here. This is legitimately dangerous. This is what crowd crush happens. This is literally how crowd crush happens. This is so fucking scary. God damn it. I'm sorry. I'm 32 years old. It's impossible for me to fucking feel like, on the one hand, I'm conflicted because like this is kind of sick. But on the other hand, you have to have like a proper venue for something like this. There's a reason why this kind of thing happens in venues, okay? Because that congestion is untenable. That is how crowd crush happens. That's terrifying. Holy fuck. I hope nothing bad happens. I do hope that no one dies. Holy fuck. Holy moly. You could do it because you're big enough to survive the crush? No. That's not true at all. Like right now, there's two different things that they need to do. One, they need to stop additional people from gathering into the crowd and making the crowd larger. Two, they need to start pulling slowly but surely. They need to literally start pulling slowly but surely. And you can't actually fucking do this with like a massive, like you can't do this with like tear gas. You can't do this with like actual fucking anti-riot measures because then that chaos will actually make the crowd crush happen. It will make it way more likely. So you have to slowly but surely start pulling people from the outsides and just like open it up as best as possible. How would they do that? He's a child. He did not prepare at all for this. Yeah. I think the Citizen app just sent this notification. New York City is mobilizing around 600 police officers to the scene as a live video shows a large crowd fighting, throwing objects, and climbing on structures.
Off to the right side is going to start to merge in with that crowd in the middle, and all of that is happening on the southeast side of Union Square Park. So that's 14th Street here in the middle of your picture, and all of these cars were just trying to cross over 14th Street. Now, as much as police have been overwhelmed, we've also caught glimpses of them trying to sort of soothe people that sort of got stuck in the middle of this. We saw one police officer trying to guide a bicyclist through this to get him out of harm's way, while all the while, some people in the crowd were throwing water bottles and buckets at the police officers. But imagine what this must feel like. You were traveling south going...
You know these are all teenagers. There's 0% chance. Like, what cops do here, what cops do here is really, really important. If they actually react in a very violent manner, they would unironically cause a bigger commotion because people would in the chaos start running over one another, and that is truly dangerous. Okay. Oh my, dude, it's getting even larger. What the fuck? It's getting, oh no, dude. Holy shit. HasanAbi camo gear, hogwear, giveaway in West Hollywood when? Well, I am actually going to do that, but there is no way it'll be like this, so it doesn't matter. And it's going to be at a venue, and there's going to be security and shit like that. That's what I was going to talk about earlier today. We're going to do it at Reconstruct, and we're going to be giving away Reconstruct pieces that my friend Miggy actually took like my merchandise and patched it up to make it like Reconstruct. The likelihood of the crowd crush is very low here, as crowd crush almost happens at choke points. However, someone could get trampled. I know, but at this point, dude, look at this. I know that there's a lot of exit opportunities. Like there's a lot because it's a wide open space, but look at how dense that crowd is, man.
Are just crowds that happen to have been in Union Square, and now they are stuck in, and I think the best term that you used for it was really a flash mob through this area.
The choke
Every
point
now
is
and then
Kai.
you see them starting to fan out, but no matter how you look at it, there are just too many people here and not enough police officers. So 14th Street, for the foreseeable future, is going to be shut down because all police want to do at this point is gain control of the crowd. I think at this point, traffic is sort of secondary. Now, you can see the police officers here. When we
They're
first
trying
got
to
on the
set up.
scene,
Yeah,
there
they're
were
trying to
maybe
set up.
30 of them. Now, there are so many that it's hard to sort of discern them between the crowds of people and which ones are officers. Some of them are very obvious because they're setting up a perimeter and trying to keep people away, but at points, there are police officers in the middle of the crowd as well. So an interesting situation for sure, with thousands and thousands of people. We estimated about 8,000 people here. That's a rough estimate, and I feel like you said, it is growing by
This
the
was their
second,
announcement
especially
on stream and discussing what they were going to give away. HasanAbi PCs, PS5s, headsets, mouse, everything for a streaming setup. He called this Operation Stay Off the Streets and Stream. Yeah, that didn't work out.
Yo, before that, though, yo, I was sick, right? On that chair over there. Made me tea, bro. Oh, yeah. Real nigga, bro. Made me tea. How that tea go?
Dude, I think it's well intentioned. 100%. It's well intentioned. I just like, there are some insane tweets about the hogs from this. America under attack. 5G mob, sleeper cells, black ops, cabal army intel. Breaking. New York Police Department is responding to a large gathering of teens. Oh my God, this is merging my worlds in such an incredible way. Holy shit. You got the psychotic, schizophrenic boomers who are also very racist responding to a fucking coworker of mine trying to do a meet and greet in a public area, which I think in this day and age is just like, this giveaway shit is always a scam. You got to be shitting me. I mean, well-intentioned, poorly executed, sadly. I hope no one gets hurt. Yeah, exactly. God, we were going to do HOGWATCH today too, for I didn't realize this would be the kinds of hogs that we're watching. I thought we were going to do HOGWATCH Donald Trump arrest, you know what I mean? Union Square Park in New York City is getting trashed right now by a gathering of lunchtime rowdies. What? What does that even mean? Holy shit.
Again, the subways are stopping. We've seen buses, Manny, stuck in there. When you talk about obstruction of governmental administration, what does that mean?
What?
Well, that basically means that you are causing an act that where the government cannot perform its duty, whether it's a stopped bus, a blocked subway station that you have to bypass due to safety reasons, traffic that stands at a standstill, or obviously preventing the police from performing.
How did no one tell him that this wouldn't work like he planned? I don't know. I don't know.
Lives,
but ultimately,
property,
like,
and well-being, and so
okay, there's I feel two different feelings. Okay, on the one hand, I am in awe of the incredible amount of influence that a top Twitch streamer wields in this way, right? I also think that it was originally well-intentioned overall. You know what I mean? But at this stage, you have to, you basically have to, you can never do stuff like this. It's just, it is what it is. Like, this is a turning point. If you are above a certain size, you have to do it at a venue. You have to do security. You have to get permits. You have to get clearances and stuff like that. You have 4 times this crowd watching you right now. Is that weird? It is kind of weird to see it. Yes, I was thinking about that. It's like there's 2,000 people down there, and there's 33,800 people in here watching. And Kai usually has 70,000 people watching him. So I never, it's 8,000 now? Holy fuck.
Yes, also the traffic, people who
But
work
even
in,
then,
buildings live
even
nearby
then, think
have
about
been
it. Kai
told
gets
to
80,000 people to watch him. on a daily fucking basis, which is kind of crazy when you think about it. That's like stadium numbers that we're putting in, that we're putting up. Or anyway, is he getting back in the car?
Transit Police District 4. So there's actually a police precinct right under that white rooftop there. Inside that subway station, there is a transit police station. So there's hundreds of police officers that are there deployed, I'm confident, to protect that station. So, so far, what I see is the police trying to use as much restraint as possible while they gather their significant resources and try to come up with a game plan to try to end this in a peaceful manner.
Well, you know, Manny, one thing that we're looking at right now
Such a crazy thing, because if AK people can cause this much issues, think about the working class doing the same thing in every city.
Apparently trying to stop them, but at this point we don't see any other
what is this? What the fuck? Look at these GTRs. What are they doing?
One thing that we just saw just previously was that the police were standing on the perimeter trying to use the barricades to set
This
up
video of Kai about 10 minutes ago being pulled from a crowd by a security team. I saw that. We saw that when he first got out. Yeah, we watched this. We watched this happen live.
Trying to push them into one spot. I think they're trying to diffuse the situation.
We watched this happen live, and then the camera guy died.
There's a sort of a riot going on as this one car is trying to back out, and there's all kinds of people.
Oh my goodness! And Marsha, look at the car trying to move and get out.
This proves that they're not streamers anymore. They're just celebrities, Lamau.
And
Chat.
gosh, someone
I think you need to understand
we just
something.
don't know.
I don't think Chris Hemsworth could draw in this kind of crowd. The only way that like a real celebrity can draw this kind of crowd in is if they are backed by like an institution and they're celebrating like, I don't know, like a movie or something that is a multi-million-dollar operation. Don't say the camera guy died. People are taking that seriously. Wait, what? No, no, the camera guy didn't actually die. The camera went off. I don't think that like Taylor Swift would be able to do that. Nicki Minaj would be able to do that. But like the average celebrity that you would think is like way more fucking famous than a Twitch streamer would not be able to pull that. That's because streamers have a unique relationship with the audience. Exactly. Like it is incredibly parasocial. And I think that is the reason. Like that's it. Viral news, New York City. Riot breaks out at Union Square Park. One officer was cut in the neck and had his gun taken away from him. Okay, that's lie. Why the fuck would you ever send me a dumbass link like this? This guy couldn't even write officer fast enough. He's just like, shut the fuck up. Shut up. I hate these fucking scumbags, dude. People are like, oh yeah, let's make this into like genuine chaos. It's already chaotic as it is. You could just like cover it as it's chaotic, but you have to be so goddamn horny to just like make it something worse. I think Kai is already out.
People see them running and they're like, well, we should do that too. And then they all just sort of come back. So we're not quite sure what is causing them to do that, but we've been seeing this in various different directions throughout this last 45 minutes or so.
Yeah, you got to believe for a lot of these people down here, a lot of them really young people, it's a happening. They've come perhaps to get some free stuff, but I think they're part of a happening now. Eyewitness News reporter Stefan Kim is standing by with more. Stefan, where are you?
I hope Kai doesn't get into legal trouble for this, though. I really do, because I am worried. I feel like Eric Adams is so fucking militant and also awful in general that they will, like, I could totally see them being like, you incited a riot, even if it was like well intentioned and
people up
not
on top
supposed
of
to be this chaotic.
They're climbing it right now, as you can see. In fact, Hector, if you can pan to your left, they're actually on top of the statue here at Union Square. I've actually got a couple of his followers here with me who can kind of explain to us what
they're like, we found some Zoomers. What is going on?
Young man, give me your name real quick and tell me why you came out here, what you expected to happen, what did happen.
All right, My name is Dillico Ontavious. So basically, it's, you know, it's a Cenat Phantom. All of the AMP members, I don't know about all of them, but they pulled up, you know, do a little meet and greet and a giveaway for the fans. Yes.
Giveaway of what was the understanding?
So, from my understanding, PS5s, video game accessories, PCs, but I don't think they will actually give away an actual PC, because how is somebody going to carry that? So I'm pretty sure it's gift cards for them to then go and get the P5 themselves.
Safe to assume that you, along with your friends, came out here thinking that you would get some freebies, is that correct?
Not that we're thinking, but there's a chance to, because, you know, there's so many people and there's only so much you could give.
Has any of that happened? Is he here?
He's here right now, yeah, and they were giving out, but people are, you know, people are being people. There's so many people here, people are pushing around, so you can't really get it organized.
Okay, and before we came on, you were telling me that, in your own words, that some people out here were bugging out. Explain to me what you saw, what you meant by that.
Bugging out, like you can see, like, there's no excuse, obviously, for what happened, but, you know, stuff like that just happens all the time. You know, people being reckless. It's New York City. Stuff like this happens every day. Well, I wouldn't say every day, but...
He's right.
Well, thank you.
He's right, dude. I love that.
Sandra, we've also heard and seen
brilliant
incidents
zoomers,
of construction
dude.
equipment behind me. I'm going to show you one live look, last live look again of what's happening here. Construction equipment being tossed around. We saw smoke. I'm not sure if that was a fire or some kind of smoke bomb. Again, this was all sparked by a Twitch streamer, a social media influencer.
No, say YouTube. He's a YouTuber. He's a fucking YouTuber. Shut up.
Union Square for what was a
not a Twitch streamer. YouTuber. Let's go with that. Let's go with that. Let's go with that. That was good. When everybody was saying YouTube, that was a good thing.
At one moment he was live streaming in a van nearby, but he did step out. As you heard, he's out here greeting his fans. We even observed Chief of Department Madry out here having objects thrown at him. Cops are obviously outnumbered out here. They're standing back for the most part. We're hearing that there are officers who have been injured, unclear at this hour, the extent and severity of the injuries. But, you know, we're also seeing paint left over from this construction project near this entrance that's been tossed around and vandalized. Some of the equipment, the entrance here. As we made our way,
he's a Rumble streamer. He's a Rumble streamer. He's a Rumble content creator. Come on.
Police officers, we noticed, closed off traffic as high as 20th Street. Trains are skipping this subway station now, so police are asking everyone to avoid this area. But as you can see, there is a large crowd here. We're hearing estimates of thousands
saying
and
anything
thousands of
Hasan,
people
great
who showed
take.
up.
No, dumbass. He was very clear and coherent about the situation.
For one quick second right now, because you're looking at live pictures of a car that was literally covered with people, and we do believe that that was the vehicle that had Cenat in it, which you can see now looked as though could have been legal.
Heads up, there's a clip of you calling this a riot at the very start, making the rounds. You might want to get ahead of it and clarify. Wait, what? Like, what? Did someone just come in here and fucking clip it to be like, yo, look, Hasan is like being fucking anti or whatever?
Control crowd.
Drama baiting? I fucking despise these dumb motherfuckers. I swear to God.
No giveaway whatsoever getting in the car, but clearly you're looking at a very dangerous situation with this car now driving pretty fast.
That's insane.
With those people clinging on to the side and top of it.
It's mind-boggling.
It's mind-boggling why they're not stopping to let these people off the car. And then someone fell off. Okay, joining us now is Bob Boyce, former NYPD, to talk more about this situation. Bob, can you hear us? It's Liz Cho and Sandra.
They're fine. They're fine, but like, what is happening right now?
Okay, we know you're on the phone. I don't know if you have an opportunity.
No,
to see
they're
what's going on
fine.
in
You
Union
see
Square,
them.
Talk to us a little.
You see them get up, but it's just like, I don't know what the fuck is like. I don't know what the fuck they're thinking. Now it's like officially getting into it's officially becoming a way worse situation, because it's like this is like legal. Oh fuck, dude, this is terrifying. They're fine as such copium, bro. I mean, you saw them get up. Shut the fuck up. But okay, I think. Wait, are they still on the car? No, I think they all got off the car.
In the meantime, they'll have to do with the best they can what they have.
But how much of a challenge is this for law enforcement? Look, we've seen similar things on the Jersey Shore. Somebody sends out an announcement on social media that there's going to be a party. The next thing you know, you've got 3,000 people on a beach at 11 o'clock at night. This seems like a similar thing. We're giving away freebies in Union Square at 4 o'clock, and the next thing you know, 5,000, 6,000 people show up.
Dude, people talking about Astroworld, like Astroworld was a professional event. Duke Dennis got arrested? What the fuck? Why? Yeah, I do think that it seems remember, he hates clip chimps. Where is he? I think Kai and Phantom are okay. I think they probably got in the car and dipped out. But I mean, this kind of stuff has happened before with like Mr. Beast. This kind of stuff has happened before with the Nelk Boys, right? I think it's happened time and time again. Like to this severity. Usually there's like a little bit of back and forth pushing and shoving, but ultimately nothing happens. And as long as everybody's fine, it's good. Oh my God, what the fuck? Yeah, why did they arrest him? Is that dude? Happened in 2012 London with that Tobuscus YouTuber. If this was ended with a couple arrests and a couple people got beat up or riot police, I'm gonna say the cops didn't fuck it up too bad this time around. Yeah, I hope that that's like the most major thing that happens, because the Ace family got sued by the city of LA for a gathering like this. Might have been COVID related though. I don't remember. I mean, this happened. This happens all the time with YouTubers. Like, I feel conflicted, because on the one hand, I'm like it feels like it feels like a Twitch streamer having this level of power and prominence is crazy. You know what I mean? Why is Hasan hating on Kai? I'm not. What the fuck are you talking about? If anything, people are going to get mad at me for being too nice about the situation, because like this could be technically very troublesome. I'm not hating on him at all. I'm literally in the middle of like fucking saying like it's wild that he has this level of influence, so much so that it can so much so that it like got out of control, even though he had good intentions. I think we are now officially in an era where like if you're a Twitch streamer, if you're a live streamer that is like large enough, you just have to get like professional. You have to do this in a professional way. I think Kai being black and his audience being like black as well also will factor into the way that the media covers this. You know what I mean? Because people will immediately be like, oh, this is gang activity. Look at these people. Like there's going to be so much additional like extra. Like when the Nelk Boys does something like this, or when Mr. Beast does something like this and it gets out of control, they're white, their audiences are white. So it's like, oh, these are kids that are being crazy. I mean, fucking influencers, who gives a shit? They're crazy. They should stop that, right? People will be critical of it, but they will not be critical of it in the same way that they're going to be critical of this. Because we've seen stuff like this happen time and time again. But the reality is that you know, if it's like Logan Paul, for example, the coverage on it is always going to be, you know, teens are excited to see their creator, which is true. That is what's going on. And, you know, maybe there will be some legal repercussions, but this will, the way that this will be received by a broader audience will absolutely be seen from the lens of, you know, white supremacy. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, they're going to be like, black agitators, look at what they're doing to cops. Like, you're going to see Fox News coverage on this shit going crazy.
Josh Einiger, who is in the crowd right there, and check in with him. But please hang on the phone with us, Bob. Go ahead,
Liz,
Josh.
Can you hear me?
Yep, go ahead.
All right, Liz, we're on 14th Street. That bus that's backing up from the crowd, we understand that this guy, this influencer, is on that bus, and the police are backing him out. That's what we're hearing from various people in the crowd. The crowd is following the bus. There's a huge complement of police in helmets and with batons out and with their pepper spray out, trying to keep people, including us, by the way, back from the bus. We're going to walk back here. Jared, let's go back in a second. And we are...
Bro,
we're going to back up right now.
I can see Donald Trump talking about this, being like, look, crime in New York City. Crime in New York City. Look, when I was president, I wouldn't have allowed this to happen. Joe Brandon.
Actually, nobody looks like there is someone in the bus. This police officer asking us to stay on one side of 14th Street because they're trying to figure out how to get this back. But you can see what's happening. It's a really out of control situation. A lot of police here at this point.
I'm sorry.
Obviously are not.
It's fucking bananas. As a Twitch streamer, seeing another Twitch streamer cause this level of bedlam in a weird way is super sweet. It's hard for me to fucking not be honest about it. Like looking at this from the point of view of like a Twitch streamer, I'm like, this is wild. Like, I can't believe that this is something that like an influencer is capable of doing. Right? But also simultaneously, I am still worried. You know what I mean? I say it's awesome, you dolt. I mean, it is. It is kind of. But I sounds a bit jealous of Kai. No, not at all. I'm like, getting national news coverage for something like this is wild. But also on the other side, because I'm fucking 32 years old and an old ass man, I do still fear. You know, I hope that nothing bad happens. Jesus fucking Christ, dude. Guys live on IG. 104,000.
I don't know if y'all can hear me, but if y'all could hear me, or y'all gotta go home. Oh my gosh.
Bro, he's like Donald Trump. He's like,
yo, look. Bro, what the fuck? Bro, this.
Just come to my crib. Fuck all of that. The fuck? Yeah, his Instagram live got clapped too, I think. Is there an ambulance following Kai? Is he the shadow president? Yes. I don't think he's on that bus. What the fuck are they doing? What is that?
Managed to get him, if in fact that's what happened, and Jared is shooting this arrest happening right here. So, hey, Jared, come back over here. You see me? All right. Can you take a look at the front of this bus?
They're just like beating the shit.
On the bus.
They pepper sprayed him, but
not, or if they've just been put on.
That wasn't. It was an iPhone. The thing that was dangling wasn't his spit. It was his headphones. But still, what the fuck are they doing? Okay, they need to not be as aggressive.
I don't know if he's on
These are
this bus.
children,
That
man.
seems to be what
Fucking
people
calm down.
All around here think they all have their phones. They're all taking pictures. And you can see a lot of police supervisors
trying to control this crowd. We're going to step out this way.
We understand if you need to.
Yeah, be careful, guys.
Continue to walk, but you can see now that some of the crowd on top of the bus that is also, I believe that is the same bus that was backing in or out of the area there. But you can see the crowd has now converged and surrounded that bus.
On the phone with us right now,
They're like all
John
babies,
J.
dude. They're all
Professor
fucking
Brian
children.
Higgins, Professor, well, we see you, so we're
What
hoping
the
you can
fuck?
see us. Thank you for joining us
Professor?
this afternoon. What do you make of all
Professor of what? Live streaming? What the
mentioned
fuck is
earlier that
this?
social media has really changed things.
It has. It's brought this crowd to this location right now.
What do you think police strategy is and should be right now to try to disperse this crowd in the most peaceful way?
That is exactly what they're going to try to do. What we don't want to see, and what the NYPD is very good at, is instigating the crowd more. So their presence
He's right
now, and
He's
their
right.
direct.
He's right. Professor's right. Never
trying to
mind. I take it
disperse
back.
this
He's
crowd
not
in
wrong.
as peaceful a manner as possible. And you can see, even though they're calling in officers from all over the boroughs, and it may even come to the point where they call in off duty, they're still right now appear to be overwhelmed. So if they were to use force and this crowd became even more violent, the NYPD would be in a very tough situation.
Yeah, and I think the chief mentioned, and Josh said as well, that's really not what they want to do. They don't want to get into a real fight, so to speak, with the folks that are out there. They really just want to get them to go home. I think we're all shocked by how quickly this crowd merged onto Union Square and how quickly it got out of control because of a simple social media post about free items, and how somehow the police missed that and were not able to get.
Why the fuck would anybody think that it was going to be like this? I'm not going to lie. Like, I'm a fucking Twitch streamer. I would never have expected it to get this out of control. Everybody in the chat is like, oh, Hasan, of course it's going to be like this. You're fucking idiot, like, or whatever. No one expects anything to be this crazy. You think it'll get a little rowdy, but you never expect it to be this fucking rowdy. Nobody's like, oh yeah, I hope that there will be bedlam. You know what I mean? They aren't even being violent, bro. Nothing has been looted. Yeah, I mean, obviously not. And people that are saying, oh no, conservatives are already reacting to it. Oh no. Hell is breaking loose in New York City today. Dude, listen, looks like another teen takeover. There is nothing these fucking losers hate more than like teenagers getting rowdy. They fucking lose their minds, okay? Oh, Jesus. The Republican media is going to fucking... Oh, they're gonna make mincemeat out of this. Fox News guest said there could be drugs being used.
Okay,
What?
so Liz, I have a little bit more information from a high-ranking police source. That bus there that we've been watching, the influencer who's at the center of all this is not on that bus. He left, we are told. He is no longer here. They got him out of here. The people on that bus are all under arrest. I don't know how many. We had shots earlier of, I don't know, quite a few. How many? Maybe a dozen, maybe more people, and a lot of cops who are with them. They have them on that bus, and they are backing that bus out.
I think the bedlam aspect of it is over. You know what I mean? Like, this was the worst part of it. Like the car trying to get away from the commotion. But I think it's like now at this point, it's just like cops coming in, beating heads, busting heads, fucking, putting bracelets on people. That's it. At this point, it's like, it's more so that people are just like gathering to see the commotion. Because look at this, like you're fucking filming, you're filming you're seeing the crowd, you're filming the crowd, and it's just like they're not doing anything. They just have their fucking phones out. They're just like kind of trying to figure out what's going on. You know what I mean? objectively, this was really fucking stupid on Kai's part. Subjectively, kind of sick that a Twitch streamer can do this. Yeah, I do feel that way. I think like at this point, if you're above a certain level of prominence on social media, you just have to make it professional. You can't. You have to like. You have to get like a venue for something like this. It's on Fox
That sent
News,
all
dude.
available police in the area to the scene. In other words, no matter what you're doing as a cop in that area, you get to this area. No arrests or injuries so far reported, although as one sergeant was quoted here, this is from the New York Daily News, it appears out of control. We're also getting reports of 8 people in handcuffs. That's coming separately from the New York Post. We'll keep you posted on that.
You're going to get some arrests. On a level 4, that's a very rare mobilization. So they're taking this very seriously.
Thank you, Inspector. You're the best and helped us make sense of this. All right. In the meantime, a lot new things are coming together on the story of these U.S. sailors who were charged with being spies for China.
The fuck? Fox News. I cannot believe Fox News gave this coverage. It's crazy. A Category 4 teen gathering. Kai seriously needs to realize the amount of reach he has now is a shit show. I mean, I think he does now. He knows now. Kai Cenat gets put in the back of a police car after a Union Square Park giveaway goes wrong. Is it him? I don't think that's him. Oh, oh shit! It might be him. Yeah. Yep. Of course they gave it coverage. This is anti-Zoomer hate porn. Yeah. It's anti-Zoomer hate porn. There's an anti-black angle into it. Of course they're going to fucking get all over this shit. Like, oof. He did this with Uzi too, but they didn't really announce it as a meet and greet. It just happens when people see these types of celebrities hanging out, doing shit in public. That's the car he was in during that live stream on IG. Oh, he was okay. He was live on Instagram from the back of a. Yeah, you got the city crime angle that you can just really fucking that you can cover. That is being like, of course, it's Kai, like, motherfucker. And why do you think that is? Wait, what do you mean? The ABC 7 lady really wants to see Kai get arrested? Wait, really? Oh my God.
It has been a very difficult and touchy situation as we hear that police are now armed with pepper spray and batons. They have their helmets and gear on, whereas initially we saw officers who were not prepared to help get rid of this crowd in a fashion because it was just so large and overwhelming.
And the objective really is not to have that confrontation. Right. It's to get them to disperse as safely and peacefully as possible.
Yeah, can we go back to Safan Kim? Have we reestablished our signal with him? Because he was walking with police. We have not. How about Josh Einiger? Okay. So obviously, because it's a very fluid situation down there and our live capability as our crews walk with these crowds sometimes goes in and out. We did just reestablish with Safan. Let's go ahead and check in with him. Safan.
Okay, so there's the first observation, several arrests happening right now. We saw 2 individuals handcuffed. They're being loaded onto this MTA bus. When you last saw us, we were extracted from there by police officers because you can tell it was getting pretty chaotic. There were bottles being thrown around everywhere. So what the officers have done is they've moved the media now. This is 14th Street. Hector, if you can pan over to Union Square, we're on the south side of 14th Street.
This is the only IG story Guy posted? Oh my God.
Behind this line because they may need to bring the barricades back out, they said, and who knows if this line gets pushed back, right? So they're keeping us this distance back. This is south of 14th. You're seeing the mess and the chaos now in Union Square. If I'm going to have Hector sort of pan along 14th Street, you can see this is a standstill. You've got some of these are police vehicles, but at least on Broadway there were, civilian vehicles just being climbed on top of, broken into. But this crowd is dispersing now. Still a lot of people here, but they're not in the street at this point. So at least at this stage, it looks like police officers got them off the street and have contained them into Union Square. There's probably a second move at some point they're going to make, but I guess they're going to let this thing hopefully fizzle out on its own, so it's a little more controllable.
Yeah, Kai was not arrested. He was just he was put in the back of a cop car so he could get away. Imagine the power that Mr. Beast has if this is what Kai can do. This has happened with Mr. Beast already. The only reason why you probably never saw the coverage of it is because, one, I didn't cover it, or two, Mr. Beast having this kind of gathering that turns into like a commotion, oftentimes will, like, Mr. Beast is more of a brand at this point. So it was at a mall. There was like security. There was a lot of like precautions they took, and it still got out of hand. But the most important part of this conversation is Mr. Beast is white, and his fan base is white. This has happened with the Nelk Boys, which is a better comparison, or Logan Paul, which is a better comparison. And when those things actually also turned into a massive commotion, or you don't get a lot of media coverage that you will see in this circumstance. This has happened time and time again. But the reason why there will be more media coverage on this is because like bad faith political actors will turn this into a larger thing. Like, not that it's like an influencer who wanted to do a giveaway and then that giveaway turned into something more, right? And it got out of control. But instead, they'll be like, look at all these Zoomers that are out of control. Look at all these black teenagers that are out of control. Crime is out of control. This is the narrative that they'll run, and make it a larger issue and demand repercussions happen. That kind of thing. Libs of TikTok posted about it. Oh, fuck, all of the worst demons, dude. Fuck all of these people. Just because they're covering a large mass of people and arrested in New York doesn't mean it's because they're black. No, you're misunderstanding what I'm saying. This kind of stuff, whenever it happens, there's, of course, news coverage over it. It's a massive fucking gathering of people and a crowd that's, like, getting rowdy, right? Obviously, there's going to be news coverage of it. I'm talking about the commentary sphere. I'm talking about how that news coverage turns into something else. If it's the Nelk Boys doing it, it's just influencer gone wild. These guys are crazy. Maybe a couple people asking for the influencer to be arrested. The narrative, the secondary narrative on an event like this will be definitely different because Kai's black. And his audience is also black Zoomers as well. It's officially international news. Independent U.S. Oh my God. Chaos unfolds. Well, this is the U.S. Team, so it doesn't matter. But it will probably it will probably go international.
All right, Josh, thank you very much.
Look, Josh can't see our vantage point, but it does appear there are fewer people concentrated in Union Square and in that area than what we saw, say, 45 minutes ago.
Yeah.
So they've had some success.
Right. And we are seeing for the first time, like you and I have said, a complete flip-flop of police now overwhelming the situation and getting control of the crowd, helping to disperse or arrest them. But the feeling of the rowdiness, the out-of-controlness appears to have
calmed down
subsided significantly in that area. But as you can see, much of that area with traffic,
violent mobs,
still very much at a standstill. And as far as
my big fear was crowd crush, which seemingly has not happened, so that's good. Okay, here's what the reality is. Notice how one fight fucking broke out in the midst of this chaos, and every single one of these scum fucking racist ass, dumbass, fucking stupid ass Twitter clout farming bitch ass accounts are literally like violent mobs are wreaking havoc, or people saying like looting is occurring. Fuck those people. You had 8,000 teenagers in one fucking location, and all you got was one goddamn fight video that you want to cultivate a narrative over. Like, the situation itself is already chaotic enough. The fact that you have to also take additional ways of cutting racist ass content is so stupid. Like, of course there were additional fights. It's not even just that one fight. Of course, it's going to happen. 8,000 teenagers in one fucking place. You know? They're like, violent mobs are tearing New York City apart. No, it's a Twitch streamer, or a YouTuber, sorry, who wanted to do a giveaway in a massive area, and it got out of fucking control. Of course, people with time to watch people play video games all day would also have time to go out and cause a riot, get a job. Telling people to get a job when they're like very clearly 12-year-olds is pretty funny. I was just there. I'm walking to my train now. It was funny. The cops were being such dicks, but the kids were all having fun. Yeah. It's fucking summer vacation. Nobody's got anything better to do. They're all fucking children. You know what I mean? It's like, calm down. Look at this. Look, like, they're all kids. Like, you can tell they're all kids. Fuck. Oh my God. This is Phantom's Instagram story. Like, there's no school. What do you want? I mean, in the U.S., 12-year-olds is perfectly fine to begin working. Yeah, I know. The children yearn for working in the fucking meatpacking industry so they can die in a poultry facility. You know what I mean? Uh-oh. Well, now it's officially reached mainstream UK news. The Independent. Chaos unfolds among crowd gathered in New York City Park for influencers event. This is now officially an international event. Bro, this was like a Zoomer. This was Zoomer January 6th. It's kind of funny. They're playing B-roll now, but this was live on Sky News. Oh, Sky News Live said, breaking news, police tell people to avoid Manhattan's Union Square. We were doing the same shit after the Eagles won the NFC Championship game in December, and nobody says shit. I climbed on a bus station. It was fun. Yeah, I mean, you know, every now and then this kind of thing happens. But here, this was definitely a little bit more organized. But I'm pretty sure this was like chaotic as well, right? Yeah, look, there's like barriers. There's like a shit ton of security. But that's why comparing to Mr. Beast is not the best example. But instead, compare it to like the Nelk Boys, or compare it to fucking Logan Paul. Like they've all had similar situations happen. Yeah, here.
Jersey Shore, and it's in the news now because it's the site of a potential super spreader of COVID.
They also covered this. Because it was like during COVID. They covered it like from the COVID angle.
19. Thousands of partiers making no attempt to socially distant, and most of them not wearing masks, all packed together at a party that was organized by a group of YouTube pranksters. They call themselves the Nelk Boys. Then, as Les Trent reports, the cops showed up.
This was in a mall with days of planning and security. 2,000 stayed overnight. 10K showed up the day of, but got nowhere near Jimmy. I know I was 18th in line. Wait, what? Why the fuck were you? What? Please stop. You stayed overnight to see? Mr. Beast, a 32-month subscriber of mine. I don't know. Is just black Zoomers watch Kai? No, but the coverage of that will be like that. When I talk about Kai being black, I'm talking about the media coverage of it and the reception of things that he is doing. Okay? The reason why I'm showing this to you, is so you understand like how the media covers different stories differently. Even if like how the media covers similar stories with a different lens.
The notorious beach house made famous on the reality TV show Jersey Shore.
Like, did you see the fucking white supremacist I just banned? He said, we all know blacks are more violent than whites. Yeah, dude. Yeah, it was crazy when, the black nation of Wakanda invaded Iraq. Remember that? Dumbass.
Let's drink.
Forget about masks and social distancing. Now there are fears it could turn into a pandemic super spreader event. The multitude was drawn to the house by this video posted on social media by the popular YouTube personalities, the Nelk Boys. Things got out of control pretty quickly. The Nelk Boys have been under fire for throwing.
The crowds are actually just going insane because they know the top of the hour ad break is coming. Fuck you, dude. And they can't avoid it unless they sub. God damn it. Why did I fucking read it? Obama was black, and we all know what happened in the Middle East under his administration. Yeah, Obama was black, so then America became a black supremacist nation and not a white supremacist one. That's a good take. Thank you, chatter. Yeah. Difference is, that's my point. This is precisely what I'm trying to say. The difference is our racist uncles are not going to know about the Nelk Boy shit. Plus, the Nelk Boys are also like Trump supporters. But you definitely are going to hear from your racist ass uncle about this Cenat boy. What's he doing? He doing a riot out there? All these black teenagers are running around looting businesses. They went into Walgreens. You know what I mean? Like, you're gonna hear all bunch of different fucking insane shit. Yeah. How come our big beautiful president Donald Trump is going to jail for not inciting a riot on January 6th, which was just a regular tourist occurrence, but this Cenat kid, he ain't going to jail? It's because he's black, isn't it? That's why. The goddamn liberals. Also, Nelk Boys in Texas riot. You're going to get clipped out of context a billion times today? Yeah, I don't give a shit. I mean, I get clipped out of context every fucking day. Holy shit. 4 suspects sought for assault at Nelk Boys meetup in Fort Worth, police say. The woke DA probably gave Kai Snotfeller a key to the city. Yeah. This wouldn't have happened if they didn't defund the police. You know what I mean? That sort of shit. Okay. Let me finish this real quick.
Huge parties at college campuses across the USA in defiance of the ongoing pandemic. Last night on the Jersey Shore.
By the way, before I forget,
leave the house.
The 3-minute ad break is upon us.
I spoke with Seaside Heights Mayor Anthony Vaz. What's your reaction to what happened here yesterday?
I'm very, very annoyed, frustrated at the owner because he was told several days in advance that this possibly can happen.
The 6-bedroom house is available online to rent by the night at the cost of $2,600. today.
$2,600 a night, dude. Fucking, that is the real, like, Nelk boys are the worst, but like, goddamn, the real crime there is the milking that these Airbnb owners are getting out of fucking a shitty ass Jersey Shore house. Holy fucking moly, dude. I hate that so much. Kai's IG story telling fans to go home. Yeah, we saw that.
Go home. Oh my gosh. Yo, look. Bro, what the fuck? Bro, this.
My grandpa's house on the shore was the one they used for that MTV True Life show. Nice. Okay, here, I got to pee real quick. Well, watch this.
Today, of the massive crowd you may have heard about that took over the Fort Worth stockyards recently, as police are now trying to track down 4 assault suspects. Got Ken Molestino working the details on this. What are they looking at?
Well, you know, Doug, this was supposed to be an event for fans to hang out with some popular YouTube stars. There were fans of them, but the excitement soon gave way to chaos and to violence. They're called the Nelk Boys, a group of pranksters with 6 million subscribers on YouTube. They're based in Los Angeles, but recently announced a visit to Fort Worth on March 15th.
Pisser already. I just met them. It's gonna be a lot of support in Texas.
The group's most recent video, titled "Nelk Started a Riot in Texas," shows them surprising fans, pranking homeowners, and partying in a hotel before the event. The meetup was supposed to start at 5 p.m., but thousands of people showed up to the stockyards early that day. The Nelk Boys said they applied for permits and put up barricades, but were worried the event would get canceled.
They're probably gonna find a way to shut it down somehow. Apparently a kid just fainted.
Video posted to Twitter shows fans filling the parking lot of the nearby Sonic Drive-In, blocking traffic, even climbing on the roof of the business. But it was at the nearby Domino's Pizza where police say things went from bad to worse. A tow truck driver was trying to remove a vehicle when its owner came up and demanded he stop. Police say these 4 men assaulted the driver. Investigators are asking for help identifying them. As officers arrived, the crowds dissolved with people running everywhere.
Yeah, they're not happy. Those cops. No, they're getting pissed.
As for the Nelk Boys, they say Fort Worth PD had warned that if they'd show up, they would be charged with inciting a riot. YouTube video shows them driving by the chaos, but not making.
Holy fuck. Twitch streamers giveaway event sparks chaos in Manhattan. Police try to contain crowd. Wait, did they arrest him? I think they got Agent and Duke, but I don't know if they also, I mean, Kai was in a cop car, but I don't think he was arrested. No, Twitch streamer. No. This is a YouTuber, guys. This is a YouTuber. He's a YouTuber. The MTA is skipping the Union Square station in both directions. Several people, including the influencer behind the event, have been arrested. He's a YouTuber. 34 MKD50. Thank you for the 50 gifted subs. What exactly sparked the crowd to turn unruly isn't yet clear, but by 3:30 p.m., people are seen throwing garbage at police and taking down barriers around the perimeter. NYPD estimates a couple thousand people were in Union Square around 4 p.m., prompting the highest level of police mobilization. According to a spokesperson, the department called on an estimated 1,000 officers to respond to the escalating situation. Yeah, see? They immediately are pumping. They're immediately pumping. Big Boy Gamer Man, thank you for the 10 tier 1 gifted subs. I don't think Kai's arrested. I think that they're saying the person responsible for the event, and that could mean, guys, these guys have no fucking clue who these people are. You understand? They're goddamn boomers. They literally could be talking about Agent getting arrested or detained. They have no idea. You know they have no idea. Cenat was eventually pulled out from the mass crowd by police officers placed into custody. A spokesperson confirmed police arrested the influencer and numerous other people in the crowd. Top story on the 5. They're saying no arrests. No shot. The 5 is covering this? Oh, fuck, dude. This is Literally all of my worlds colliding. Okay, we're going live to Fox News to see what kind of unhinged boomer racial agitated
Kennedy,
propaganda.
You've seen some of these things. You saw it in the Arab Spring. You saw Black Lives Matter. You've seen the anti-Trump protests. This looks a little different than those things, but also, I mean, the same amount of people.
Well, unfortunately, the same thing can happen because, as we see with riots, they build and build and build, and the crescendo is what's so dangerous because you have people who are watching this on TikTok and YouTube and Instagram. They have FOMO, so they rush to the scene. They try and get there, and more people show up. The later it goes, the dumber people get. And my worry is that, you know, there are kids, it's the middle of summer. A lot of kids are unsupervised right now. They're just screwing around. And I worry that someone is going to get seriously hurt. And all these influencers are trying to do is show they can pull a crowd. They just want to show that they can create a massive scene, that they've got so much clout and so much pull. And, you know, as Tyrus would say, this is the flex for them to show that they can get a ton of people in one place and create utter chaos just because people are so excited to see them. And that's a win. That is what victory looks like when you are an influencer.
Yeah, I mean, you used to have the Beatles. You know, they used to go on top of the roof and they used to play music and people used to swarm around. But that was
but that was different because they're white.
This guy's just throwing around the PS5.
Yeah, that's different because they're white. That's why. Say it, because they're white. So that was cool.
He was offering something that everybody wanted, PlayStations. Scott Baio could have came back today and went to and said, I'm going to give away PlayStations computers. Downtown, the same mob would have showed up. That's the thing. It's not him. Because
Tim the Tap Man.
And I think he can still do it. He's still in charge. But the point is, that's the thing. The illusion is him. It's not him. Right. Because once he shows
Yeah, sure. Scott Baio could draw crowds like this. Suck my dick, dude. What the fuck are you talking about? No, the fuck he wouldn't, okay? Scott Baio could be like, I'm giving it $1 million at Union Square, and he wouldn't be able to fucking bring a group of people like this. Yeah. Because no one would know. No one would know. That's the difference. When you're Kai Cenat and you say this, it's very different than fucking Scott Baio saying it on his Instagram.
Freedom to assemble is a freedom to assemble as long as you walk through you satisfy certain requirements. People who don't generally are rioting, and those are the people that should be held accountable by the law. Two, this says a lot about us too. I think your point, both you and Tyrus, both you and Martha, saying about how all of us are saying how people want free stuff. I mean, our value system is a little warped here. We would all show up for PlayStation 5s. I mean, it's different going to see the Beatles or going to see Hammer or going to see LL or going to see Bobby Brown. Every little step, Tim the Ronin. Going to see that for free is a very different proposition. But I hope the police hold accountable.
Bitch, the Beatles wasn't giving any PlayStations. The fuck are you talking about? It's like even sicker. You get to see your favorite influencer or whatever. You get to join in on like some kind of crowd action and also potentially get like free shit. The fuck do you mean?
Some of these kids just went down there. They're not bothering anybody. Other people, there were reports of hitting police. We see so many scenes of people who think that they're giving away everything free at Gucci and in the drugstore and throwing stuff, you know, in the back of bags and running away.
By the way, this delay is unimaginably bad. I am going to try and find a better way. A better live stream version of this. Hopefully there will be less delay on that.
Yeah, I don't think he's upset about this at all. I think, you know, wearing the little silver bracelets today is now, you know, I remember in 1991, I was very excited to go to the Sunset Strip and see a little bit of hair metal. You know who pulled up? And red convertible Lambo, MC Hammer.
Ooh.
And you know what happened? He was mobbed by everyone, metal fans, hip hop fans. He was mobbed by everyone on the street. I've never seen a person with a bigger smile on his face.
He loved it.
He was so happy to have touched off.
She's the liberal.
And I was like, please, Hammer, don't hurt him. He's like, this doesn't hurt at all. This feels so good. And unfortunately, that is the effect that he's going for. But stay safe. Don't be dingbats. It's not worth it.
Can't touch this. All right, ahead, a big-name Democrat staging a Biden intervention.
I mean, it's not too bad. It's like a minor blip. They're not making like a larger story out of it, so that's good. You know what I mean? Businesses are turning into the Hasan Pocket Twitch stream to hear the latest news on the Cenat in New York. Oh my God. No broken shit, no riots, no looting, so no story. Yeah. Except here's what's happening right now.
That
they're fucking arresting the shit out of
They
people.
are starting to get things under control, but again, there's
Oh,
still
thank God.
much more work ahead. The Chief of Department, Jeffrey Maudry, is on scene, and he is expected to do a press briefing.
Oh, thank God, man. Thank God. They, they're getting things under control by arresting them. The maximum amount of violence, if there was no crowd crush or anything that happened there, the metric ton of violence that will occur on this day will happen at the hands of cops that are brutalizing and beating the shit out of teenagers, children. Now, do I think it is irresponsible? Do I think it got out of control? Absolutely. But let's be fucking really clear on this, okay? At first, due to fears that there would be additional commotion that would actually harm a bunch of people's lives, they didn't do a lot of like pushing and tear gassing or anything like that, which was good. They were handling the crowd decently well. I think that I hate to hand it to the NYPD in any capacity, but they were doing all right. Okay? And now, of course, now that the actual commotion is over because they successfully did this, now they're going to move on and start actually, throwing bracelets at kids, beating the shit out of them, and
looks
going
like a
crazy.
snapshot of some of the coverage of the event there.
Right. Let's check on how the dispersal is going, because it is ongoing, and our crews are positioned. This is video from earlier, to be clear, but Checky Beckford is standing by.
Oh no!
Checky?
A cop got hit in the face with a fucking water bottle, dude.
Yeah, David, we're again
Drop
about
a nuke
2
on
blocks
him.
away from the center of the park right now. We saw a huge crowd of those people coming out this way as police force them to clear out. It looks like we're going to get another round. Police are coming through on horseback right now. Horseback police are coming through right now. But it looks like we're getting more people coming this way as police cleared out the park, trying to send.
Yeah,
these,
Kai
as
was
you
arrested
mentioned,
according to a
mostly
New York
kids.
Police Department spokesperson as well. Yes. We saw Duke Dennis get arrested. Some people were saying the agent got arrested as well. Like a bunch of the AMP boys got arrested. Now the New York Police Department spokesperson is saying that Kai was also arrested.
Top of cars and climbing on top of the subway stop, and that they realized that they needed to leave, especially with the young children that they had with them. So as you mentioned, this again started for many of these people, fans of this influencer, Kai Cenat, who came here for this giveaway of
fuck is that
PS5s
tat?
and other gift certificates and so forth. But no one we spoke to actually got anything. So they said that either the crowd was just too large, they never actually got to even to give away anything, and so they walked away because of the situation there, what turned into just this riot mayhem situation. Right now we're seeing buses and traffic coming westward now.
Why would they arrest them? I don't know why they arrested anybody. I don't know why they arrested individual people, but why would they have him in custody? Probably they'll hit him with like inciting a riot and disturbing government. They can hit him with like inciting a riot. They can hit him with, first of all, that's what cops do. So of course they did that. It's like if you're a hammer, everything looks like a nail. So one thing that charges that they could hit him with potentially are, like they talked about, inciting a riot. And also disrupting government services, because like the MTA had to skip the Union Square station and shit like that. Public disturbance, numerous things. Am I an idiot? I don't see rioting or violence at all. Originally it got a little chaotic, but luckily it didn't turn into a bigger commotion. It was just like, it was bedlam for like a brief moment, and then they were in and out, you know what I mean? There was a couple fights that broke out as far as we saw. But again, I don't know what the actual assessment is because I don't know if there were people that were like stomped on. You know what I mean? But that always happens. You know, it's bound to happen. If there's a massive gathering of teenagers anywhere, they're always going to get excited. You know, things are going to get out of control. Tyler, the Creator, arrested for inciting a riot at South by Southwest. Police said Tyler encouraged behaviors causing an immediate danger and injury to persons. Spin described Tyler's headlining show during the Converse Thrasher death match at Scoot Inn. He told people outside the gates to push through, leading them into a chant, push, push, push. Then hundreds of people rushed in. The venue cut off sound, at which point the scene reportedly almost became violent. They turned the sound back on and finished the set. No, they were not arresting him here. They were just like pulling him out of the crowd and putting him in the back of a cop car. Yeah. No, that's fucking funny. What the fuck? Dude, what a save. Holy shit. AKA known as being arrested. No, man, they didn't handcuff him. He was in the back of a fucking cop car on Instagram Live. What the fuck are you talking about? They put him in a cop car to get him out of the scene, and then they probably arrested him when they took him down to the police department. Like he was in, they escorted him out, and then they technically officially put him in custody. Apparently, they're trying to find him right now. Wait, find who? Also, what did you think was going to happen? It's so stupid or whatever. Is like... What? Attention. NYPD person of interest? Wait, what the fuck? I hope this email finds you well. The NYPD is currently trying to locate this individual. It's possible that he's staying in a Midtown hotel. Please contact me if you have him at your property. That was at 4 p.m. That was before... And also, no, I don't believe that. That's definitely fucking fake. Why are you guys sending me dumb shit? They literally have Kai. You can Google it, dumbasses. Yeah, he was in a cop car. He was in the back of a cop car while he was live streaming from Instagram Live. And they probably, according to the New York Police Department spokesperson, he is now in their custody. So it's confirmed. He is officially in the custody of the NYPD. Okay. There you go. Twitch influencer. Man, stop. He's a YouTuber. It's not a Twitch influencer, guys. Stop it. YouTuber Kai Cenat in custody after Rumble. He's a Rumble guy. Cenat, a popular personality on Twitch and YouTube, was in law enforcement custody after a crowd of hundreds turned unruly after a promise to give away video game consoles. They're coming for you next. Bitch, I don't leave my house. You know what I mean? Media covering the giveaway side of this seems silly. Surely if Kai was still giving away like school supplies, the same situation happens 100%. Like even if he was doing a meet and greet without a giveaway, it would still happen. Maybe not to this degree, but it would still happen. It's just he is an insanely popular person. These charges won't stick unless they have evidence on social media of him encouraging people to riot and get it out of control. Just announcing a giveaway in and of itself can't be interpreted as inciting a riot. He didn't tell anyone to fight like hell. He's not Donald Trump. Yes. And not only that, but as far as I understand, I think his suspicion was that like there would be like 500 people or like 1,000 people max or something. That's what someone in the chat was saying. Probably underestimated how famous he is. Yeah, it is crazy that he has that many people just in New York City alone. I mean, he's like originally from New York. That makes sense. New York Post, dog whistle ass title, full on riot. Full on riot breaks out during Twitch influencer Cenat PS5 giveaway. Yeah, it's the New York Post. Of course, they're gonna hit every fucking high note they possibly can. I'm just glad that it didn't turn into a larger commotion. So overall it seems like it was you know, the worst possible outcomes are completely avoided, you know what I mean? It wasn't like Fox News push notification says chaos erupts in major U.S. city as police officers dodge flying objects. Yeah, I don't care about that kind of stuff. As far as like 5 cops were killed. Shut the fuck up, idiot. Do a giveaway in Hollywood? Abso-fucking-lutely not. So, as far as I understand, the goal from AMP was to basically just, you know, the goal from AMP was to you know, do a giveaway operation, stay off the streets and stream or something like that. That's what they called it. Their goal was to give like, you know, PlayStation 5s, gift cards, for streaming equipment, things of that nature. Obviously, they were unsuccessful considering what happened. I don't think they foresaw it getting this out of control. You know what I mean?
We're going to hopefully get out without any injury. Jonathan Dienst, Chief Investigative Reporter, update us on what you're hearing.
Got an answer for you, David and Natalie, what you guys were asking before, whether the social media influencer was in the crowd. Was he in the Sprinter van that he apparently arrived in? According to the police spokesman, he was in both. So he was in the van, he was out in the crowd, he went back to the van, and perhaps that is why you see, at least amid the crowd here. Again, we don't know if he's in the middle of all that, but it would seem to make some sense that, and the police spokesman says, yes, for a time, the social media influencer was out in the middle of the crowd.
If you were Kai's lawyer, what would you argue in his defense? Oh, what do you mean? Depending on what the charges are, easy peasy. Literally just like, this was, my client had no intention of like, there's zero proof that my client had any intention of like shutting anything down, any services down. He thought that there was going to be not that many people attending this thing. He only had the most honest and best intentions in mind, that he did everything right and they indicted him. That's what they would say. No, they would just basically say like, yeah, we thought that we could give away some fucking free shit for children in like a program basically. And that ultimately it got completely out of control, beyond their wildest imaginations. And as soon as it got out of control, my client tried to get out of the situation and did his very best to try to stop people from further engaging in unlawful acts, He left the vicinity. He left the scene with police escort. He went live to tell people to go home. I love this. Let me tell you something. You want to know how not violent this situation was? The one fucking thing that they keep showing is a cop getting hit with one water bottle. That's how you know this shit was not the violent commotion that you think it is, okay? Because if it was a fucking violent commotion, they'd be replaying the most violent aspects. If that's the most violent aspect of the commotion that you got on camera, holy fuck. Good thing you're not a lawyer. He died, bro. That water bottle could have had fentanyl dust on it. True. So, can we please do this? No. For the record, I don't even... I don't think I would be able to draw a crowd like this regardless. So, no. And I'm glad that that would not happen anyway. I would not do that. Anyway. Yeah, Kai ironically got way larger crowds and way larger numbers than Trump supporters after another indictment. Also, if I got a big-ass crowd like that in a public space, it would be mostly people that want to fucking murk me. Are you kidding me? Yeah, sure, there'd be some fans, but there'd be plenty of other people that are there to just, like, literally kill me. So, yeah. Like, here, let me explain something to you guys, okay? The water bottle being thrown at a cop, that's not great. It's not nice, right? They're showing that as, like, you know, gross depictions of violence. They're like, they're fucking trying to kill cops. Look at this. And then they glance over imagery of police officers, like, arresting people, arresting teenagers with their fucking entire body weight on them. What do you think is more violent? Getting hit in the head by a fucking water bottle from afar? Or like being, you know, physically apprehended and handcuffed? One is seen as a violent act because it is against cops, which currently hold the state's monopoly of violence. That is seen only as a violent act if you're going against the cop. If the other side of that happens, if a cop actually is like apprehending you, if a cop actually is beating the shit out of you, that's not considered violence. That's considered the norm. You have to understand that this is always how this shit will get analyzed. You're waffling. I'm waffling my dick in your mother's pussy, you fucking idiot. Okay? The state's monopoly of violence and the way that violence is interpreted through the lens of the fucking population is not a new concept. You dumb fuck. Read a goddamn book, okay? Holy shit. There are numerous different kinds of violent acts. There's also structural violence, like the structural violence of poverty, okay? There's also direct acts of violence. Anyway. As far as direct acts of violence goes, it doesn't matter. If a cop is engaging in it, then it's considered normal. It's considered the norm. If a person who's not a police officer doing it against a police officer, that's considered the most egregious act of violence that you can engage in. Looks like the NYPD called out 1,000 officers to deal with an estimated crowd of 2,000. Yeah, they were saying it was 8,000, but I think it was less than that. I think it was like probably around 2,000. But still, I mean, it was a crazy scene. It definitely got out of control. It could have been much, much worse. And I'm glad that it didn't. Okay, that's it. Like, anyone that is, you know, going above and beyond, unless there's like additional information that I'm not privy to, anyone that's like taking this above and beyond, utilizing this for like additional narratives about how like, you know, violent black teenagers are out of control or crime is running rampant in big cities is a fucking silly bitch. Plenty of people will do it regardless because, you know, slow news day. Overall, before this turned into, I mean, overall, the crowd control in the beginning, when it was like a massive gathering and a commotion, was pretty good. And now that the crowd is actually maintained, now that like the crowd is dispersing, well, of course, now they're going to start fucking brutalizing teenagers. You know what I mean? People make this about diversity and anti-blackness if it was like the Beatles or something. Well, yeah. Well, you heard Jesse Waters literally say, well, the Beatles did this and it was fine and dandy. Because, you know, I wonder why Jesse Waters thinks it's okay when there's commotion, when the Beatles are performing a rooftop concert or some shit. Okay. But this is like a violent riot with possible fucking looting and shit. Anyway, we already saw do you think Twitch bans Kai the way they banned Ice Poseidon? He might get in trouble, but there's a difference. One is like purposefully and deliberately and regularly, routinely violating rules and like trying to fucking making no reasonable attempts to be like a brand versus the other is like a brand who is unfortunately too popular for his own good. So there's a massive difference between the two situations, and like making that comparison is crazy.
There urging people, leave now, you won't get arrested, but we have seen,
as far as I know, there were no degenerates tossing water bottles and traffic cones at the Beatles. This is pretty funny because, one, a 9-month subscriber turning into a fucking Fox News watching like a pearl clutching reactionary suburban boomer is hilarious to me at the sight of like black teenagers fucking throwing water bottles at a cop. Okay, I love that. Like, what the fuck is wrong with you? Like, have you ever been to a fucking concert or a large gathering in a crowd? No matter what happens, there always will be commotion, okay? It was a joke. Yeah, it was a bad one. Yeah, people don't just fucking throw shit at cops any longer. They throw shit at the performers. I watched a video about how someone gave a K-pop artist their fucking baby. They're so wrong. Yeah, I know. That's so funny.
keeping an eye on things. And again, they have those speakers they've been blaring so everyone gets the message. You know, go home, get out of here. You won't be arrested.
Yeah, it's also a tool to take video and photos for, you know, for future cases, as it were.
Of course, that's right. And it's been hovering steadily over here. We're just looking around right now. My photographer, Don, is giving you our latest look. You're looking uptown. That's East 17th Street in front of us. Again, we're standing at East 16th and Union Square East. A lot of officers gathered over here. You can see they have their helmets on. They've been ready, but they've gotten that crowd.
Ready to fucking what? Kill teenagers? Holy shit. Oh my God. He was like, you're about to be a lethal threat. Jesus Christ, dude. Hey, cops always just behaving in cop-like ways. You know what I mean? Jesus Christ. They're destroying public properties and trashing the city. What the fuck do you mean? I know, dude. I know. When you have a large gathering, when you have a big ass crowd that gets out of control, of course, someone has to fucking engage in crowd control. I'm not saying that it is irresponsible. As a matter of fact, I said the exact opposite, where I said the cops seemingly were doing a decent job in the beginning out of genuine concern that if they were to react in a violent manner when the crowd was forming, they could have caused a commotion and had people fucking stampede, okay? But now that oh yeah, here, by the way, the fact that like this never happened with the Beatles sparked music phenomenon Beatlemania, where there were scary moments with large crowds where they almost got crushed. Anyway, this crowd looks safer than some stages of Lollapalooza Law. It's a wild to say that this is violent and crazy. From a snapshot, when you're looking at it from above, it certainly did. It did look. It looked chaotic. It looked chaotic. But it's over. The chaos is done. It's subsided. It's done. They did a little rabble rousing. Who cares? Better add a "Are you a closet racist" to your annual polls next year for some of these chatters. Yeah. Every Central European medium-sized town of 15,000 people looks like this after a football win. Yeah. Do it with Lolo. This is awesome, Lamau. We need more streamers to do this all over major cities and shut everything down. It's hilarious. The riot police were deployed to the gift card giveaway. Sounds like a lyric from a Bo Burnham song. Yeah. Eagles fans are probably watching all the right-wing reactionaries cause the riot. Like, what the fuck do you call this a riot? You should have seen me set a cop car on fire and eat hort shit. This is stolen riot valor. By the way, one aspect of this that, yes, a chatter correctly pointed out that that we glossed over was the salivating news media anchor that was excited at the prospect of cops using drones to do like post hoc arrests after the fact. Like they're like, yeah, there's a lot of drones shooting the entire scene, hopefully to gain access to and identify some of the biggest rabble rousers. It's like, dude, Jesus Christ. That's nuts, dude. These are children, okay? They're children. Putting them in the system for this is fucking unimaginably more violent than anything they could have done.
So that's earlier. This is right now. We have Ali Bauman on the ground. Last we saw, Ali was on Park Avenue. Where are you now, Ali? What do you have?
Oh, we're still on Park Avenue. We're really only a block north of where we were before. You can see behind me you have
What the fuck, dude? They're kettling.
Going overhead saying to disperse, otherwise you're subject to arrest. And then I'm going to have Ryan swing around and show you the crowd that these officers are following. These kids that came here really just about a half an hour ago. Right now they're throwing bottles at the cops of some sort. A few minutes ago we saw the kids, coming here, jumping on rather, cars at first, and then going to the outdoor dining structures that were here. They took some of the chairs and stools from the outdoor dining structures and have been holding those over their head. A kind kid actually gave us a little warning and said to step out of the way because they were going to start throwing things, and then we did, and then they did start throwing things, so at least appreciated the heads up. But,
Allie, what about
but
that?
These officers, now you can see, they definitely have their shields.
What about that? Why are they doing this? Has anyone, explained
What, you mean the cops? Why are they doing this? Why are they doing this? It's over. The crowd is dispersed already. What the fuck are they doing? Their presence is like infinitely more intimidating and more violent than like a bunch of fucking teenagers. Like, come on.
The group that was doing that much mayhem, they were 14 years old. They were walking here a little bit before the rest of the group.
Exactly.
And they were leaving, saying that they were leaving because it had gotten so chaotic. They said they came here for a meet and greet with Cenat, the YouTuber. The giveaway of the PlayStations wasn't as important to them. It was the meet and greet. And then things devolved, and I have not been able to get an answer about why that is.
As we're watching these police mobilize these crowds, and then the smaller crowds that have erupted as a result, you've got to wonder, what are they going to do? Follow them all the way home? I mean,
good question. Yeah.
Just go home as they're being told. We heard part of the announcement there from the loudspeaker. I don't know if that was coming from a drone. Let's listen. Here it is. Here's the announcement.
I know you want to seem cool to your juicer audience, but these kids totally fucked up Manhattan and shut down the borough. Yeah, no, the cops should kill them. You're right. In order not to seem cool to my juicer audience, apparently, what I should be saying instead is, what this deserves is the violent boot of the state. Militant action is an absolute necessity. These children are hoodlums. They need to be locked up infinitely for an infinite amount of time. I cannot think of a worse thing that could have ever happened other than like approximately eight MTA subway rides skipping past Union Station and I guess like water bottles being thrown in the vicinity of cops and one of them actually striking a cop. Is that good? Is that what you want to hear me say? Is that what you want to hear? It's done. They shut down New York City. They destroyed businesses. They looted. Riots ensued. Fires were burnt. Is that what you want to hear? Oh, this is worse than 9/11 for New York. Is that what you want to hear? Is that what you want me to say? The fuck do you mean? It's so fucking stupid. Yeah, it got rowdy. They're teenagers. Okay. It completely got out of control. Then it got in control. And now it's done. So what the fuck are these guys doing? It was rowdy for approximately an hour, and at first the cops were doing a decent job of like dispersing the crowd without using any violent tactics, and then the riot gear came. So now it's like hunting for sport time. You know what I mean? Yeah, now they're collecting double overtime. You know what I'm saying? So. Let's not go nuts, but it did probably fuck up probably 500,000 people's commutes. Union Square is a big train exchange. No, I'm not saying that it didn't do that. You have to look at the situation from the perspective of like, was this done deliberately and intentionally? No, I don't think it was. I think it is a situation that completely got out of control. And like I said, there was a decent attempt to disperse the crowd originally. And everything is fine now. Everything basically went back to normal already. Lamar, yeah, Kai's trying to take over New York. Yeah, that's what he was trying to do. He was trying to do a peasants' revolution in New York. You saw that. By the way, so many bystanders will be caught in the kettle, too. It's New York City. People are milling about all the time. Yeah, exactly. Dude, this is... Dude, what's the operational budget of the New York City Police Department? You're seeing it in action. Whoo! Whoo! $29 million a day, baby. Whoo! That's it. That's what you get for 29 mil. What are you going to do? You're just fucking, dude, a lot of that. A lot of double overtime, baby. What are they saying?
With zip ties around their hands, they're arrested. We saw one young man getting first aid by police on his face. And again, we are on the other side of Union Square right now. This is East 17th and Union Square West. We do want to apologize in case anyone jumps in front of the camera. We can't control live TV, and people are saying and doing all kinds of things out here. Don, if you could turn around this way. We're going to try and walk down here. You know, a couple other businesses have their doors locked right now. They're not going to let anyone in unless you're an employee and you call ahead. So this is affecting people's livelihoods out here. They're having to close and they can't do any business right now. You could still see some groups out here calm within their own, you know.
Bro, it's like, for all intents and purposes, like the fact that you had this large of a gathering and like only a couple fights, as far as I understand, happened. That's crazy. This is like the most peaceful event by event standards. You know what I mean? Shit got out of hand, and the only thing that happened was like a couple fights broke out, and then now cops are just like, you know, zip tying teenagers and arresting them.
And have a great time, whatever that amounts to. And it's really,
yeah, there you go.
Just really illogical, right? But that, I think, is a lot of what we're seeing here today. Teenage boys running through the city and getting
caught up in the moment
and getting into all kinds of trouble that you know that can really mess up your life. So tough lesson to learn right there, but it's happening literally right before our eyes. I think Allie's back up. Is that correct, guys?
Yes, I'm here, Maurice.
Okay, Allie, what do you have?
Yeah, I'm here. We're right here.
Once you start paying attention to the reactionary framing of news, it's really so fucking blatant. Yeah, it's time to do random arrests.
Right now, we're standing. The police have stopped walking while the crowd goes ahead. They're arresting a couple people. We're trying to get out of the intersection because, as I said, the streets are still open and they haven't really closed off traffic. So it's just like you don't know where to look really. Because
yeah, Kai getting uppies was pretty funny.
Things behind you have cars going, you know, getting directed to go up the street here.
I'm not gonna lie, that is the funniest thing that could have happened. Like he got uppies from his security guy.
Look at him right there. Look at him right there.
That's awesome. Washington NYPD arrests kids for fare evasion. We hear that there was fare evasion activity of some kind attempted at Union Square, and the turnstiles were briefly swamped with officers with some batons and helmets. What? Oh no, it's just this is it's a false reporting. It was wrong. Yeah, exactly. Like they say this is the potential to ruin their lives, but don't ask why our system is so fucked that something this dumb can actually ruin your life. Yeah, fare evasion is the most serious crime in New York, for the record. What the fuck is fare evasion? It's when Eric Adams deploys 8,000 militarized cops to baton you to death as a 14-year-old for jumping over the turnstile. It's called hopping the turnstile, where Eric Adams vaporizes you with a laser that they paid $7 quintillion for. That's not a joke. They make you go to actual court. You have to take a shoplifting theft seminar. Yeah, I mean, it is some of the most psychotic. Fare evasion is just like sneaking into a movie theater, but they treat it like it's robbing a bank. Working people, real people were delayed. Their livelihoods put in danger. How can you side with the street youths in such a dire situation? Exactly. That's funny. Ay. This is your lawyer, dog. What the fuck? I'm going to prison. This is my lawyer. I'm definitely going to prison, dude. What the fuck? Fair evasion means cops have to get off their phones and stop playing games. They get to kill kids then. It's fair. No pun intended. Yeah, I mean, that's like, you know, don't you hate it when you're just absolutely clapping cheeks on like Angry Birds or whatever, and then all of a sudden, or you have a Farmville on your phone, whatever your fucking parents play on Facebook, and then all of a sudden you see a street hoodlum evade the fare. $2.75 that is supposed to go back into the city's pockets. And guess what? At that point, it's time. It's time to bust out the baton. Only 179 views. Eric Adams dancing. What? I am gay. I am black. I am a woman. I am bi. I am Jewish. I am Christian. I am a Muslim. I am Arab. I'm a belly dancer. I am Albanian. I am New York. Yo, I live in New York City and it's frustrating. MTA loses $700 million of fare evasion each year. There are programs for low-income people to ride for free. Fare evaders are just abusing the system that the rest of us have to pay for. Not saying their lives should be ruined, but it's not as victimless as you're making it seem. Wow. You mean to tell me that the MTA loses $700 million to fare evasion? That's crazy. Remember when I told you that the operational budget of the New York City Police Department is $29 million a day? That's insane. Remember what I told you? It costs $29 million a day for the NYPD to run. How many of those cops who are getting overtime and hazard pay in certain instances for kneeling on the neck of like a fucking 14-year-old for fare evasion, how much of that is going to that instead of paying maybe $2 million fucking dollars and just turning the other cheek on fare evaders? Wow. That's crazy, man. 707, dude. It's crazy. So you mean to tell me, okay, for the price of 25 days that the NYPD is eating in the budget, you could just completely take away the fare evasion problem. Is that what you're saying? Especially on an issue where it's like, it's not only like a victimless crime, it shouldn't be a crime to begin with, because in a normal circumstance, like no one that is not paying $2.75 or however the fuck the MTA fare is doing it because they're rich, okay? That's so insane. Public transit should already be as free as it fucking gets. Oh, you already paid for it with your tax dollars. Do you remember the news cycle of Eric Adams trying to cut the budget of New York City libraries? They're only budgeted at $400 million a year to run. Yeah. Anyway. Food 200, MTA 700 million, NYPD 10 billion. Someone who's good at the economy, please help me budget this. My family's dying. Yeah, literally, that is the meme. Please, guys, we don't know. We can't cut from anywhere, dude. These cops need to avoid the top of the hour ad break, okay? And it is a crime, and you should go to jail if you avoid the top of the hour ad break through other means. That's right, because at the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. The real cost of curbing fare evasion, I'm going to tell you right now, knowing what I know about how fucking cops operate and how expensive it is to run the fucking police department and how much they love farming overtime, it would literally be cheaper to the city if they took all the budgets that they have for all the fucking cops that are tasked with, beating the shit out of fare evaders, all the paperwork, all the court time, every single dollar that was dedicated to like stopping fare evasion from happening was given directly to the MTA. The MTA would turn profit, even though public services are not supposed to be fucking profitable. They're supposed to just be there for your for the public to utilize. Fuck. What? It's good. Anyway. Lamau even. NYPD officers brag about milking overtime, call detainees names and accidental recording. I love that. 34 MKD50. Thank you for the 50 gifted subs. Allowing 50 people to avoid the fare at the top of the hour. I just don't understand how public transit is expected to be run like a profitable business, but everyone understands that a public library should be free. If they really care about fare evasion, make the fine the fair amount. That way it's not punitive and you're still making money. Yeah, exactly. But it's about making a point. And it's also about running a tab, for the record. That way you can justify brutalizing a homeless person and then being like, oh, this person had like 800 different arrests. It's like, yeah, like 799 of them were for fucking fare evasion, you asshole. Come on. Yeah, talk to me when the police department turns a fucking profit. Anyway, it's just... For the record, this is what we mean when we talk about, like, defund the police, right? Like, this is what we literally mean, which is take these fucking insane funds away from the cops and put it to use in better places. Like public transit, like libraries, like after-school programs. Summer is happening. Kids don't have shit to do. If you want to curb a metric ton of like potential street violence or street activity that you're so fucking terrified of, make some programs. That's it. These are also demonstrably successful initiatives that have worked time and time again. Very frustrating as the news is just like, look at all these 12-year-olds being arrested brutally by fucking cops in riot gear.
Coming from the mayor or the police commissioner, and they have every right to be angry as to what took place here today. There you can see an ambulance crossing the intersection. Not sure if they're actually responding due to an injury or if there was another situation, perhaps a rider on the subway, because there is that subway entrance.
I love looking at the situation and going, how do the police cost such vast amounts every single day? I don't know. I wonder how. Look at all their gear. Look at how many cops there are. Dude, they wanted to bring every cop from every fucking borough, dude.
It was quickly determined that an influencer was posting on social media about showing up to Union Square and was encouraging all of his followers to come to the park. There were some posts also about giving away some gaming systems. At approximately 3 p.m., the post went viral and thousands of people began to arrive at Union Square. Soon the park and the surrounding streets were overrun with people. They were obstructing both vehicular and pedestrian traffic.
God, the fucking,
NYPD
it sucks.
responded by calling a mobilization in response to the large crowd. As the crowd grew, so did our mobilization. The crowd was swarmed when the influencer
Wait,
finally
I think that was
arrived at the
literally the
park.
lieutenant that was like...
Individuals in the park began to commit acts of violence towards...
Wait, wasn't this the lieutenant that was like screaming at Kai's
construction
bodyguard?
site within the Union Square Park, and people broke into
Holy
the park
shit.
and they began to throw articles that belonged to the construction site, paint cans, bottles, rocks. You had people walking around with shovels, axes, and other tools from the construction
Dude,
trade.
shut the fuck
Additionally,
up!
individuals were also lighting fireworks, and they were throwing them towards the police. They were throwing them towards each other.
Yeah, dude, the teenagers had axes. They wanted to chop police heads off.
And remove him for safety reasons. Our officers exercised great restraint despite the aggression that they were met with and the acts of violence they were met with. Ultimately, myself and our leadership team working in tandem
I
with
died.
department attorneys.
I died. A teenager killed me. I'm actually a ghost.
The NYPD offered multiple, and I do mean multiple, opportunities for the crowd to leave. We tried to give them a means of egress for them to exit the park.
The only thing that, I mean, I guess the silver lining here is that a fuck ton of teenagers are about to learn how, you know, police behave. So there's that, I guess.
Clear out the park. The total number of arrests is still being tallied at this point, and we're still doing evaluations for some of our members. We did have members that...
It's just funny to think because these are all nerds, okay? These are all, like, Twitch watchers. I guess Kai is, like, beyond Twitch. He's a celebrity superstar beyond Twitch. But, like, even then, you know what I mean? It's, like, teenagers who want to fucking meet their favorite influencer. And this guy is over here talking about, like, axe-wielding fanatics who wanted to chop heads off. You know what I mean? Holy fucking moly.
Our officers are still being met with some resistance after numerous warnings, and we're still making some additional arrests. This mobilization is ongoing, and as I said before, we will be here until this crowd disperses. At this point,
He's not lying. This is the accent question.
Josh, ABC7.
Josh.
We've heard reports of injured officers. A woman told me she saw a cop getting jumped and beat. Your shirt, we have video of you being attacked. Your shirt shows. Can you talk about injuries to members of the service and to your own experience that we've seen happening?
Absolutely, Josh. You know, and I believe the woman's account is possibly right, even though I don't know exactly what she's speaking about. Our officers were attacked. We were in there. We were crushed. We were pushed. I had officers on the floor. As you see, I'm a little embarrassed because I'm very dirty right here, but I was in the middle of the crowd. I was hit with multiple objects as well. I think I have a couple of injuries, but I'll figure that out once I have time to think about it.
But in terms of any officers treated for injuries that you know of?
Yeah, we had one or two officers removed, and we had officers out here. I had officers who got hit and were hurt, but they stayed. They stayed and helped us to control this.
We're going to go Associated Press.
Yeah, hi.
Hi, sir.
I'm wondering if there is any kind of action that might be taken or would be taken against the influencer.
Absolutely. We're in contact with the influencer. I have our legal team here. I'm going to have a discussion with our Commissioner Caban in a little bit, and then we'll make a decision there.
Well, I'm wondering, though, if there's anything specific that you could be charging him with?
Well, we'll discuss with our legal department about inciting a riot and other charges.
All right, we're going to go over to Matt. Chief, were any of the youths injured? How many of them? What was the extent of the injuries? And is he actually giving away PlayStations, or was that just a claim?
That I'm not sure in terms of the PlayStation. I personally observed young people walking out with their heads bleeding from their heads, bleeding from on their faces. I've seen I personally observed young people having panic attacks, anxiety attacks, asthma attacks. There was multiple, people were suffering out here. It was a lot of people. It was uncontrolled. It took us a while to get it under control, and a lot of young people got hurt.
Was that in confrontations with the police, or was that in the riot?
No, most of it was within the park. The young people in the park throwing objects at each other. They were dancing. They were doing a whole lot of things, but they were hurting each other as they were doing this.
Why were they stealing stuff from the construction site? What was the reason?
That I don't have an answer for.
Matt, we're going to move on. Mark Morales, CNN.
Mark.
What's the estimate as to how many people were here, and where is this YouTuber spinning now? Like, what precinct is he?
We do have him. I don't know exactly which precinct he's in. We have him. In terms of people, there was thousands of people out here. It wasn't hundreds of people. It was thousands, and mostly young people out here.
All right, Dean Moses, AM New York.
This isn't the first time something like this has happened after a giveaway. You guys are going to look into trying to prevent this for the future?
We're going to definitely work on this. This is something we will have an after-action review of in terms of how we responded, how we're monitoring social media, and how we can prevent this in the future. We have encountered things like this before, but it never to this level of dangerousness where young people would not listen to our commands. They were fighting each other, they were hurting each other, and they were turning our attacks on us. We had to defend ourselves, and we had to make arrests.
Alfredo Costa, Telemundo.
Approximately, Chief, how many people were arrested today?
Yeah. We had to defend ourselves against rowdy teenagers.
We loaded up a city bus.
They were, guys. We had to defend ourselves in a violent, but it was a kinetic situation. Yeah, I know. He said he's in custody. He doesn't know which precinct. He said it was a violent and kinetic situation where a bunch of young men, a bunch of teenage men, fully grown adult teenager children, men, were violently and tactically putting us in a kinetic circumstance that we had to react in appropriate, aggressive manner.
The power of social media and the danger of social media.
He said he might be charged with inciting a riot. It's the power and danger of social media.
This evening, I will have an after action to determine exactly what our steps were. We can't allow this to happen again in the future.
All right, we're going to take one more question. Joe Marino, New York Post.
Chief, just to be clear, this wasn't pre-planned with the city. There was no coordination between this event producer and anyone in the department in the city. This was a totally spontaneous event that just sort of jumped off and grew and accelerated very quickly.
Yes, this was not pre-planned with the police department. This was something that was spontaneous. And as I just said in answering the last question, the power of social media, the danger of social media. Listen, we're not against young people having a good time. We're not against young people gathering. But it can't be to this level where it's dangerous. A lot of people got hurt today.
All right, thank you everyone for your time and attention. Thank you, folks. Thank you. I got his name.
Like, he's not wrong about that part.
Thank you, everyone.
As far as like,
all right, we've been listening there as the chief
I mean,
of
he
department,
he
Jeffrey
does.
Madry.
I don't think he's a fan of young people having a good time, but I don't think he's wrong when he says like we're not. You know, it's not about like young people having a good time. It's about like when it gets out of hand. I think he's not wrong about that. I mean, it did get out of hand for sure. But it's pretty funny where it's like, I mean, it's like if you're a skateboarder or something, like you've seen this already. You know what I mean? They just like find this to be like an unimaginably unruly situation. It's like. It's like a riot broke out. It's 9/11 2 Electric Boogaloo. Like the worst aspects of this were heavily were filmed. Every part of this was filmed, right? Zoomers can't stop fucking filming every goddamn thing, even if it incriminates themselves. And if the best possible shit that they were showing is like teenagers dancing and like one fire extinguisher going off with like some stuff being thrown, you're out of your fucking mind if you consider this to be like the worst, most egregious offense, you know? CBS reported before the press conference started that Kai was brought in for questioning, not that he was arrested. Another angle really shows the violence here. Oh, fuck you, dude. Fucking fucker. Take a week off, you fucking asshole.
Coming projectiles, all kinds of stuff was thrown at them. Water bottles, pieces of debris,
paint
cones, paint cans, right?
Fireworks.
Right? Officers taking all this stuff and still being remarkably restrained and not really pushing back hard. But what they did do is they started to arrest people. There are arrests. They don't have a number for us. There is damage. They haven't given us a number on that just yet. And they have successfully dispersed the crowd from Union Square, and their strategy right now is to move people out of the area, and they've done that. What you're looking at is video from earlier. I think that's where the Whole Foods is, on the south end of Union Square, but this crowd right here is gone from the area. A lot of young people with just an opportunity to get out there and get involved in excitement and videotape it and post it online and so on and so forth. But there is some sense of order.
Remarkable restraint that these teenagers were not absolutely destroyed by the atom bomb that the NYPD has gotten in their recent budget. You know, I love the remarkable restraint shown by the cops here. Thank God that they didn't actually start killing everybody. For what? Like, the wildest part about this is not a single fucking storefront is damaged, it seems. Like, is mostly people just like fucking dancing. It's all children. Kaya, get out of there. Go. No. God, an unruly teenager is underneath me right now. Go. No, stop. No, don't go down there. No, don't wag your tail. I'm not trying to play with you right now. Come on. She thinks I'm playing with her when I say, like, no, don't go in there. Yeah, I have deployed the riot gear. Hasan PD has deployed. Amazing. I'm showing nobody is over here recognizing the remarkable restraint I'm showing against this unruly teenager by the name of Kaya Piker. Stop. Guys, if you could only understand, okay? This demon is now like about to be 60 pounds, okay? And she will just plop her massive body directly underneath me like numerous times throughout the day, or will quietly sneak up on me and stand right behind me or right beside me, and I don't notice it, and then I accidentally will step on her fucking, we'll step on her little toe or little foot. It's like, bro, you can't, I don't hear you coming. How am I supposed to know you're right there? Oh, don't bite that. Currently in the process of chewing furniture. Just as a tasty little treat, as a side treat. I can still pick her up, yes. She is very cat-coded.
That the worst of it is behind us for sure, that they're retreating at this point, it seems, and going away. You know, we saw the crowd did definitely seem to disperse where they broke up, and whether it was that we lost sight of them or they just went in so many different directions that it was no longer one cohesive crowd, that's what seemed to be happening. We did on the walk up stop by and see a gentleman who runs one of those kiosks that you see him on the sidewalk all the time that have like snacks, like little mini bodega kiosks. And his whole kiosk was ransacked. All the chips were broken and pulled apart. Things were taken off of it. And he was saying that he was injured because he was trying to stop the kids, and they hit his head, his neck, his back. The gentleman is in his 60s. And, you know, he was talking to EMTs that were there and talking to the police that were there, giving them a report of what happened. But, you know, a totally just innocent victim in all this, that he was just doing his job, going about his day, and his business got ransacked there. But from where we are here, you know, it does that the officers are heading back. You know, in terms of
see what they're doing?
being able to disperse this crowd that they were able to do, you know, we did a story a couple weeks ago about how they were able to go after scooters by kind of circumventing them in that sense. And from my perspective, that's...
I fucking despise local media, dude. There you go. There is no better representation of how dog water local media is, and how much they exacerbate like narratives that you see on Fox News. What role they play in the boomer reactionary pipeline. Local media talking about $3 worth of fucking Doritos. Like, you know, there was a bank run or some shit. Like, you are 31, little bro. How can you say both of those things at the same time? Like, how can you call me a little bro and say I'm objectively older than you? That doesn't make sense. Also, I'm 32. And idiotic Zoomers in here, dude. Little broing a person who could be their father. Probably is their father. I did fuck your mom, so you're grounded. An old man was hit, bro. Have some sympathy. No, it is fucked up. But they're making it seem like this chaotic situation like killed people. Because it didn't do that, they're trying to fucking beef up the stats as best as they can. You could say that they're trying to do that because they are because they have a vested interest in running a narrative that like something incredibly violent occurred today. Or they're doing it because one, they want to have a if it bleeds it leads type response, and two, they also want to fucking make it seem like you know, this is a riot that was completely out of control. It's tragedy porn met with also like black unruly teenagers. Look at them. Look at how scary they are. You're a moron. Yeah, I know. In the process, you saw more cops beat up fucking people. And you know, none of that was an issue.
Were disrupted, all because of just bad behavior by a young crowd today. Absolute inexplicable bad behavior by a young crowd. And, you know, these are hardworking New Yorkers. These are hardworking New Yorkers that woke up this morning so that they could go to their job.
Did you really just say, so why are we watching the coverage if it's overblown and not a big deal? I'm a Twitch streamer. A person that I know in the real world just tried to do a meet and greet that turned into a fucking event that went on Fox News. This is literally a merger of both of the things that this is two of my worlds colliding into one another. It's also my perspective on this is probably pretty decent, considering that I'm also covering this from the angle of media literacy. Why are you, a chatter, micromanaging every little thing that I do? Like, what the fuck?
Over here to Union Square. If we keep walking this way, you can see all of the officers over here. I want to try and see if we can get a where all the damage was earlier with the construction area. I'm going to see how far we can go right here. Again, people are able to move through here. Before this was totally shut down. Yeah, you can see over there. If we go up, step up here, Don, we're going to be careful about this. If you look in the distance, you can see the orange barricades that were knocked over there by that subway station. I think we can keep going. They're going to let us through. Yeah, we're just going to walk along here. Again, NYP officers. We saw them showing great restraint today. We witnessed them, taking several bottles being thrown at them and other objects, as they mentioned at that news conference. You can see over here all the debris, the metal barricades, and you can see over there where things were knocked down, that green fencing that was up, that was pulled down. We saw people hanging off of scaffolds over here, people climbing up lampposts. We talked to a few people, asked, why would you stay if things turned chaotic?
Huh. You tell me that cops were fucking ruthlessly brutalizing random onlookers for the crimes of dancing in the street? Look at the tremendous amount of restraint shown by this by this pig here.
Yeah, he was like, I can't dance like that, fuck you. I can't dance like that, fuck you.
We're going to see a lot more of this type of shit. Every goddamn Zoomer's got a phone camera. Everybody's got a fucking iPhone.
As you can see, there's a large crowd here. We're hearing estimates of thousands and thousands of people who showed up, and clearly NYPD is vastly outnumbered in the situation.
Stefan, I don't want to interrupt you for one quick second right now because you're looking at live pictures of a car that was literally covered with people, and we do believe that that was the vehicle that had Kai Cenat in it, which you can see now looked as though could have been leaving the area. That is why you're seeing that crowd there chase after.
That's it.
That's the vehicle.
That was probably the most dangerous part of this whole process was other than being around fucking gung-ho cops. Anyway, after all, this is weird, but let's get to some actual crime and criminal misconduct.
Returning to Washington as a criminal defendant. He was arraigned.
Would you be covering this the same way if it had been Jason Aldean and a bunch of hogs? Would I be covering this the same way if it was a bunch of adult men, probably armed, in like a southern state? No. You want to know why? Because stuff like that happens all the time. Except the cops don't do anything. Because why the fuck would they? They're in the crowd. Last time this happened, it was an insurrection in January 6th.
On federal charges yesterday for an alleged conspiracy to disrupt the legal transfer of power and interfere with the people's rights.
It's so funny. Yeah, try giveaways in a small town. Try that in a small town. Yeah, we saw what happened when this was like actually purposeful violence directed at the state. And the cops opened the barriers and were taking selfies with the fucking full-grown adult hogs that had like zip ties and shit with them. What the fuck are you talking about? You're so stupid for like trying to make this hypothetical scenario where it's like, got him here. There was less police response and people died, okay?
Right to vote. Afterward, Trump claimed that his rights are being violated. Robert Costa is outside the D.C. courthouse. Bob, good morning. Unpack this for us.
Good morning, Nate. Yesterday, inside this building behind me, former President Donald Trump was read his rights and he pleaded not guilty, like so many other January 6 defendants who have come through this courthouse. But unlike the others, Trump is running for the White House and lashing out at prosecutors.
You can't beat him, you persecute him or you prosecute him.
Former President Donald Trump, the front runner in the Republican presidential race, pushed back Thursday against the Justice Department, which alleges he led a sweeping criminal conspiracy to overturn the 2020 election.
When you look at what's happening, this is a persecution of a political opponent. This was never supposed to happen in America.
Those comments came after an historic day in Washington, with Trump arriving in the nation's capital and traveling to the federal courthouse under heavy security, escorted by his Secret Service detail.
Lock him up! Lock him up!
Crowds of protesters and supporters gathered outside. Once inside, he was fingerprinted, but
something in. What the fuck? What was happening? I don't know where that was coming from, but something really funny about Donald Trump, the former president, getting arrested for a third time and not even having like a fraction of the protesters at that venue that Cenat had for a fucking giveaway. Meet and greet.
But not handcuffed, and no mugshot was taken. Inside the courtroom, Trump sat, his hands folded at the defense table, occasionally talking to his lawyers. Trump was then sworn in, stated his name, and when asked his age, said 77, paused, and then 77. He pleaded not guilty to 4 felony charges. The judge told Trump the obstruction charge alone could carry up to 20 years in prison. The charges were the latest turn in an ongoing grand jury investigation being led by special counsel Jack Smith, who sat roughly 20 feet away. Also inside the quiet courtroom, U.S. Capitol police officers who defended the Capitol against rioters and testified in front of the House January 6 committee. But despite mounting legal troubles, Trump is plowing ahead in the race for the White House, with allies hoping his supporters will rally behind him and donate. Trump took to social media hours before the arraignment, saying, "I need one more indictment to ensure my election." Former federal prosecutor Scott Frederickson says the road ahead could be tricky for Trump as he faces multiple trials.
And the fact that the president is running for president.
Wolf Blitzer is covering Cenat. No fucking way. Oh my God.
Going on. Look, at the very essence of this was lies told on social media that within hours created an absolute mob here in Union Square, sort of downtown New York, right in the middle of Manhattan. 21-year-old Cenat, a YouTuber and social media influencer, is now arrested and being held by NYPD, pending possible charges at some point. I do want to show you sort of the situation here at Union Square. Big line of police. They've moved down an entire block down that way as well. And they've moved most of the people out of here. These were all kids who came down here. We saw them throughout the city. They were, in their teens, maybe in their 20s, but they were looking for either a PS5 that had been promised them or some sort of gaming system. But they completely
No, it was just a meet and greet. It was more so a meet and greet.
Under construction, completely walled off with the fencing. They tore all of this down. They were throwing rocks and bottles. They had shovels and axes in some cases, say the police. A couple of police
come
officers
on,
were injured.
CNN, you fucking assholes, bro. Come on. I'm being told that the police said they had nuclear warheads.
Kick off in other parts, so they are concerned about that. But just an absolute mob kicked off.
Yeah,
by
bro. Fucking Cenat fans were axe murderers, actually. That's what they were doing. They were. They said they were looking for blood.
And when they didn't get what they were promised, a mob ensued.
Yeah.
No, that's not what happened.
Miguel Marquez in New York for us. Thank you. Also tonight, the White House is touting historically low unemployment and strong wage growth, even as the latest jobs report undershot.
Bro, that's insane, dude. They literally fucking made it seem like that is such a fucked up way to spin what happened. Oh my God. that the crowd went crazy when what they were expecting didn't actually come to fruition? No. It's like a game of telephone where with each new news coverage of the situation, it gets more and more insane. With each new piece of coverage on the issue that took place, the situation becomes more violent and more chaotic. I'm glad that you're watching this, though. This is a really good media literacy moment because, like, you're basically learning how narratives are crafted and how your fucking boomer parents are going to hear about it. By the time it gets down to the Facebook footage, by the time it gets down to Facebook and your boomer-ass parents watch this shit, it will have been manipulated a million times into something entirely different. They're like, they had pipe bombs. I heard that this Cenat child brought a pipe bomb and he was saying, we're going to homify the children. He was giving HRT and CRT. He was making all the children trans and they were getting excited. And then when the cops told him, you can't transify our children because the brave boys in the blue wanted to stop, in spite of the black mayor, Eric Adams, telling the cops, don't stand in the way. We must make all the children gay. The cops said, no, we're going to stop the children from being homified and transified. And then they put the pipe bombs. New York exploded. Anyway, back to Trump.
The nomination of his party doesn't change the fact that he's under an obligation to show up for trial.
The judge has set the next hearing for August 28th. That's 5 days after the upcoming first Republican primary presidential debate. Trump has not yet said whether he will attend, though he has said he's leaning against it. Gail.
All right, Bob, thank you very much.
Let's bring in our chief legal analyst, Dan Abrams. Dan, good morning to you. It's great to have you. One of the conditions that Trump signed as part of his release was to not communicate with any potential witnesses. We saw.
Yeah, he has literally not done that. You have watched Donald Trump not do that. Like Walt Nauta was literally with him on the classified document one. On the classified document DOJ case, Trump left the courtroom alongside co-conspirator Walt Nauta and went to a fucking went to a Cuban pastry shop with him, where he claimed he was going to pay for at Versailles. He claimed he was going to pay for everybody's dinner and then walked out without doing such a thing.
Walt Nauta out there holding his umbrella. He's indicted in another case, the documents case. Mike Pence, you could be on a debate stage with him next month. How does all of this work?
Yeah, it's not communicate with them about the case.
Yes.
Right? That's very specific and very important in the context of the rules here. Now, it is an interesting question about what would happen in the context of a debate, right? Because they could debate this issue. They could discuss this issue on the stage.
They will be asked about it.
Yeah, so if they do end up on the same stage, one of the exceptions is you can do it in the presence of counsel, right? Do you include one of the lawyers in the audience? As a practical matter, I think if anyone's concerned about it, they would go to the court. They would say, hey, by the way, we're having a debate about this. The issue may come up. I'm sure the court would give them permission. And I think anything beyond that.
This is so hilarious. Former vice president who's currently running for president against the former president who's who's been arrested 3 times now are technically not allowed to be by one another because the former vice president is a key witness in the active case against the former president. America is so fucking psychotic. I love it, dude. I love it. It's so good.
Conversations he has with Walt Nauta or others. Remember, someone has to report it. It has to be public for anyone to raise the issue. And that's the other question, is putting aside the public nature of a debate, in a private conversation, who would be the one to actually go to the court and say, hey, by the way,
People like you made it that way? This guy's still stuck on the how can you deny it wasn't a riot bias much. My dude came in here to fucking cry about a bunch of teenagers that were dancing in the streets. Good job, man. We're covering like big boy news now, okay? Don't worry. We moved on. Like, we've totally moved on from the Kai stuff. You can keep crying about it if you want. It's pretty funny because, like, Cenat has seen more legal repercussions so far than Trump has for January 6th. It's like, come on, dude. Motherfuckers over here talking about biases. Like, what are you talking about? He got fucking arrested for trying to do a meet and greet that went completely out of control. Meanwhile, Donald Trump did, in broad daylight, a fucking insurrection. The fuck do you mean?
ended up talking about it.
The other big question here, Dan, is the timing of all of this. The special counsel wants a speedy trial. Is that going to happen?
The big question is going to be, does this happen before Election Day?
Right.
That's the cutoff date. There is no doubt that the special counsel wants this case to happen soon, certainly well before the election, and there is no doubt that the Trump team wants this to happen after the election. That's going to be very much in the purview of the judge. We'll see how quickly she moves this thing. I think it's unlikely, though, that it happens before the election. We'll see.
All right, Dan Abrams, we always appreciate your insight. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. George Stephanopoulos here. Thanks for checking out the ABC News YouTube channel.
Trump's PAC is going broke. Oh. It's a SPAC. This is a SPAC. It's a special purpose acquisition company. It's not his PAC. It's not super PAC. SPAC is like a baby IPO. For Donald Trump's own media company. And maybe Truth Social? I don't know if this is connected to Truth Social. Anyway, let's continue.
Don Dickerson is CBS News chief political analyst and joins us now.
I would suspect his PAC is also going broke, though, because there's a lot of fucking legal proceedings that they have to fund.
Good morning, John. It's always good to have you after days like this because nobody knows politics the way you do. You know, we hear the word unprecedented a lot when it comes to Donald Trump, and yesterday was no exception. What were your thoughts? How should we all be processing this?
Well, good morning, Gail. On January 6th, it wasn't just Democrats who said Donald Trump should be held responsible for what happened and the events leading up to it. It was leading Republicans who did. House Speaker.
I said this yesterday, but my dad donated $5K because Daddy Trump needs help. Shut the fuck up. That's insane, bro. Giving $5,000 to the former president so he can, like, pay his lawyers is insane to me. It's, like, kind of sad. It's not even kind of sad. It's really fucking sad. I'm sorry to hear that, chatter.
Speaker McCarthy said that Donald Trump was responsible for the events of that day. Senator Lindsey Graham, an ally of former President Trump, said he was responsible. Mitch McConnell said he should be held accountable. And contrary to what former President Trump says now, he said the exact place where he should be held accountable was in the court system. And so yesterday was kicking off that act of accountability. The other thing I thought was, can the legal system handle it? The political system is very chaotic in America now.
Dad's giving away the college fund to Donald Trump's lawyers. That's pretty funny.
Now that comes into the legal system, which is based on reason, not madness, which has rules of conduct. It's like bringing a horse into the living room. Can you settle down all these issues and deal with them in a way that includes being fair to the defendant? So it's a test, another test of the American system.
John, Trump is still the clear frontrunner for the 2024 Republican nomination, and he still has support from the Republican Party. Where do you see this when you talk about the political landscape? How do you look at where the Republicans stand when it comes to politics?
You know, Nate, in a presidential primary, normally competitors look for the smallest little thing to pick apart their opponents. Tiniest little thing, they'll talk about it for days. The closest challengers to former President Trump are doing the opposite when it comes to the material in this indictment. And the reason they're doing that, the reason they're not raising any of the issues contained in the indictment about former President Trump's behavior in office, which is about the most legitimate thing you could bring up in a campaign, is that they know that the most ardent supporters in the party will punish them for raising those issues because they support Donald Trump or they really dislike all the forces trying to hold former President Trump to account. So you have this strange situation where you have competitors who don't want to engage in the competition for fear of getting hurt. It's like staying on the sidelines during a football game. It will keep you from getting hurt, but it's very difficult to score points that way.
Good analogy. Yeah, very good. John, you talked, and Bob Costa told us the next hearing, of course, is August 28th. Trump's legal team is asking for more time. They say they need more time to prepare for that. So what is the significance of that request, and what are you looking for in the next few weeks?
Well, I think the significance is there's a lot of material here. It's a 45-page indictment, but the January 6th committee out of the House produced an 800-page report. The facts are all well known. They all happen in public. But if you're going to try to defend somebody against this, and this is a 2-month period where, remember, this is a case where much of the most damning evidence against the former president is from people in his inner circle. And so that's a tough job for his lawyers to go through all of that. Plus, they've got all these other cases. So it seems, I'm no lawyer, and I prove it every day, but...
Oh, by the way, this was pretty fire. Donald Trump said, if you go after me, I'm coming after you. I mean, he's probably talking about like Republican primary opponents, but it absolutely could be seen as like intimidation of witnesses who also do happen, at least one of them does happen to be a key witness in the current, in the latest court proceedings.
This is a case where there's a lot of work, and so it doesn't seem crazy to ask for more time to go through all of the material. So that's the big question, though, is how quickly will this move? Because, of course, we don't just have legal calendars. We have, of course, the political calendar.
You know, John, nobody can get in Donald Trump's head, but I sat there and watched him standing in court. Former president of the United States pleading not guilty again in a court of law. Have you heard even privately what is going on behind the scenes, how he must be feeling? They didn't even call him president yesterday. He was called Mr. Trump.
Well, I don't have any reporting other than Bob Costa's reporting, which was that the former president is kind of bored by all of this, which is extraordinary when you think of the issues that are at play. These are the most important issues relative to democracy. But President Trump has been engaged with the legal system, former President Trump, I should say, for many, 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 many years. So even though this is unprecedented, certainly in his life, it's been many interactions with the legal system.
Yeah. John Dickerson, as always, thanks.
Yeah, he's bored of this because he's still fucking constantly being in trouble with the law. He's like, I'm yawning through it. Yet another day, another court case. They will never arrest me. Cover Kai Cenat being arrested. I'm going to fucking... I am going to lose my fucking mind. Dude, how much more time do I need to spend on Kai Cenat? The first 4 hours of the broadcast was entirely dedicated to Kai Cenat. I skip away from this coverage. We've moved on to the fucking president, and immediately you got dumb motherfuckers in here being like, dude, you have to cover this. It's crazy. I know, man. I know. Not everybody watched your whole thing, bro. Okay, well then fucking figure it out. Go to the VOD. Anyway, let's continue.
The judge overseeing Trump's election interference trial has also presided over dozens of trials of the January 6th rioters. In those cases, District Judge Tanya Chutkan has taken a strong stance against efforts to overturn the 2020 election. Now, all eyes are on the federal judge as she prepares to oversee this case. CNN's Randy Kay has more.
She has described the events of January 6th as a violent mob seeking to overthrow the lawfully elected government. District Judge Tanya Chutkan has a reputation as someone who hands down harsh sentences, specifically in cases related to the January 6th rioters.
She's talked about 2024 and the threat that these rioters pose before, during sentences.
As a federal judge in D.C., Chutkan has presided over dozens of criminal cases against alleged January 6th rioters. She has often been outspoken at their sentencing hearings. At a January 22 sentencing...
Yeah, guys, me and the boys at the Kai Cenat giveaway. Sorry. Hell yeah, brother. I heard Donald Trump's giving away PlayStation 5s.
hearing for two friends who had gone to the Capitol, Chutkan said this wasn't Bill and Ted's excellent adventure. She added, they came to Washington knowing full well the events of January 6th. Their actions were an assault on the American people. She also called it a violent attempted overthrow of the government that almost succeeded. At the criminal sentencing of another rioter, she said this.
He did not go to the U.S. Capitol out of any love for our country. He went for one man. One man in that sentence would be Donald Trump.
This won't be the first time Chutkan has dealt with a case involving the former president. In November 2021, Chutkan rejected Trump's efforts to block the House Select Committee investigating January 6th from accessing more than 700 pages of records from the White House. In her ruling in that case, she wrote this memorable line, "Presidents are not kings, and plaintiff is not president." Chutkan has called the January 6th violence an assault on American democracy, saying rioters soiled and defaced the halls of the Capitol and showed their contempt for the rule of law. She's repeatedly gone above what prosecutors have requested for convicted rioters' prison sentences. Chutkan has also issued a warning about future political violence at a sentencing hearing in December 2021. It has to be made clear that trying to stop the peaceful transition of power, assaulting law enforcement, is going to be met with certain punishment.
Is bedrock.
Chutkan was born in Kingston, Jamaica. She was appointed by Barack Obama in 2014 and has served as a federal judge since the Senate confirmed her 95-0. Before that, she spent more than a decade working as a public defender after graduating from the University of Pennsylvania Law School. Randy Kay, CNN.
All right, a fascinating look there. Thank you, Randy. Let's bring in former federal prosecutor and author of A Spy in Plain Sight, Lise Wheel. Good morning to you. Thank you so much for joining us. So we know that the next hearing is set for August 28th, where the judge is expected to schedule a trial date. And, you know, we know that the prosecution is pushing for a speedy trial. Trump's defense counsel wants more time, and perhaps they'll try to delay through or past the 2024 election. Will Trump's other cases factor into setting a trial date, and what kind of timeline do you expect here?
Perhaps they may factor into it. I expect a fast track, a rocket docket even, but the judge is going to have to consider the other federal case going on in Mar-a-Lago in Florida.
Isn't it funny how CNN can be telling the truth in situations that you like and lie in others that you don't like? Isn't it funny that Mondo091 has literally spent approximately 0 hours in here actually retaining a singular piece of information that I've ever delivered, considering that I routinely fucking yell at CNN on a regular fucking basis? It's called having media literacy. I also once famously called Jake Tapper a cunt, who he got very offended over and demanded that I apologize to every single CNN news anchor that's a female. Okay? If you've just really been watching today, why do you operate with this assumption? Think about that, dumbass. Think about your fucking donkey brain making this analysis. Think about why your donkey brain immediately made this assertion that I actually do love what CNN is saying here and hate what CNN was saying about Cenat. Why? Why don't you just sit here and retain some of the fucking information like a good boy, okay, instead of immediately making idiotic assertions and trying to get your fucking 15 seconds of goddamn fame here? I know I criticized the CNN coverage on the Kai thing. I know. I did. I haven't even gotten my fucking coverage or my criticisms out on the CNN Trump election conspiracy charges thing yet. The point is, if you come in here and you watch me go through one CNN coverage and make criticisms and then immediately not make criticisms on another thing that CNN is covering, okay? If you make the assertion automatically that like, wow, isn't that crazy? CNN always is like, you're never yelling at CNN when you agree with them and only yelling at it when, you know, they're saying something wrong about someone you know about. Guy is a WoW player. You could disregard every single thing he says. I am also one. It's so fucking stupid. I criticize CNN on a daily fucking basis. On a daily basis. Ben Shapiro responded to your reactive...
Let's say, hypothetically, I'm a Barbie girl. Okay, and let's even say I'm in a Barbie world. Right, so in this scenario, I would obviously know from personal experience that life in plastic is fantastic. Wouldn't it be reasonable to assume you could brush my hair and undress me literally everywhere? Imagination you can derive from the fundamentals of...
Oh my God. Can't believe Ben Shapiro responded to my Barbie girl coverage.
Florida, which is now set for May. She may want to postpone it until, say, June, July. But on the other hand, if the prosecutors are ready to go, there's only one defendant here, not multiple defendants as there are in the Florida case. This may be a faster case to docket. And last I looked at the criminal justice statute, the speedy trial statute, there's nothing in it that's an exemption for defendants that are too busy or running for president. So it will be set at that August hearing date.
Why would this be a faster case to docket? Do you see this as a much stronger case for the prosecution?
You know, it's not even that, although I do, because this is a much more commonsensical case. We get it, right? I mean, someone's not happy with their election results while in office and they try to overturn that. That makes common sense. I mean, bad common sense, but it makes more common sense than, you know, what are these documents? Was he supposed to have them? Was he not supposed to have them? What was his intent? You know, it's a harder case. But I say that it's a rocket docket, not so much because the prosecution has a stronger case or a more commonsensical case, but just because there's only one defendant. So the judge doesn't have to look at different schedules and whether all the defendants go together or the co-conspirators go together. This is just one person in this indictment. Yes, there are unindicted co-conspirators, but that doesn't matter. So she can set this early. The prosecution's going to be ready. The discovery's going to be ready. Hey, the discovery's pretty much right there in the indictment. It's a 45-page indictment. So the prosecution is ready to hand all that over to the defense. And then at that point, the defense is just going to have to say, we need more time. But for what? You know, once they've been given the materials, they have a reasonable time, but not an extraordinary amount of time. Amara.
You know, we're already seeing one of Trump's attorneys making his rounds on TV, arguing that Trump is protected by the First Amendment. Listen to what part of what John Lauro had to say on Thursday.
I've talked a lot about how this.
Thank you, Amazon Piss Bottle, for the 10 gifted subs, by the way.
This is criminalized First Amendment speech because President Trump, like all of us, has a right to redress grievances, has a right to protest an election that he felt was unfair, has a right to campaign.
Has a right to spark an insurrection after lying routinely to the public about an election being stolen, in spite of every single person in a position of power in his cabinet telling him the exact opposite, which was the truth, which was that the election was not stolen from him. President Donald Trump also has every right to seek legal counsel that will basically tell him exactly what he wants to hear, so that he can inevitably use them as the fall guy. He also has the right to possibly collude with his counsel to utilize the Department of Justice and stop normal electoral processes from coming to a end. I just want to point out how stupid it is to say, wow, you sure criticize things you don't agree with. Like, yeah, because it's not something you agree with. It's like saying you sure are biased with a leftist agenda, sir. Yeah, exactly. It's really stupid. Like, ultimately, I got really mad at that person because I do yell at CNN all the fucking time. And that dumbass hasn't been in here to recognize that, I guess. Just like he hasn't recognized that at the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. You know what I mean? But if you're in here long enough, you will inevitably understand. I do not like CNN. I shit on them all the time. And also, at the top of the hour, there is a 3-minute ad break. If you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe, which you can do for $5 or free with Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account, where you get 1 free Prime subscription a month. Use it on your favorite podcaster. Hopefully that's me. You can also get gifted a sub if you're lucky. Like Ken of Meerkat. Thank you for the 5. 34 MKD 50. Thank you for the 50 gifted subs. Here's the 3-minute ad break now.
On a position, and they've attacked that right, not just for President Trump, but for everyone.
Lise, do you expect the defense during this particular defense during trial, or is this just for the court of public opinion? I mean, what would the best defense be?
Oh, no, that's absolutely going to be a theme. And by the way, is that lawyer reading from Jack Smith's indictment? Because he says that right in the indictment. He says Trump has the right to say, you know, I'm angry, I don't like this, whatever. That's our First Amendment right. That's right there in the indictment. But what Smith says, though, is Trump went beyond that, right, in trying to orchestrate the overthrow, basically, of the election. And you can't do that. I mean, any 5th grader knows that. So, you know, of course he's going to use that. That's going to be a theme. I think the more prevalent theme, should this go to trial before the election, which is, of course, what they're trying to not have happen, the defense lawyers, is going to be a jury nullification. In other words, hey, jury, you've heard all of this, you've heard all of the evidence, but vote with your heart. Let the man go. Don't vote with the evidence. Jury nullification.
Has he done? Have you considered putting up a scrolling chyron like Fox News did? That way, chatters won't be asking for news cover you covered already. No, I don't want to do that. It's too much work. And also, it's irrelevant because, dude, let me explain something to you. I'll be always looking at that damn phone. Suck my dick. Nobody gift this fucking person. Take a week off. Couple things. One, the jury nullification thing is actually important, and I think Legal Eagle has a video on it. We can watch that. I do want to watch that. I am waiting for the Legal Eagle coverage on the latest round of drops. That's number one. Most relatable streamer. No, it's just like the other thing. Responding to the other person who was like, why don't you make a ticker, like a chyron, that is like constantly fucking rolling under the screen? Dog. How many times do I just like say words that come out of my mouth as chatters get the exact opposite inference? How many times do chatters come in here and go, hey, are you covering Trump arrested, third indictment, pleaded not guilty yet? While it's on the screen. You think chatters are like looking at information that is on the screen? No. All I would do in that situation is just make this additional chyron that not a single fucking person would read and would still consistently say, what's going on? Have you covered Trump arrested in third indictment, pleaded not guilty? It would just be a waste of screen space. Exactly. And it would just be annoying still. Because then I'd be yelling about how it's on the chyron. Why don't you look at the chyron over and over again? The best possible thing I could do is just not respond to chatters who ask these questions. Unless they get really fucking, annoying.
Is going to be a common theme along with the First Amendment.
38 Democratic lawmakers are appealing to the federal judge who's going to oversee this case, asking the trial to be televised despite rules prohibiting that. But judges can make decisions on this. This is what the letter reads in part, quote, given the historic nature of the charges brought forth in these cases, it's hard to imagine a more powerful circumstance for televised proceedings. Our CNN team was in the courtroom yesterday. Evan Perez joins us now. Evan, good morning. The next hearing is soon. August 28th. And that is when the judge who's going to oversee the whole trial is going to set a trial date, right?
That's right. Poppy, the judge, Tanya Chutkan, has already signaled that come August 28th, she wants to set a hearing. She's given the Trump team and the prosecution 7 days each for them to brief and provide information for their preferences, and then she will set a date, and that is really fast. For instance, in Miami, where the former president is also facing charges related to the Mar-a-Lago classified documents, we spent a month just waiting for Walt Nauta, his co-defendant, to be arraigned. And so you can see that this is a court that we've seen this repeatedly in the January 6 cases. We've seen these judges set quick trial dates. They want to try to adjudicate these cases, and they say one reason for that is because they believe that these people should face justice. Everybody involved in January 6 should face justice before the next election and try to prevent that from happening again in the next one. And so what we anticipate is, as you heard there from John Lauro, the former president's attorney, we expect that he is going to raise a lot of issues. He already raised them in court yesterday. He said this is...
Would I love it for it to be televised? What do you think? I mean, that is like... I think there's a legitimate defense that you can... there's a legitimate argument you can make as to why that should be televised, because it absolutely is like a matter pertaining to the public. Half the fucking court case revolves around Trump knowingly and willingly defrauding the American public, right? But fuck all that. The real reason why I want it is because content, baby. I want that so fucking bad. Call me selfish. I don't give a shit. It is a crime for that kind of content to not be content. I would come. I actually would. Oh, God, I'd be too stimulated. Dozens of House Democrats have asked the policymaking body for federal courts to allow live broadcasting of the court proceedings. Oh, my God, this is the only good thing that Democrats have ever done. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Be careful what you wish for. Trump will capture the airtime just like he did in 2016. We know how that turned out. Oh, my God. Bro, I'm not even kidding. This is the one time that the Democrats are pulling through. It makes everything worth it. It's crazy. It's never going to happen, but it would be sick. Oh, God, I would lose my mind. It's such a win-win. for everybody.
It's a very complicated case. He believes that we have a lot of issues that have to be litigated. He also pointed out that the special counsel's had 2.5 years to investigate.
Yeah, it's like it's criminal misconduct. How sexy the fucking court portrait photographer is making him look. Okay, we need to see him disheveled. We need to see him not looking like a sexy anime character. Okay. What did they get fucking Ben Garrison to do the cartoons? Like, he just looks good. I don't like that. I don't like that at all. Here, there you go. I put my fucking lib hat on for a second. We need this. We need this information. We need this information. I need it so fucking bad. Oh, I need it.
This matter, and that they're going to have a lot of discovery to go through before they can even get ready to trial. He's raised the possibility that this could take, and this could be a 9 to 12 month trial. Of course, the judge will make the final decision with the understanding, of course, that they want to make sure the former president has a fair trial. Yesterday in court, I'll tell you briefly, he sat there, he seemed not very, very pleased about something that was given to him, some of the paperwork that was given to him. He and Jack Smith had clear sights on each other. Several times they looked at each other, which is very different from the previous proceeding in Miami, where they could not really have straight sight lines at each other. Poppy?
That's really interesting. So few people get to be in the courtroom, and you were there, you got to see all of that.
Every year since 1896, the loser of the U.S. presidential election has made a very public concession.
Do you think the Trump trial live on TV would beat January 6th viewership? No. I'm afraid that I guess it's like not. I don't know. I don't think that we will get numbers like that ever again. The reason why I'm saying that is because I think January 6th came at the culmination, like at the climax of 4 years of endless coverage. Have you got the matching watch to the hat, Haas? No, of course not. This was a free hat. I'm not a big watch guy, though. That's the only reason, like I've said. January 6th is mid-COVID. It's happening. It's like 4 years of people being basically 4 years of people being completely glued to the screen. Everyone cares about politics. An election cycle has ended, and everyone is wondering what everyone's wondering what Donald Trump will do. And then that happens. Like it was a perfect storm. Imagine Rolex selling caps. I think some like ironic because the Kai stuff happened, but we're planning on doing like a pop-up shop for the John Brown merchandise with a collaboration for Reconstruct. And this morning, my friend at Reconstruct Studios made these cut and sew merchandise where he took like all of the John Brown merch and made like cut and sew reconstructed pieces. Came to drop it off. And he said that his friend made these for like a golf event or something. And I was like, oh, I like it. Goes with my outfit. And he was like, yeah, you can take it. Yeah.
Concession speech. That is until 2020. Donald Trump lost the election, but refused to concede to Joe Biden, breaking a 124-year-old streak. Didn't attend inauguration either. Now, to be clear, there's no legal requirement that the loser must concede. But Trump is accused of going much further than that. He's now been charged with plotting to stay in office, raising questions about the strength of American democracy, which depends on a peaceful transition of power. Joining us now, presidential historian and Pulitzer Prize-winning best-selling author Doris Kearns Goodwin. Thanks so much for joining us. Is there any analog to this moment? Just to start 30,000 foot, what can we compare this to in American history?
You know, the only moment we really can compare it to, the only other time that the peaceful transition of power was not realized is 1860. And one of the things Lincoln said about that was, so what happens? The South loses the election, the Democratic Party loses to the Republican Party in the South, and they decide they're going to secede from the Union. They will not accept that loss. And Lincoln said, if we allow that to stand, this is the central issue that their struggle is really about, then democracy will be considered an absurdity. Ordinary people cannot govern themselves. The only other time, and every other time, the person who lost, and what's so important about even playing those clips as you did, is to show the human emotions that are involved. A person's been in an election for months. They're exhausted. They're so sad at losing. I mean, one of the things that Carter said when he was in his concession speech, I promised I wouldn't lie to you, but I can't lie. I must tell you now, I'm really hurt. This is hard. But on the other hand, I accept that I have lost. And he said, I've been a great chance to have some shaping of the destiny of our country. No man can ask for more. I congratulate the winner. I mean, we've needed that time and time again. It's what democracy is about. You know, you can either vote the guys in or you can throw them out. And the guy who loses has to be able to accept it with
school. Let's watch some Ron DeSantis crowd work, for the love of Christ. I hate this. Historian, Trump trial could be the most important in U.S. history. Okay, dude.
Joining me now.
Okay, listen. It's just like double dick suck from all different angles here. It's fucking annoying. Here is little Rhonda.
Universal school choice in the state of Florida. Universal school choice in the state of Florida. We have.
What is happening with this microphone?
Parents' Bill of Rights in the state of Florida. It says parents have the. All right, let's see. There we go. The education and upbringing of your kids. To storm Washington on January 20th, 2025. The state's doing well. So that's trying to break into our country. If they're trying to smuggle in.
Blackface woman rant, Target, Starbucks, Colorado. Yeah, here. I was going to cover that earlier, but yeah, this person went to Target in blackface and demanded to see the Pride section to own the libs, which is always so weird when these fucking freaks do this kind of shit. Like, at a certain point, when you're putting on the blackface, and you got to do it on the mirror, like, do you not just, like, take a brief glance at how you look and go, perhaps I should not do this. Perhaps I should do anything but what I'm planning on doing. How is there not a single moment of self-reflection? How? Are you that motivated to own the motherfucking libs that you just have lost every ounce of dignity that you may have had at a certain point? Are you that alone? Are you that alone that, let's say, you've lost the capacity to reflect and engage in introspection, which is kind of funny because Jordan Peterson was talking about how conservatives love introspection yesterday. But let's say you have no capacity for self-awareness. Do you not have a single fucking person, one person in your immediate vicinity as you get out of your house and get into your Lexus SUV to drive over to the nearest Target? Not a single person said, hey, Deborah, don't do that. Hey, Deborah, this seems like not a good idea. Do you not have a neighbor that stopped you? What? Oh my gosh, she worked in my post office and came in a bunch of times after she got fired. She cased my whole office to shut down yesterday. Yeah, while she was live streaming. Oh my God. She's mentally ill. I mean, yeah, that much is obvious to me.
Worry.
You're literally doing blackface.
Thank me later.
In the middle of the store.
Lester Holt did whiteface. Nobody said shit. Where's your pride section? I need to know.
We're past.
Oh, I thought they were celebrating this and they took our flag forever. No, I was wrong. My bad. I don't shop at Target. I just take pictures. Join me. Post it on my Facebook, please. My Facebook friends love it.
That's the craziest thing I've ever seen in my whole life.
Yeah, I mean, she's definitely mentally ill. Like 1000%. Anyway, a woman in blackface showed up at the Target store. That's outrageous enough, but wait till you hear how she went off the rails. Ursilia Campbell sauntered into a Target in the Aurora area of Colorado and beelined for a store employee demanding to know where the pride section is. Her work wasn't done. She went into a Starbucks with Trump stickers emblazoned on her shirt. As she groused, she was fired from the post office. Oh my God, that chatter wasn't lying. She literally was going postal. At least, okay. At least she wasn't like actually going postal. You know what I mean? And instead, this is what she's doing now. Because, you know, there's definitely worse ways that postal service workers have quit, or have postal workers that have been, disgruntled former employees have behaved in the past. We did some digging and found Ursilia apparently got the axe from the PO back in February, but she must have caused a similar stink there because a trespassing notice was posted Tuesday alerting employees to call the Postal Inspection Service. That chatter was literally not lying. She ran it against her former coworkers online, calling them some of the loneliest, miserable, trashiest, lazy people in my life. Maybe she needs to look into a mirror. Yeah, not the first time someone goes postal from Aurora. Yeah, I went on a rant on Facebook later. Amazing how racism could be attributed to mental illness. I'm not going to lie. This person is like maybe a little bit more mentally ill than the regular mental illness that we see. You know what I mean? Because like conservatives, it's reductive. It's redundant. It's redundant when you talk about conservatives and mental illness. But in this circumstance, it seems maybe a little bit more mentally ill than like regular old conservative mental illness.
Hey, Facebook. I'm looking for a job today. I'm at Starbucks. I never treat myself to Starbucks since the post office got rid of me. I barely treated myself to Starbucks when I was working there. I couldn't afford it. Trump is coming. I'm showing my titties. I have somebody across from me that's showing his too. I'll post his picture later. It's hilarious. You guys have got to see this. Anyway, wish me luck. I'm going to the post office for a job. They will never recognize my picture now. They could put me on the FBI wanted list. Have a good day. I'm going to have me a Nakai refresher. Okay, if you want the rest, or if you want what this stuff is, and if you've never had it, you got to come down to Starbucks.
The daughter ended up taking control of her Facebook. She's having a severe mental health break that her daughter said was even confusing the family. Yeah, I think what ended up happening is, did she get the job? Yeah, no chatter. I think what ended up happening is like she definitely had an episode for sure. Like, I think she's probably not the best person to begin with as far as her own personal politics and whatnot. But, like, every part of your brain that basically is supposed to stop you from going to this degree was just burned. You know what I mean? All the synapses that are supposed to fire up, they go, no, listen, Bertha, you're not supposed to do this. You're not. You know what I mean? You're not supposed to behave like this in public. They were not there. Many such cases, to be fair. I mean, literally, Kanye West is probably one of the most public instances of exactly what we're talking about, right? Where he's like, he has a long and complicated history with being manic depressive and having manic outbursts in public. That paired up with like a lot of reading material that slowly but surely eroded his eroded his brain. Something snaps and you just go crazy mode. Yeah, there's a difference between a high-level consciously fascist Matt Walsh type versus a level 2 racist having a mental health crisis that is ultimately harmless, just embarrassing and needs help. Yeah. How was the episode just racism, lol? No, I'm guys. I'm not even saying that she's not a racist person. I'm saying that she definitely is a racist person, but like very clearly she's having like a mental health issue. Because, like, think about how many racist people you probably encounter on a daily basis. Like, I'm talking straight up says the N-word with a hard R towards black people and stuff. How many of them are putting on fucking blackface makeup? You know what I mean? It's just, like, incoherent. Like, there's a shit ton of racist people probably in close proximity to you, but none of them are putting on blackface to go to Target and yell at the camera.
I'm off of Mississippi and 225. Okay.
And, like, you know, mentioning their location and stuff.
It's going to be candid camera, lights, camera, action today. They'll never recognize me. Have a good day.
Worry. I did a video about Sound of Freedom and why I don't support it. And the thing that I find most troubling about people who do support it is they seem to treat it like it's some sort of a litmus test. Like if you don't support the film, at least you don't care about child trafficking. At worst, you are a...
I love that. That's my favorite thing that has happened online with the Sound of Freedom shit is that if you even make jokes about the Sound of Freedom, that must mean that you are someone who is in support of child sex trafficking. It's like, it's a movie, dog. Fuck you mean?
Child predator yourself. And the problem with that is it surmises if you do support the film, then you're a good person and you don't do those things. And life simply isn't that black and white. That's about as effective as the old witch trials were. Like, we're going to bind you and dump you in a lake. If you drown, good news, you're not a witch. But if you burst out of the water and fly off into the night, you were a witch. No one stopped to think that that test was 100% fatal only to non-witches. But I'd even go so far as to argue there are people who support the film as cover. Like this man, California pastor and former Christian school teacher Barry Fike, who posted about Sound of Freedom, how important it is and how we all need to support it, all while he was sending explicit...
Yeah, the trafficking, turns out the trafficking call was coming from inside the house. Oh my God. Oh my God. No way. I'm just finding out about this now. That's crazy. I'm just finding out about this.
Yeah. She just died? Wow.
You mean to tell me that a financier of a sex trafficking movie that's like cooked up by a bunch of weird, ultra Christian psychos happens to be a child trafficker? Wait, what?
I didn't know that. I just, you're telling me now for the first time. She led an amazing life. What else can you say? She was an amazing woman. Whether you agreed or not, she was an amazing woman who led an amazing life. actually saddened to hear that. I am saddened to hear that. Thank you very much.
Probably one of the best clips of Donald Trump's presidency. Like, such a pivotal moment. Iconic because the music in the background too. It's just like iconic because you can see him holding back the fattest fucking, you know, they were popping bottles on Air Force One afterwards. You know what I mean? I need you to start doing that before dropping a truth bomb. Like that. Oh, yeah, that's right. Tubbo doesn't drink. So they were popping bottles of Diet Coke, which is the working class man's champagne.
Listed images of himself to what he thought was a 15-year-old child who he was arranging to meet for sex. But hey, he's not involved in the movie. He just shared a post about it. I mean, he's not like Fabian Marta, who is featured in the credits of Sound of Freedom and was online bragging about how he helped rescue it from Disney as an angel investor. He put up very real money to get it away from Disney and to get it distributed. If you saw the movie, you saw it in part because of Fabian. You know what else Fabian did?
Sound of Freedom, you know, the movie, funder Fabian Marta, who grooms women and girls into all ages sugar baby, sugar daddy parties, has been arrested for felony child kidnapping.
That's right. Child kidnapping. And not like some sort of custody.
You ever question the kind of content you give stage to doesn't encourage more bad content? Yeah, you're right. I should not be covering the sex trafficking movie funder doing child kidnapping. You know, you're right. That will then encourage more people covering child kidnapping. What do you think is going on here? Why would you report on the news? After all, other people might also report on the news that you've reported on, or the news will keep happening. I don't even know what the fuck you're trying to say, but, you know.
Custody battle thing. The statute he's charged under includes removing an unrelated child from their parent without their consent, including confining the child. This is a very serious felony involving a non-family member under the age of 14. It has a minimum sentence of 10 years with the
800,000. If you ask the QAnon sickos, 800,000 children are kidnapped every year. Except, no, the fuck they're not. The situation is a little bit more different. Okay? More than half of those are family disputes. Okay? Family disputes. But ultimately, damn near the majority of it are, like kid goes missing for a day. They find them. A lot of those kids are found, right? Very rarely do you ever have a situation where a non-familial adult will kidnap a child. The number is not 800,000. It's actually, I believe, 8. This fucking guy is one of the 8 people that engaged in a non-familial, non-family member felony kidnapping of a child under the age of 14. Think about that. So are you? What? Careful, brother. This is some clip chimp shit you're on right now. What do you mean? $33 children are abducted by someone who's not a family member. Okay, I was wrong. It's not 8. It's 33 a year. Last time I checked it was 8. Last year that I looked at it was 8. 8 seems too little. 33 makes more sense. 33 child abductions by a non-family member makes sense. It's quite literally so insanely minuscule, especially like even one child being kidnapped is psychotic and awful and immoral and gross. But it's not 800,000. The difference between 8 and 33 is the difference between 8 and 33 is nothing when you're comparing it to 8 and 800,000 versus 33 and 800,000. It might have been because of the pandemic that it was at like such a low number, by the way. Anyway, the DOJ reports that 58,200 children were victims of non-family abductions in 1 year. I doubt. No. No. You mean like over multiple decades, maybe? I don't know. It's still infinitely less than 800,000, but that seems way too high. Unless you're talking about literally fucking ICE kidnappings or something, but even then it's too high. Or you're including missing kids. Anyway. The point is this. Children do go missing. Children do actually get kidnapped. But it's usually custody arrangements or a family member, like an immediate family member that is engaging in what is considered an abduction in the legal sense. And it's not like a white minivan coming at a Target parking lot and just like kidnapping a random child. Okay? That's it.
The potential life sentence.
Yeah, the majority are runaways too. Yes, exactly.
And even before that, he was hosting all ages sugar baby, sugar daddy events.
Isn't that funny? It is kind of like voter fraud, where it's like another massive Republican fear that is just completely ridiculous, statistically speaking. Misreported runaways are lobbed into this number so fucking frequently, by the way, that during the Wayfair saga, where conservative QAnon freaks said Wayfair was sex trafficking children in public on their publicly accessible website because some of the throw pillows were like insanely expensive when they went out of stock or something. People were posting missing children from, the 80s and 90s or whatever that corresponded to the names of the throw pillows on Wayfair on the website. And one of the missing children actually came out and was like, I'm not missing. Like I'm the person. I was lost for one day when I was a child and then I was found. It was a traumatic experience, but like luckily, nothing terrible happened. And then, of course, the QAnon weirdos then turned around and were yelling at her because they were like, well, don't you care that we cared about you? Like, what the fuck? You're being you're being awfully contentious here for the incredible work that we're engaging with, trying to stop sex trafficking, child sex trafficking from happening. This is awfully suspicious. Maybe you're working with the sex traffickers. That's what they said to her. Now, the reason why I love talking about that story, because I brought it up a lot of times, and I brought up like the child kidnapping statistics a lot of times because it's like a huge deal here. Okay? Dude, I'm at the One Square Plaza Police Plaza in New York City, and they're taking down a bunch of black kids from the bus that I had just arrested from the Cenat thing. I want to take a picture, but I'm actually scared. Why not? Just fucking film it. Who gives a shit? It's not illegal. Yeah, this was I guess the Washington Post did an article on it, which is great. The internet mob wanted to rescue a 13-year-old girl. Instead, they terrified her, derailed real trafficking investigations, and incited a Save the Children violence. So, why am I bringing this story up? Because it taps into the consciousness of these fucking psychopaths who think that their cause is holy, their cause is just, and they're also like kind of schizo. So anyone and everyone, no matter who they are, even if they are quite literally the perceived victim that they are trying to save, every single person is stopping them from engaging in this like holy conquest. Okay? That's kind of the same energy. And the holy conquest is just following breadcrumbs online, like it's an interactive detective novel. Or going to a fucking movie theater and watching a movie about sex trafficking. You're not doing anything. You're just watching a movie, you fucking lazy piece of shit. It's insane. They're like bored, mentally ill, middle-aged psychopaths. Very frustrating to watch this kind of thing unfold and become a incredibly prominent political move. Like an incredibly prominent political movement, in the United States of America. I hate it. I hate that we have to capitulate to the whims of schizophrenic weirdos, some of which are actually grifter charlatans like this fucking guy, who basically are doing the very crimes that they quote unquote are supposedly shining a dark light on, or shining a light on the dark side.
All ages. So like I said before, if you want to support the film, go ahead and do it. But don't be mad at people like myself who look at it and go, seems like a bunch of people are just using this tragedy as a cash grab. And then now we have the added fun of some people who are going to use it as a smokescreen, a distraction to go, hey, look over here. Look, I'm a good person, save the children, while they're the ones who are actually preying upon them.
Yeah, maybe he was just doing it to shed a light on the dark side, or maybe because he accidentally bought into the fucking stupidity that was like the self-funded, crowd-funded campaign and thought, damn, this movie made a lot of money. Guess I got to do some child sex trafficking so that, we can write another movie so that I can make some money, Like, what the fuck is happening? Sound of Freedom Funder charged with child kidnapping. Yeah, he's just, Your Honor, I was just doing method acting. Which, of course, is kind of funny when you consider, when you do a little bit of a deeper dive into the organization that Sound of Freedom was actually highlighting as this, like, incredible movement. Turns out that org basically just buys children from child kidnappers and sex traffickers. That's like pretty much what they do. So much so that they have turned around and created markets for child sex traffickers to go out and kidnap random people because they know that these fucking white dudes are going to come in and buy the babies anyway. Yeah. These assholes are the same, just like my dad pointing fingers at gay trans people and he kidnapped his third wife that was 17. He was 68. What the fuck? Yo, what is up with some of your dads, dude? Some of your dads are straight criminals. I mean, some of your dads are dumb as fuck. Like the one dad that gave $5,000 to the fucking Donald Trump, to the Donald Trump legal defense fund. My dad is evil. Yeah, no shit. I mean, this is also a criminal, I think. Sorry to hear that, Chatter. My favorite was Chatter's cop dad that you sucked to death. Yeah, well, I'll do that. I'll be the father that stepped up. There was this insane Twitter thread about the guy in an open carry state saying if he sees anyone walking up to a child in distress, he would intervene. Yeah, I don't want to get into that. That's some fucking gross loser that is in the fandom of a content creator that some of my friends love closely following online. I don't even want to get into that mess.
In popular.
There you go. Fun stuff. What's the other side saying about this arrest? They're saying that this person is like not a serious funder, that he was only simply one of the minor funders. I've already seen it. I've seen what they're saying because I love looking at fucking psychotic weirdos, you know? My favorite thing. They're basically saying he was like a minor funder. He was not a major funder. He didn't have any kind of like, you know, he didn't have that serious of an impact on the release and distribution of the movie. Minor funder. Yeah, exactly. Minor funder and kidnapper of minors. Oh, you've heard people say we should wait for more information? Yeah, you know they love waiting for more information. I'm not a big, see, they're saying it. I'm not a big fan of this movie, but to be totally honest, this isn't really the story it pretends to be. The movie's crowdfunded, which means anybody can contribute. Child kidnapping is not the same as sex trafficking. Many child kidnapping charges stem from divorced parents removing a child in violation of custody orders. Yeah, except this is a non-family member. Like, the charge is literally specified. Why is your counter to this? You know, not all child kidnapping is the same. Like, from the people that brought you, every Democrat and everyone that defends LGBT people are actually sex trafficking groomers, comes, not all cases of child kidnapping are equal. This poster is praying they don't find his kidnapped captive children. Yeah, you write stuff like that. I need to check your hard drives. It's important to make the distinction, guys, that not all child kidnappings are equal. Okay, fine. I've made that distinction. This guy's still bad. He did the actually it's a FIBA file. He did the actually it's a FIBA file, but for child kidnappings.
ABC News Ipsos poll on what Americans think of the new charges against Donald Trump. Our chief White House correspondent, Mary Bruce, has more on that. Good morning to you, Mary.
Good morning, Eva.
Is the Mali situation any kind of threat to Western hegemony the way Politigram has made it out to be? Yeah, dude, listen. Let me explain something to you, okay? Stop reading. You've read too much. Or just read a book instead of reading Politigram, okay? Yes, be careful. Mali is thriving. Stop. No, I think the things that I have seen about Politigram people talking, the lib debate perverts are going after it. No, they're not the lib debate perverts. They're like the fucking third worldist LARPing debate perverts. And I think he means, instead of saying Mali, he means the other country, like the collection of African nations in the same area. One of the nations that recently had a coup d'etat that I can't say on twitch.tv because it's censored. And yeah, no, I don't mean Burkina Faso, even though that is one of the nations. Yes. Anyway, you actually can't say the name? No, you can say the name. You can say Niger. You just can't spell it on Twitch. That's actually not even a joke. Like I typed it out before, and it literally says like this term is a violation of Twitch terms of service. Yeah. And don't even try to spell it in the chat. You will absolutely get banned. You might get literally site-wide banned. Please don't write it. Because, understandable, it's very close to the other word that people do try to spell. Anyway, the point is, do I think that it will impact Western hegemonic power? I don't think so. I am in support of a Pan-African nationalist movement that seeks to liberate West African nations from being, new colonies or continued colonies for countries like France. And so, yeah, I'm on board with that. I just don't know enough about the West African nation. Yes. Point is, I just don't know enough, because a lot of times when these coups do happen, even if the news media coverage of it is like, wow, it's crazy, like this coup happened, it's really bad, you find out that those guys especially were training with the U.S. forces right before that coup happened. And Niger specifically was like a very important asset for America's operations in Africa. So I don't know if it's like, yeah, there's a huge military base there. That's where they do all the drone strikes. There's also like Wagner group involvement as well on the other side. So I don't know if it's like, I don't know if it's like Russia, which recently I think forgave a shit ton of loans as well to African nations alongside China, which does it all the time. I don't know if it's more like the continued interest of Russia and the Wagner group and their exploitation of said nations against American corporate interests exploiting these nations. I don't know. It's too soon to tell, at least from my perspective. I've been reading about it and trying to develop a better understanding, but, it just seems like more proxy war rather than these countries gaining autonomy. You know what I mean? No, it's because Daddy Putin is a based anti-imperialist. Yeah. Like, I see why people make that argument about like Chinese loans because their conditions are much better. But it does feel kind of wild when you say that about Russia and Wagner. You know what I mean? Where I'm like, are these guys the good guys? I don't know. It's not like, it doesn't always feel like the enemy of my enemy. If you're like an anti-imperialist, anti-US state guy, that doesn't necessarily mean that those are the good guys or the heroes. You know what I mean? Just saying. You're operating on outdated info. Chinese loans are so bad they literally impose NDAs on the borrower. What? I have a study if you want it. I don't know where is this information in this study coming from? Like, is this like, didn't China just forgive a fuck ton of loans? Like I said, and it's not like, I mean, this is like Western news outlets talking about it. What is this? How China lends, a rare look into 100 debt contracts with foreign governments. Okay, I feel like Big Homie is like either working with the State Department. Like, you had this so quick, you had this so readily available. It blows my fucking mind. Also, your new information is from March 2021. So I don't know if that's actually new information. But I don't know. Center for Global Development. Kiel Institute from the Kiel University. Definitely a competitive debater who had the link ready. I mean, I'm not going to fucking read all this, dude. This is crazy. Or at least right now. Everything I disagree with equals CIA. Okay. Here's the thing. I don't think that the Western news media is even remotely interested in making Chinese loans on African nations look good by any metric. So when I hear like the Associated Press write about Chinese loans offering better conditions, or Foreign Policy magazine writing about how American and Western lenders need to learn a lesson, if not to cede ground to Chinese lenders, they are doing it better than the World Bank and IMF ever could. Like, when neoliberals are fucking glazing Chinese loans, or when Bloomberg is writing about the myth of the Chinese debt trap in Africa, which is, you know, again, from 2022. That's the reason why I was like, what do you mean you have new information? It feels like maybe this stuff is, you know, a little bit of propaganda that's beyond Western news media. And also, this just happened too, which is what I was, well, not just this. There's a new wave of Chinese loans that were waived recently. You know what I mean? Nothing is free. It's loans in exchange for natural resources, just another play for global powers. Make no mistake. On the funding of Peterson Institute for International Economics. Diversity of stakeholders. Transparency. Objectivity. Institute's evaluation process. Is an independent, nonprofit, nonpartisan research organization. Financial support comes from valuable donors. 96% of total revenues were provided without substantive restriction, allowing the support of the views of the Institute. Okay, why doesn't it say who is the donors then? I don't get it. I mean, seems like it's state funded. Aflac, Amazon, BNP Paribas Asset Management, Caterpillar. EY, Ministry of Economy and Finance of Korea. Peter G. Peterson Foundation. Anyway, 34MKD50, thank you for the 50th subs. Steven Seagal released a dancehall song in which he sings in a fake Jamaican accent. There's no fucking way that you just decided to bring this to my attention. You've been in this community for 7 months as a tier 1 subscriber. That means for 7 months you have avoided the top of the hour ad break. For 7 months. And you've not once heard this classic HasanAbi community meme? Like, it blows my mind. For 7 months, you've been avoiding the top of the hour ad break. And yet you haven't once seen me say, me want the poonani? Has it been that long? I probably said, me want the poonani like 3 weeks ago. There's no way. I say it all the time. I have a job, I'm sorry. I want the poonani. That's crazy. Where mama at? Where the top of the hour ad break at? Here's a 3-minute ad break now. It's like chatters who say you're always eating. Yeah, I know. I've been saying me want the poonani for 25 years. Infinite Ryman, thank you for the 5 gifted. 34MKD50, thank you for the 50 gifted. Another 50. I type me want the poonani in a highlighted message almost every stream. I'm going to check to see if this person is right. Oh my God. He's not wrong. Not every stream, but he does definitely write me want the poonani. Hasan want the alien poonani. Me want the poonani. Ah! Okay, let's see if we can find another one. Can I ask her thoughts on Steven Seagal? Interesting. You said, can I ask your thoughts on Steven Seagal? But you did not say Steven Seagal want the poonani. Or Gavin Newsom want the poonani. That's kind of fucked up. It's a missed opportunity, chatter. $12 times? You fucking freak. You got timed out. See, I'm not alone. No, this person is literally joking, dude. They're memeing when they say, have you seen Steven Seagal, Me Want the Poonani? Anyway, what the fuck? How do we get the Chinese debt trap myths? Oh, here, let's.
But yeah, we are seeing a real shift here in how Americans are responding to this indictment compared to the previous two. Our new ABC News Ipsos poll showing that Americans are taking this more seriously. So take a look at these numbers. 2/3 of the country, 65%, think the charges related to January 6th are serious. Now, former President Trump, of course, is arguing that he is the victim of a politically motivated prosecution, but just over half, 52% of Americans think the former president should have been charged with a crime in this case, with 49% saying Trump should suspend his presidential campaign. Now, as expected, we are seeing the typical party line divides, but when it comes to those critically important independent voters, we are seeing an 11-point jump in the number who see this indictment as serious compared to the previous indictment related to Trump's handling of classified documents. Both Trump and President Biden, though, remain disliked, their favorability underwater. Trump at 30%, Biden not much higher at 33%. Eva.
All right, Mary Bruce for us there. Thank you. And be sure to tune in Sunday to This Week. George will be speaking with Donald Trump's attorney, John Lauro, about their legal defense strategy.
Well, hey there, GMA fans. Robin Roberts here. Thanks for checking out our YouTube channel. Lots of great stuff here. So go on, click the subscribe button right over here to get more of awesome videos and content from GMA every day, anytime. We thank you for watching, and we'll see you in the morning on GMA.
Lizzo breaking her silence over accusations of sexual harassment and a hostile work environment. The singer is denying the claims of 3 of her former dancers, and Kelly Carter spoke with the accusers, and she joins us now with more. Good morning, Kelly.
Good morning, Rebecca. On Thursday morning, I sat down with the 3 Lizzo accusers and their attorney, and they gave more information about what they say was a hostile work environment while on tour with the pop star.
You can see a public figure, and all you know about them is what they present to you when the cameras are on and the cameras are rolling.
This morning, Lizzo's accusers speaking out and reacting
She's so
to the
fucking
Grammy
heavy,
winner's
dude.
response to the
Holy shit, she is so goddamn heavy. It's crazy. I can't even pick her up any longer. It's wild, dude. Oh, look at this. Oh my God. Oh. I'm fucking out of breath. It's on the timing. What? You should not have said that with Lizzo on. Oh, no! 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 Come on, dude! Oh, dude! Oh, no! No, no, no. No! No! I'm talking about Kaya! Fuck! Audio watchers! I'm talking about my dog Kaya, who's 5 months old and now almost 60 pounds. Fuck! Late I clipped 20. Oh God! Oh God! Oh no! No! Oh. Her little kicks.
lawsuit she's facing.
Don't text me, tell it straight to my face.
The Truth Hurts singer writing on Instagram, these sensationalized stories are coming from former employees who have already publicly admitted that they were told their behavior on tour was inappropriate and unprofessional. How do you guys respond to that?
Like our experience and our pain, and not just us three, but for the many women that have, because it's mainly women that have come forward and said they felt the same or have shared their stories with us because they don't want to publicly share it yet. It completely kind of invalidates all of our experience and our trauma and our pain.
Lizzo went on to write, "I know what it feels like to be body shamed on a daily basis and would absolutely never criticize or terminate an employee because of their weight." Lizzo also said, "There is nothing I take more seriously than the respect we deserve as women in the world." What is your response to that?
I honestly just find it kind of sad that even with us bringing forth.
Bro, she literally is like, she's just like one big blob, okay? It's fucking nuts. I don't know how she just like, I don't know how she does this, okay? I don't know how she just like physically can stand like this. I have never met a dog that fucking is always on her back like this. It's crazy. Like, she doesn't sneeze at all. It's so fucking cute. It's crazy. The amount of body heat that she generates is unimaginable, though. Oh, my Lord. Oh, you don't like that, do you? No biting.
And shining light and speaking up on all the things that we were feeling, instead of being met with at least acknowledgement of our feelings, when her brand is to preach about women empowerment.
Former dancers Ariana Davis, Crystal Williams, and Noel Rodriguez accused Lizzo of creating a hostile work environment, weight shaming them, and pressuring them to participate in parties with overly sexual atmospheres.
I love that they always intersperse like Lizzo clips, like music, like just clips from her songs and shit in between. It's like, yeah, here's Lizzo dancing the night away. It's like, she made us put bananas in our pussies, and then it's like, it's about that time. It's like, what are you doing? What's happening here? Like, what's going on? This is serious business, is it not? What the fuck? Legit had to stop in my tracks thinking you were calling Lizzo heavy and that you couldn't pick her up anymore. Yes, no, I was talking about my dog, Kaya. Time to buy a ukulele, brother.
I'm way too fine to be distressed, yeah.
In a statement to ABC News, attorney Marty Singer writing...
She's pretty fucking talented, like, no joke. I mean, they're separating the art from the artist.
In part, the lawsuit filed by the three dancers against Lizzo and the other defendants is specious and without merit. He also provided video to ABC News, which appears to show plaintiff Ariana Davis filmed in April after the time these events allegedly occurred, praising her former employer.
I look up to her so much, and I just want to follow in her footsteps, and I just want to share that with the Queen Lizzo herself.
Davis says now,
our jobs are always being threatened. I personally never had job security in this whole entire time. I was being booked for these one-off shows, and all of a sudden, I wasn't. And then I was replaced with another dancer who was smaller.
One question, how may these allegations impact Lizzo's brand?
For these allegations to come out now, it goes against almost everything that she has publicly and very adamantly stood up for and stood against. And I think it's confusing for a lot of her fans.
And though the pop star still has about 13 million Instagram followers, we should note that she has lost about 200,000 followers since the news of the lawsuit first broke earlier this week. Rebecca?
And it raises some really big questions. A fascinating conversation with you there, Kelly. And we know that you will have much more.
Bro, there's no job security when you're a performer that just comes with the territory. That's kind of wild. Like, yeah, there's different metrics of performance, but like, I mean, yeah, if you're not fucking dancing or if you're dancing like shit, that's one thing. But if you were hired specifically as a dancer who's also plus size, and then they were like, oh, but now you're too plus size, I feel like that's a little bit different. No? I mean, we covered this yesterday when I was talking about it. When they were like, oh, we want you to be plus size. Not that plus, though. Like, it's wild.
True.
Lizzo got 1 million likes on her apology post compared to the 300K from the past post. I think she will make it out okay, but obviously we'll suffer some from this. Yeah, I think so too.
Oh yeah, what you heard, that's true, yeah. I fuck him and you, yeah. If you believe I do that, had to cut some hoes loose, yeah. Indy ain't no loose lips. Now them hoes tryna sue me. Bitch, I don't give two shits.
Oh my God. Well, she said they were fired over inappropriate behavior, which is a little different from I was fired for being too smart. Yeah, that was really interesting how they said, she said inappropriate behavior and not necessarily. Wait, what is this? Oh, the fear end clip. Sorry. State news, Oregon just finally allowed self-service gas pumps starting today. Now one state that doesn't allow self-service gas pumps. Get with the program. New Jersey, been there. This is the kind of thing that happens pretty often in the music industry, but people only seem to care because Lizzo has a body acceptance brand around her. I think that this kind of stuff happens quite frequently in the music industry, yes. But Lizzo has so many enemies that, I mean, it's fucked up when it happens to other people in other circumstances. But the reason why it's like being highlighted in this one is because she's not only a black woman, but also she is a overweight black woman who has done like a lot of fat acceptance stuff that, you know, people just fucking despise. Like, she has all of the worst villains up until this very moment. And now there's a legitimate reason to fucking shit on her. All of the worst villains and all the other people are going to come out of the shadows and go crazy mode. Calling Lizzo our belly after the drama this week is insane. Okay. I'm not laughing at that. That's not funny. Laugh you lose? Yeah, exactly. And I lose a lot. How neoliberalism became culture? Oh, God. I do love Wisecrack, but sometimes their videos are fucking so nerdy, you know? White Lizzo is trending for me. Yeah, that was bait. People talking about Meghan Trainor. Like, that was bait. Why the fuck would anybody... Dude, come on. Listen, for all of Lizzo's faults, like, you can't make this comparison. Like, there's no shot that someone seriously was like, wait, oh, it was Chris Christie? Oh my God. Okay, stop. The new alt-right playbook just dropped. Innuendo Studios made another
12 or 13.
Innuendo Studios came out with another video. The slow breakup, the alt-right playbook, you can't get snakes from chicken eggs. This man hasn't done an alt-right playbook since 10 months ago. Last time he did it was 10 months ago. Back in the day, during Gamergate, he would just like pop the fuck off. Post Gamergate, Innuendo Studios was like cranking them out. Isn't he in fucking Ukraine? Wait, what? Wait, why is Innuendo Studios in Ukraine making videos about the alt-right playbook for American audiences? Wait. Wait, what the fuck? Donald Trump is actually he's live? Yes, sir. Patriots are in control, sir. I didn't even know this was happening. I didn't even know this was happening, Chad.
From the lakes of Minnesota to the hills of Tennessee, across the plains of Texas, from sea to shining sea.
Where's your hat? I'm too lazy to grab it.
Detroit down to Houston and New York to LA.
I gotta ask, why does all our patriotic music suck? What do you mean? This song is a bop, dude. It's a banger. God, look at... Oh my God, look at the fucking hogs in that room, dude. He's in Alabama. Oddsy mentions Kai, I would fucking I would perish. I would die. If this man went and fucking... If this man talks about Kai Cenat and how, like, New York is crime infested or whatever, I will lose my fucking mind. I will riot, okay?
Be back in Alabama with so many proud American patriots who stand for God, family, and country. That's what you stand for. I want to thank Governor Kay Ivey for being with us tonight. And great, Kay. You look great, Kay.
You look great, Kay.
Not surprised. Doing a good job, too. We appreciate it very much. Thank you. And also Chairman John Wall. He broke all sorts of records tonight. They broke the attendance and the fundraising records. They broke every record in the book. So, John, really good job. Please sit down. We're going to be here for a little while, right? Sit down. Thank you very much. But John's been a friend really from the beginning. And today I'm also greatly honored to receive the endorsements of so many outstanding Alabama leaders.
Don't put that up as Gamba yet, because it will have to be somewhere in the middle, somewhere in the midst of the convo. You can put up Gamba for other shit first before we get to that.
With us tonight, including your great senator who just introduced me, Tommy Tuberville. What a great man! He's strong, he's smart, he's loyal. And then he's truly a fantastic guy. And he's my friend, and we love Tommy. Treat him good. You have one of the really, thank you. We have one of the great ones there. Representatives Jerry Carl, Barry Moore, Mike Rogers, Robert Adderholt, Dale Strong, and Gary Palmer. These are warriors. Gary's feeling better now. He had a little problem with the back, but he's
little problem.
Good, and he wanted to be here, and I appreciate it. But these are fantastic people. Lieutenant Governor Will Ainsworth, thank you, Will, very much for being with us. Doing a great job. Agriculture Commissioner Rick Pate. Rick, thank you very much.
Well, the other
Public
month I covered
Service
a
Commission President Twinkle Kavanaugh. I love
This
that
guy's
name.
literally wearing my shirt.
you very
Or
much.
behind.
Thanks.
I'm wearing this guy's
Public
background
Service
as my shirt.
Commissioners Jeremy Oden and Chip Beaker. And I really appreciate you and being here. And Cliff Sims, thanks for doing a fantastic job, Cliff. I'd also like to recognize Alabama Secretary of State Wes Allen, who's here. Wes, thank you. Thank you, Wes. State Senator Gerald Allen. Senator, thank you very much. Friends of mine, Ambassador Lindy Blanchard and her great husband, John. Thank you very much. A wonderful job. A wonderful, wonderful job as ambassador. A man who's just been incredible. What a voice he's got and what a wife he's got. His wife is named Kim, and his name is Lee Greenwood, and he sings that beautiful song. Where is Lee? Is Lee here? We got to see Lee. Thank you. What a voice. What a voice. We don't know what it is, Lee, but it works. They love it. And congratulations. Great career and great family. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Thank you. Catherine Engelbrecht, a real incredible woman. Where's Catherine? And Greg Phillips, where are they? Truth to Vote. They have done a job. They found more fake votes than any people, I think, in this country, and they are fake with all of the things, and they have them on tape. And you go through a lot, and we appreciate it. And get ready. Get those votes ready. Just get them ready. Keep those tapes handy, because you're going to need them, and we're going to all need them as a country. Thank you very much. You do a fantastic job. Real patriots. We appreciate it. 8 years ago this month, we held one of the very first rallies of the 2016 campaign right here in Alabama. Together, we launched the greatest political movement in the history of our country, and now with the help of Alabama patriots, oh, we love Alabama, won it by 45 points.
Protect your retirement from DC's politics.
But Alabama patriots.
God, I love the fucking ads, man. I love the ads so much. They're just like perfectly tailored towards just the most brain-broken boomers. Holy moly.
But 2016 was very, very special, and we taught people a lot, and they taught us a lot, frankly. But this state has been with us right from the beginning, Kay, I have to say, right from the beginning. And we will completely finish the job. We are going to do something that's going to be so incredible. On Election Day 2024, we're going to evict crooked Joe Biden from the White House. We're going to expel the criminals and thugs from the halls of power.
Is he doing this because he's broke from all the legal shit? Yes. Also, yeah, are you going to purge the criminals and thugs, Luke? Dude, three arrests so far.
From the beginning of our movement, it's really
three
been
arraignments, bro.
A true force
bro is
in
3
American
for 3.
politics that's dared to stand up. It's an incredible thing. We dared to stand up to the corrupt political establishment. That hasn't happened. That's why we have such difficulty, because they just can't stand us. But they're getting smaller and smaller. They're getting weaker and weaker, and we have to go on, and we have to win some battles. And I think you're seeing that we're winning a lot. We're going to have a tremendous election. The poll numbers are the highest we've ever had. And people are very upset out there, angry, upset. They don't like what's happening to our country, because our country is going to hell. Going to hell. We said no to open borders, no to globalist trade deals, no to endless wars, and no to the godless values of the communist left. That's what they are. They skipped socialism.
Kai
Cenat. I used to say this will not be a socialist country, and I was right. They skipped that station.
It's communism
We
now.
always put America first. In response, our enemies
We
unleashed
skipped
an
this
army
step.
of rabid left-wing lawyers, corrupts.
We're living in a borderless, stateless, moneyless society.
These are dishonest people, bad
No
people,
class, folks.
deranged government agents and rogue intelligence officers to try and stop our movement. Remember the 51 intelligence officials that lied about the laptop? They said, oh, the laptop, Russia disinformation. No, they all lied. 51 of them lied. And it would have made a difference of about 11 points in the election, according to the pollsters. They lied. As an example, every one of these many fake charges filed against me by the corrupt Biden DOJ could have been filed 2.5 years ago. They didn't want to do it 2.5 years ago. They wanted to wait.
Dog, how could they file a charge on mishandling classified documents and like obstructing justice before you did it. You hadn't done it yet. Like, this is such a funny line that I hear from dumbass Trump supporters in my chat all the time. And I'm like, what are they supposed to fucking assume that you're going to do a crime? Yeah, it's really fucked up, dude. It's really silly and dumb. Or if you're talking about the January 6th one, they had to do a congressional hearing on it.
Out this election, one more indictment, and this election is closed out. Nobody has even a chance. We've already defeated the Republicans. They're at 2 and 3 and 1. You know,
He
they
sounds
all want me
like
to go
shit.
onto the debate stage. And I say, well, if we're at 71 and they're at 0, 1, 2, 3, some of them are at 4 or 5. I don't know. Does it really make a lot of sense? Does it really? I love to debate, but, you know, sometimes you don't want to be a fool. You want a smart president. You don't want a stupid president. But, you know, the radical left, what they say is, oh, we want Trump. That's only because we're leading in the polls, because they're a party of disinformation, misinformation, a big party of disinformation. The person they don't want is Trump. We beat them by so much last time. We beat them with crooked Hillary. They've never recovered from that. That's why the hatred is so great. But remember this, if somebody else were leading this banner, they'd be attacked with false
He does seem
stories
shook.
also. They'd be attacked with the Russia hoax and the fake dossiers and all of the crazy things that these people do. They're lunatics. And the question is, I don't believe they'd be able to handle it, because you got to be very different. I'm not going to go beyond that, but you got to be very different to be able to do what we did. In 4 years, we had one of the most successful administrations in history, with the tax cuts and
Trump Tumblr.
the rebuilding of our military, the
From
greatest regulation cuts in
TrumpTumblr.com.
history. And we didn't get involved in any wars. We brought our people back home. We defeated ISIS. All of the things that we did. The fact is that it's not fair, and it's probably not legal what they're doing.
Tommy
They want to
Tuberville.
interfere in my campaign. They want to
Straight out of
interfere in the
Central
elections.
Casting,
They commonly
Tommy.
use tactic in third world countries. That's where this tactic comes. Third world, fourth world, fifth world countries. And they're taking
All
it
the
to a level
world.
that
What is
our
fifth
country's
world?
never
Like,
seen.
like an uncontacted indigenous tribe? Like, what are we talking?
Of political speech. That's all it is. You make a statement, oh, we have to indict him because he said we were dishonest. Let's indict him. They're trying to make it
They couldn't
illegal
do
to
this.
question the results of a bad election. It was a very bad
What
election.
does he
Everybody
know,
knows
Chad?
that. But only a party that cheats in elections would try to make it illegal, because if you have nothing to hide, why would you do that? And why would you be afraid to have those results come out? If you can't challenge a rigged election, or if you don't have borders, then in actuality, you really don't have a country. We don't have borders. Millions and millions of people are pouring through our borders like an open wound, like a sieve. We're not the ones trying to undermine American democracy. We are the ones fighting to save our democracy. We're fighting to save our democracy. So this ridiculous indictment against us, it's not a legal case. It's an act of desperation by a failed and disgraced crooked Joe Biden and his radical left thugs to preserve their grip on power. They want to do anything they can to preserve it, and we are in their way because we want to bring our country back. Our country has never been so bad. I don't think it's ever been in this position so bad. And we have a very dangerous situation because we have other countries with nuclear weapons, and the weaponry is so powerful, and we have a man that he can't put together two sentences, and he's in charge of whether or not we have a nuclear war. And I don't like that, and you don't like that either. Biden and his protectors know he cannot win this race any other way, so now they're trying something that hasn't been tried in this country, election interference. They rigged the presidential election of 2020. We're not going to allow them to rig the presidential election of 2024.
How? They rigged it while you were president. How are you going to stop them? Let's say what you're saying is true. How could you stop them if you're no longer the president?
Jonathan Turley, great guy, highly respected, said this is a free speech killing indictment. Killing free speech. That's
He's
what
a
it
highly
is. And
respected lawyer.
Referring to the deranged
No, he's
Jack Smith.
He's
not only going
if you're working for Trump, you are not a highly respected lawyer.
Amendment, he's going to have to bulldoze through a line of cases by the Supreme Court of the United States. In other words, this is an absolute case of prosecutorial misconduct. Andy McCarthy, highly respected, said this: to indict on such a theory in a manner that quite willfully intrudes into a presidential election is worse than irresponsible. The editors at the National Review wrote, this Trump indictment should not stand. Should not stand. It's a terrible thing they're doing to our country. The only civil rights that have been violated in this matter are my civil rights and those of the countless people that Biden and the communists have been persecuting. And they are communists, and they're Marxists, and they're people that don't get it. They get it. They're vicious and they're smart, but we're smarter and we're tougher than they are, and we're going to take it back. And we have no choice, because otherwise we're not going to have a country.
Also, the likelihood that there would be a January 6th 2 electric boogaloo is very low, Chad. I mean, he can't even get fucking Cenat. He can't pull Cenat numbers at his goddamn third arraignment. Come on.
The Biden crime family was
No
taking
shot.
in money from China, Ukraine, Russia, and so many other countries. And now every time more Biden corruption is exposed, his henchmen indict me because they want to knock out the bad publicity. You ever see? Whenever they have something big happening, they put another indictment or a special indictment. It's called a cover-up. And what they do is illegal and horrible. Every time the radical left Democrats, Marxists, communists, and fascists indict me, I consider it a truly great badge
Make
of
auto
honor,
detail great
because
again.
I'm being indicted for you. Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot. I appreciate that. I appreciate that, Lee Greenwood. Never forget, our enemies want to stop us because we are the ones and the only ones that are able to stop them. They want to take away my freedom because I will never let them take away your freedom. It's very simple. They want to silence me because I will never let them silence you. In the end, they're not after me, they're after you, and I just happen to be standing in their way, and I will
That's a
never
meme,
leave.
by
I
the
will
way.
never let them do.
Trump is just like me for real, just stealing memes from his fucking community and then making it his own narrative. You know what I mean? Like, that's literally a meme that's been reshared so many times I can like see the fucking iFunny watermark on the corner of it. Okay, that's what he's
with
doing.
A term many years ago, fake news. Now, I mean, honestly, it's just not a strong enough term. It's been a brilliant term, but it's not a strong enough. These are corrupt people. They don't want to even report. I mean, you have Biden got $10.2 million. You don't even read it in the newspaper. You don't see it on the news. They don't want to talk about it. These people are corrupt. From the first day in office, I will appoint a special prosecutor to study each and every one of the many claims being brought forth by Congress concerning all of the crooked acts, including bribes from China and many other foreign countries that go into the coffers and go straight into the coffers of the Biden crime family. It is a crime family. He's a corrupt person. It's often said that Republicans don't fight hard enough, and I agree with that. We need more fighters like Tommy and others. We have some good fighters, but we don't have enough of them. We have some bad ones, too. But they never said that about Trump, and I think it's one of the reasons that you like me. It's one of the reasons that I like you, and it's one of the reasons I like Alabama, because you're fighters. And you'll see that on the very first day of my presidency. The deep state is destroying our nation, but the tables must turn, and we will quickly destroy the deep state. We know where the bodies are buried.
I just Googled something. This is like kind of silly, but I just Googled something, and it turns out Cenat not only brought a shit ton more people to his Union Square meet and greet, but there were more people at the Cenat Union Square meet and greet than January 6th. January 6th number capped at 2,000. Cenat Union Square, according to the NYPD's numbers, was, according to some numbers, 5,000, and other numbers had it at 8,000, which I don't believe. I think it was like probably maximum 2,000 to 5,000, which is crazy. January 6th look way bigger. Just saying.
We will fight, and we will fight hard, but we're at a level that we've never been at. We have the highest poll numbers we've ever had, and that's because the people of our country are disgusted with what's happening. We're dominating crooked Joe Biden in the general election. The Harvard-Harris poll, not a good poll for me ever, has me way up and leading by 5, 6, and 7 points, with Trump up 18 points among independents. You know, you keep hearing about independents. How is he going to do with the independents? You know, independents like to have great walls, and they want to have, you know, we built almost 500 miles of wall, and then we were going to build another 200. And we had Mexico come in and give us 28,000 soldiers free of charge. You know, they say, oh, did you charge Mexico? I told the president, we need 28,000 soldiers while the wall is being built. And he looked at me, he said, no, 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 we cannot, 28,000. He thought I was crazy. I said, no, no, you will give it, you will give it. We need 28,000 soldiers. And he said, well, you know what, you're going to have to make a presentation. I said, you send whoever you want. And I said that to his top representatives. We want them, and we want them fast. We want them by Monday morning, 28,000. They said, no, no, we will not do that. I said, yes, you will. You're going to do it. You're going to do it. And the State Department people thought that I was a little crazy. They said, you know, this guy's asking for stuff. We've been after this for many years, like stay in Mexico. I got that too. I said, give me to the State Department. A woman, very good, but she never won anything because Mexico would give her nothing. She worked on Mexico for 25 years. Good woman, but never got anything. I said, give me a top 10 list. Give me the list I want. And I see my great Mike Lindell. By the way, he's the single greatest advertiser in history. I don't know what that
Bro, he's bankrupt. He's literally bankrupt.
can make with pillows.
He's literally bankrupt, dog.
You know, if
He
it
is
was
completely bankrupt. Also, not only is he completely bankrupt, he's like liquidating all of his assets currently. But also, you have made fun of him actively and very publicly, as a matter of fact. Like, you have made fun of Michael Pillow. According to insider reports from the White House, he would literally put the phone on mute, put it on speakerphone, and make fun of him to everyone in the room. Like, look at this fucking kook, folks. Isn't he crazy? He's so crazy. This guy, you know, he was addicted to crack cocaine, folks.
morning, I'm putting that tariff on, and I'm signing it right now, right in front of you. Here it is. I'm signing it. I signed it. Sir, we'd like to have a 5-minute pause. May I make a phone call? So he went and called, I assume, the president of the country. Came back 5 minutes later. Now, he was saying, absolutely, we wouldn't give. Now he goes, sir, it would be our great honor to give you 28,000 soldiers to protect your border. We think that's and it would be our great honor to create a policy of stay in Mexico. You know, they used to stay in our country, and that was the end of it. We wanted them to stay in Mexico, and we wanted them to come in maybe to our country after they've been checked out. So we had hundreds of thousands of people staying in Mexico, right on the other side of the wall that we built. And it worked out very well. We had a very good relationship, actually, with the president of Mexico. He's a socialist, but that you can't have everything, but we had a very good relationship. But we got everything. We got so many other things, literally with phone calls. You know the story in France where they were going to charge us 25%, they were going to charge us a tremendous amount for any company doing business in France. They were going to charge us a lot of money, these companies. I said, you can't do it. I gave it to my people. I said, tell them they can't do it. They came back a week later. Well, they won't listen to us. They're going to do it. It's almost too late. I think it's being passed. So I called up Emmanuel Macron. I said, Emmanuel, you're not going to charge 25% to our companies doing business in France. What the hell do they need France for anyway? You're not going to do it. He said, oh, Donald, it is too late. I'm sorry, it's so late. I said, well, I'll tell you what's too late. On Monday morning at 7 o'clock in the morning, I'm putting a 100% tariff tax on your wine and champagne that comes into the United States. That takes place at 7 o'clock on Monday morning. This was a Friday. So you let me know within the next half hour what's going to happen. But we are putting a tax on, and I've just signed the bill. And it's going to go into an effect in 2 days. And he called me back about 2 minutes later. He said, Donald, we have decided not to put the 25% tax on. We have decided. Now, that's the good news. The bad news, as soon as Biden got in, they put all sorts of bad things in, and nobody calls him. Do you think Biden calls him and says, by the way, you're not going to put that tax on? You think that happens? I don't think so. He doesn't know what the hell you're talking about. And in the big new premise poll, we're beating Biden by 5 points, with the sanctimonious losing to Biden 33-38. The sanctimonious is actually not doing a good job. You know, you wonder why I don't like him. Because I got him elected. He was losing badly. He was down many, many points, I think like 38 or 40 or some ridiculous number. He actually talks about it in the old days. And he came to my office, tears in his eyes, saying, please, can I have your endorsement? I said, listen, you're so far down, to a man named Adam Putnam, who was the Secretary of Agriculture, which is a big deal in Florida. He was down by many, many, many points. Many points. It was over. I said, if I brought back George Washington and Abraham Lincoln, you don't have a chance. He said, sir, I'm telling you, if you endorse me, I'll win. So I remember that I saw him on television a couple of times talking about the impeachment hoax #1 and impeachment hoax #2 and fighting for me a little bit. He was no Jim Jordan. He was no, some of the great guys we have, but he was fighting for me a little bit. Always on television. I said, and I didn't know Adam Putnam, unfortunately, for him. So I endorsed Ron DeSanctimonious, and he went like a rocket ship. And he took this massive lead immediately, like it took one night. And he went from being way, way down to being way, way up. He ended up winning the primary in a landslide a very short time later. But then he couldn't have won the general because he was running against the guy Gilliam. Remember the guy who
I'm not buying the
was
Trump
going to be the
tumbler.
star of the Democrats? African-American man, a very handsome man. Turned out to be a crack addict, but we don't have to mention that. But he was the hottest one. Him and Stacey Abrams were the two hottest politicians in the Democrat Party. He was going to
Dog, so was Michael Pillow.
First he's going to be governor. And DeSanctimonious comes up to me. I can't beat him. There's no way. I said, look, we'll do some rallies. Would you? Could you do 3? I said, 3 is a lot. But I ended up doing 3 rallies for him.
Also, Andrew Gillum, I'm pretty sure wasn't a crack addict. I think it was meth that he was caught with. But I don't know. Also, his own son is a fucking coke fiend. It's interesting. Anyway.
And he ended up winning. He won. It was a big upset. He ended up winning. And then 3 years later, they said,
I guess because Gillum is
are
black.
you going to run
he was like
for
crack
president
addict.
against the former president? And he said, I have no comment. He said, he has no comment. That means he's running. That son of a bitch, he's running. We're not going to take that. And I started hitting him, and he has been like, pshing. So with those people, Lee Greenwood, when they ask, we have to do a song about this, I think, Lee, but when they ask me whether or not I like him, I'm not a big fan of his. Not a big fan. I like loyalty. They told me that loyalty doesn't matter in politics. Some of my geniuses right backstage right now, sir, don't tell that story because loyalty doesn't matter in politics. I said, I think it does. It turned out that I was right because he has dropped like a rock, and hopefully he'll stay there. I think he will. They said, what's the problem with him? I said, he's got no personality, which actually is true. It's good. Kay, in politics, you need a personality, right? We learned a long time ago you need a little personality. When asked who's the best to improve the economy, it's Trump at 54, DeSantis at about 11. Who's the best in New Hampshire? 55-11. In South Carolina, 59-12. In Nevada, 65-10. It's going to be tough to blow it, but I don't want to say it. Where's wood? I need wood. Where is wood? I found wood. Otherwise, I'd walk off the stage to find a piece. I want to knock on wood because I don't like to talk this way. All the rest are in very low
He
numbers.
found
very
wood,
low single
baby.
digits.
That's.
But
I
despite
found
the
wood.
Demented prosecution of our movement by our corrupt and highly partisan Department of Injustice and deranged Jack Smith. Doesn't he look deranged? You see the picture with the purple robe? He's a deranged human being. We're getting stronger by the day. Somebody said, you should treat him nicer. Maybe he'd be nice. Let me tell you, this guy is a lost soul, bad guy. Don't get nicer. He's a deranged, sick person. Think of what we already achieved in this incredible 4 years, and we had to go through Russia. We had to go through the Mueller report, which after 2.5 years said no collusion, right? No collusion, it said, with Russia. We had to go through all those phony FISA things that were signed so badly. We had to go through a lot. All hoaxes and scams, and it's not changed at all. And they're the ones that have to be investigated, and those elections have to be investigated.
I'm sorry.
We have to have
you're a
those
fucking
honorable
weak ass
elections in our
bitch.
country.
Okay. Straight up, you're a weak ass bitch. You fucking said all of this for years and years. You said you were going to arrest and prosecute Hillary Rodham Clinton. Hillary Clinton is still free, and you got arraigned 3 times, okay? Sick and tired of this. Can't be constantly talking about how brutal of a dictator you're going to be once you're in a position of power, and then when you're in a position of power, you're not doing it. Skill issue. Joe Brandon, who is a husk and a corpse, has done a better job of criminally prosecuting his political rivals than you. He's just better. You can't on the one hand claim that you love President Xi, who looks handsome like he's out of central casting, as Trump did, by the way, because he rules with an iron fist, and then turn around and fucking cry that Brandon is owning you and that you're going to go back and actually prosecute everybody this time around. I promise. Just saying, dude. Can't do it. You're just posting L's at that point.
Back to the states. That's a big deal. On both sides, they felt it should be. Now, like President Ronald Reagan before me, I support the 3 exceptions for rape, incest, and the life of the mother. And I will say that in terms of...
Bro, you calling him bitch flashback me to times where he was the president and you would get so annoyed since you've been only making fun of him since then? Yeah, because he has no power. This is the perfect Trump. When he has literally 0 power and he's just talking shit like a television guy. That's my favorite Trump. Trump on Twitter with Twitter fingers and no actual like bully pulpit or no actual serious power that comes from being in office is great. He's content. He's great. He's catty. He's bitchy. He's sassy. He's got a lot of charisma. It's awesome. Trump with actual power, on the other hand, that's like enacting incredibly cruel legislation, not so great. It is very frustrating.
To do it, it would not have been good. But he said, yes, the baby's born, and then we sit down and we talk to the mother, and we decide whether or not we essentially terminate the baby's life. This is a baby born, and they have that too. Numerous states that you can kill the baby after birth. So they're the extremists, not us. You have to fight that issue differently. A lot of Republicans, a lot of House members, they weren't able to talk about the issue. They didn't know how. They didn't say that.
This is the weakest way to defend an incredibly unpopular thing that happened in America that is like probably the pivotal issue for this election cycle. Roe v. Wade. I've said this already. He needs to workshop this. It's so bad.
Rebuilt the U.S. military.
It is such a bitch-made way to defend, like to try and have your cake and eat it too. On the one hand, you're like, oh yeah, the abortion thing, I did that. And also simultaneously not standing by it and basically saying, but I did it for you. So you could have the conversation about abortion as though like abortion bans have not already immediately been implemented, whether it be trigger laws in like numerous states or, additional laws that came afterwards that have made people's lives a living hell. He's just such a bitch for that. But also, I don't think politically it's a good way to bring this issue up. And even someone, it's how Corbyn got destroyed by the Brexit issue. Yeah, I think that's a good analog. But also, I think he would get fucking ripped to shreds by anyone. Even Joe Brandon would cook him on that. If that's his counter, if that's his defense for abortion.
Who want to take your money and destroy your lives. I will end the disaster known as Bidenomics, which shall henceforth be defined as inflation, submission, and failure. We will turn around our economy very, very quickly. I will cancel every Biden regulation that's harming Alabama workers and workers all over the United States. One of the first things that I will do to help the great people of Alabama is to approve a 6-lane I-65 from Huntsville to Mobile. I heard Huntsville to Mobile, and I heard, you know, some of your great congressmen who I introduced all of your congressmen, everyone have endorsed me. It's such an honor. But I said, what can I do for this great state? You can make a 6-laner. Does everyone agree that's a big deal? Yeah? Okay. We'll get that done on the first day, okay? First day. I'll bring down the cost of energy, and we will become energy independent and even energy dominant, just as we were 3 years ago. We were going to supply all of the energy to Europe. Oil and gas, we were going to make so much money, then we were going to start paying down debt. You ever look at the balance sheet of Saudi Arabia? We have more oil than they do. We have more oil than Russia has. I got Anwar approved. No president could get that done. Ronald Reagan tried. They all tried. I got it done. The first thing that Biden did is he ended it. Anwar in Alaska, probably the largest site for oil anywhere in the world. I will reverse every one of Biden's globalist economic betrayals to once again put America first and put Alabama first. We're going to put Alabama first where it should be. And unlike Ron DeSanctimonious, who voted to gut Medicare, can you believe that? And also voted 3 times to decimate a thing called Social Security, and also to raise the retirement age on Social Security.
Alabama's already #1 at cousin fucking, and also #1 at having the worst education.
We can do a lot of things that you won't be feeling, but you can't play with Social Security and Medicare. But we will always protect Medicare and Social Security for our great seniors. Not going to touch it. And you saw that because we didn't touch it. Before I even arrive at the Oval Office shortly after
Trump's
we win
political
the presidency,
instincts
because we are going to win
still
it.
pretty
I
good.
will have the horrible war between Russia.
Talking about fucking, attacking Ron DeSantis for wanting to cut Social Security. It's great instincts overall. American politics is very different than where it was under the Obama administration.
World War III. And don't kid yourself, we're a lot closer to it than you think. A lot closer. And that would be a war like no other, because we wouldn't have army tanks going back and forth shooting. They have nuclear. The levels of power are not to be believed. To stop the destruction of our wealth, I will impose a border tariff on all foreign-made goods. You just want to sell into our country, you're going to have to pay for that. That's a great privilege that we do that. We get hurt so badly with trade. I made so many great trade deals, including with Japan and South Korea, and by the way, China, for our farmers and manufacturers, $50 billion a year. I don't even talk about that because of what they did with COVID. I will also pass what we call the Trump Reciprocal Trade Act. In other words, if China or any other country makes us pay a 100% or 200% tariff, we will make them pay a reciprocal tariff of 100% or 200% right back. And one of 2 things will happen. They'll end their tariff, which in most cases will happen, or we'll take in a lot of money, and so will they, but we'll take in a lot of money. Can you imagine? They charge us 100% tariffs and 200% tariffs, and for the same product, we charge them nothing. And we were all set to get that done and approved, and then COVID came in, and we had other things to do, but we're going to get that done. Reciprocal. It's got to be reciprocal. We will gain total independence from China, and I will hold the Chinese Communist Party accountable for unleashing the China virus upon the world. You know, it's estimated they can't pay it. Nobody can pay it. $60 trillion in damages, and the death, the millions and millions of people all over the world, the damage they did. And I always said it came from the Wuhan lab, and it did. It came from the Wuhan lab. They said the other day, Trump was right about that.
Wuhan lab.
Right about everything, actually. I will immediately terminate every open borders policy of the Biden administration. What's happening on our border? What's happening on our border is unthinkable. We had the safest border in the history of our country, and now we have the most unsafe border, I think, anywhere in the world. There's never been anything like it. No third world country would have a border like that. They'd fight people with sticks and stones if they had
The
to.
lab leak isn't even
Under
a medical,
Biden, other
scientific
countries are
community thing.
emptying
It
out
doesn't
their
matter.
prisons and
Plenty of
saying
fucking liberals also claim it's a lab leak as well now.
everyone, including terrorists.
He's
into
not
the
even
United
alone on
States
that.
of
Like a
America.
lot of
Many
people say it's a
terrorists are
lab leak.
coming
It's a
in.
good anti-Chinese
Their
way
prisons
to
are
run with
emptied out,
it.
emptying out
It's
all
a
over
theory,
the world,
just
not
like
just the
zoonotic
3 or 4
spread.
countries that we consider more or less neighbors.
Ryan Grimm is like a
Guatemala.
proponent of it too, which
No,
is
Guatemala's
interesting, but what are
very
you going to
small
do?
prison population. El Salvador, very small. Mexico, very small. They're emptying them out. There was a psychiatrist who's been at a certain South American country for many years running a big
Holy
mental institute.
shit, dude. Cenat is being charged with inciting a riot, unlawful assembly, and more. He will be charged with multiple counts after a video game giveaway led thousands of people to overrun Union Square Park on Friday. Police say he will be charged with at least 2 counts of inciting a riot, unlawful assembly, among others. During an evening brief, authorities said 64 people were arrested, including 30 juveniles. 30 juveniles were arrested. The event was unpermitted, not sanctioned, and grew rapidly to thousands of young people who NYPD Chief Department Jeffrey Maddie said attacked officers instead of complying with orders to leave. The chief implored parents to step in. I had thousands of kids out there. I needed thousands of parents, Madry said. When it gets to the point where it's disorderly, we want the parents to come and take control. 3 officers were injured during the mayhem, 2 of which were taken to a nearby hospital. 1 sergeant suffered a broken hand. What did he do? He fucking beat someone? He beat a teenager and broke his hand. Over the last few days, Cenat, one of the most popular streamers of the video game streaming website Twitch. No! It was YouTube. You guys were saying he was a YouTuber, and that was fine. Don't do no, he's a YouTuber, guys. I don't know what you're talking about. Oh, it's so Jover. Bro, Trump is going to get time before... No, he's not. Kai is not going to get time before Trump. I don't know what the charges are. I don't think... I don't know how bad these charges are. Like, I don't know what what it would look like after a plea bargain. You Twitch streamers looking pretty sus. No. Anyway, over the last few days, Cenat, one of the most popular streamers on the video game website, thousands of people showed up and took over the park and roads bordering it as police struggled to contain them. Just before 5 p.m., police had gained the upper hand on the crowd as many people began to disperse. NYPD sources told Eyewitness News they did not want to arrest people and they did not want to escalate the situation further. Cap. Despite that guidance, Eyewitness News observed several arrests made as prisoners were loaded onto an MTA bus. I personally observed young people walking out with their heads, bleeding from their heads, bleeding from their faces. I personally observed young people having panic attacks, anxiety attacks, asthma attacks. People were suffering out here. It was a lot of people. It was uncontrolled. It took us a while to get it under control, and a lot of young people got hurt, Madry said. Bro, I love when they're like, a lot of young people got hurt, which is why, we arrested 65 young people. You know what I mean? It's like, one thing that we love to do when, people are being hurt is like, well, where's our piece? You know what I mean? It's a Class A misdemeanor in New York State. Okay. NYPD has recovered evidence from social media that Cenat was out of his vehicle and interacted with a large crowd before he left Union Square. Detectives are currently questioning him, but no determination has been made onto whether charges will be filed. To gain the upper hand on the mob, the NYPD flooded the scene and pushed the crowd away, making sure they didn't come back towards Union Square. Robert Boyce, former NYPD chief of detective, said that it's important to understand that the streams of kids running away from people, they could create mayhem somewhere else. They have to be followed. He added, this isn't over by a long shot. There's a lot of work ahead. Holy fuck. They're like, there's a lot of work ahead. We are going to be arresting every 12-year-old in the 5 boroughs. Do you understand me? I'm sorry. We have to follow these children. Did you see Kai's statement?
I did everything right and they indicted me.
Stop. Upon arriving over the scene, eyewitness news reporter Shannon Son in Newscopter 7 reported seeing groups of police officers holding up pieces of plywood and taking cover behind cars that were struck on the 14th Street because of the crowd as they were pelted by objects thrown from the mass of people. There was construction happening near the 14th Street subway station, and people in the crowd had grabbed and were throwing paint cans and other equipment. They climbed on top of the gazebo, which covers the subway, as well as George Washington statue, which depicts the former president riding a horse. Service has been resumed. A number of drivers were trapped in their cars and were surrounded by the crowd as it was shut down. A sheer number of people and their seeming desire to get a glimpse of Cenat and a group of people with him, which created a dangerous situation of massive people moving and shoving. A woman who arrived in Union Square on the subway with her baby daughter, run some errands, said it was really hectic. She waited it out, cowering in an ATM lobby. But to come and make a mess of not just the city, I understand if you're a Cenat fan. Later, an SUV believed to be carrying Cenat drove away from the scene with about a dozen people who were hanging on the side and clinging on to the top of the SUV. That was like the worst part, I think. I think that was the absolute worst part. Many of them were seen falling from the vehicle. One of the greatest erroneous errors made was not serving a top of the hour ad break that Kai Cenat seemingly forgot to run a 3-minute ad break, and then seemingly forgot to inform his audience that at the top of the hour there's a 3-minute ad break, and if you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe for $5 or for free on Twitch Prime. Fear not, though, at the HasanAbi broadcast, we do not make such mistakes. If you no longer want to see those ads, you can also get gifted a sub if you're lucky. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. Chat is fucking hating. That was a good debate. I know. It's fucking stupid when chat hates on good debates. Shortly after that, a bus on the 14th Street became the focus of a large part of the crowd, with some people climbing on top of the bus as they seemed to believe Cenat was inside. Police officers could be seen taking people into custody outside the bus, and video later showed people inside the bus apparently handcuffed. While police worked to set up a barricade, hundreds of people ran away. NYPD loudspeaker could be heard instructing people in the crowd to disperse. The crowd finally appeared to begin to disperse around 4:45. The NYPD said it recovered evidence showing Cenat was out of his vehicle and interacted with a large crowd before he left Union Square. What do you mean, like evidence? Yeah, he streamed it. Why are they making it seem like? Why are they making it seem like this was like secret? We uncovered damning evidence of Kai Cenat from the little-known website Twitch.tv, where he seemingly was streaming. Okay, I want to say something here. Okay? I think a lot of times I like to say, oh, you're too online, go touch grass. Turns out I was wrong. This is what fucking happens when you're touching grass. Stop telling children to touch grass. Look what they did. They're fucking out there Naruto running on police officers. Okay? Stay inside. Stop touching grass. No more grass for the Zoomers. Stay the fuck inside. I think one kid took a service weapon. No, they didn't. No, that was a fucking random dude, listen. That was a random Twitter account. If they actually took a fucking service weapon from a cop, they would have been killed. If they actually took a service weapon from a cop, it would be all over the news. That would be the most newsworthy part of the story. Not that, like, they were dancing and using fire extinguishers and throwing paint cans. You know what I mean? They would literally be like, no, this is the worst thing that could have happened. And they would talk about that. You know what I mean? A service weapon is a police officer's gun. Anyway, Zoomers have been making lots of memes about that too. Yeah, they made 65 arrests and 30 of them were literally juveniles, okay? Which means 30 of the 65 arrests made were juveniles. Children. Like literal fucking children. "17 is a juvenile?" Okay. What do you mean? What the fuck does that mean? Okay. Okay. I'm genuinely confused. What were you implying there? Are you trying to say a 17-year-old male adult? Is that what you're going to say? Like, a full-grown adult 17-year-old man. ABC just tweeted him out. Yeah, I saw. I mean, ultimately, the charges are understandable. The charges are understandable. They're trying to hit him with the book, which I get. It's a double whammy because, like, it's fucking. It became a massive commotion. You know what I mean? So they're like, they want to. It's like it's a two-part thing. You know what I mean? It's a double whammy because one, it's yet another influencer causing chaos with teenagers that want to go see him in the eyes of the news and in the eyes of people in positions of power, older boomers. They see this as like, oh, we got to make an example out of this kid. Like, we got to do some deterrence, right? But also he's black and a lot of his fans are black. So then it's a double whammy because then it's like you're basically creating an opportunity for all the other people that are like, well, this is mob activity. These are thugs. You know, all the people that say that kind of shit are also out there looking for blood. So you know what I mean? I get unauthorized assembly, but inciting riot charge is stupid. Yeah, but I think that's more so throwing the book at him. That's what this is. You know what I mean? That's the part of the part of the conversation where like the authorities are throwing the book at him, as in they're trying to hit him with like the maximum amount of shit that they can. Because they want to make an example out of him. One, because he's another influencer that has like caused the commotion. And two, because he's a black influencer. You know what I mean? So you know, it's happened before. It's happened before. It will probably not be the last time that this happens. You know what I mean? Like, it's just it's a common practice, I would say. Ultimately, though, yeah, he did a bad job organizing this. Obviously, I don't think anybody would disagree with that. But ultimately, I would say While he does bear some responsibility for the mismanagement and the misorganization, he will most likely have good lawyers talk down the charges, and there will absolutely be like a plea deal, and it'll be like a slap on the wrist, like a minor fine at the end of the day. Because no, inciting a riot is not as heavy a charge as you think it is. Chelsea in the chat said it was a Class A misdemeanor. It is a person is guilty of inciting a riot when he urges 10 or more persons to engage in tumultuous and violent conduct of a kind likely to create public alarm. It is a Class A misdemeanor. I mean, I don't know what you get, bro. What you say is crazy. Nah, what you say has nothing to do with it. Come on, bro. What do you mean? $364 days in jail and $1,000 fine max. Up to a year in jail. Okay, yeah. There you go. Yeah, less than a year, no felony conviction, and $1,000 fine max. So I think that you get like, I see this as like him doing maximum like some kind of community service. No matter how horny they are to like fucking throw the book at him, I see like any decent lawyer getting him out of this with like a little bit of community service and some fines ultimately. There's no, I mean, it would be unimaginable. It would be fucking insane if they jailed him for this. You know what I mean? So. Them jailing him for this would probably lead to a bigger riot. It would be a miscarriage of justice, in my opinion, to throw him in jail for something like this. I think it's already like annoying and over the top to arrest 30 fucking juveniles for the events that took place today. Like, are there people that were behaving in an unruly manner? Absolutely. 100%. But like, I mean, I feel like maybe there's way worse offenses that people had committed in that crowd, and the cops, for some weird reason, did not bring that up, and we just didn't see it on camera. But what we saw on camera, it didn't give off like 65 people should be arrested. I am speculating. Why can't I speculate? Why am I not allowed to speculate? Yeah, of course. What is it, illegal? What are you going to do? Fucking kill me? Yeah, I'm speculating. Of course I'm speculating. It's like, what are you talking about? What part of like, I didn't see anything in the videos, and the cops may in the future down the line talk about the additional arrest records and why they were valid. What part of that means I'm covering my bases? I don't fucking know. Hello, if you're at this event and were assaulted by the NYPD, take photos of any injuries, go to the hospital and get a medical report, write down everything that happened, every single thing, get names and info for potential witnesses, and find a civil lawyer now. True, exactly. Anyway, guy's gonna get sued to shit. That'll be worse than the criminal penalties. AMP getting RICO'd? Yeah, I don't think so. But But yeah, if you got your ass beat by a cop, you should absolutely sue the NYPD. That Kai Cenat mugshot hitting the timeline going to be worse than 9/11? Yeah. The extra arrests were more than likely people climbing on the roofs and letting off chemical fire extinguishers, in my opinion, probably. There was also a fight. There was also a couple fights that broke out. You know what I mean? Brother, what? Maybe don't go there in the first place. Okay, but what if you did? You know what I mean? What if you did go there and then some fucking cops saw you dancing in the street? We saw a video and they just pummeled you into the ground and arrested you. Should you not have any kind of legal recourse for that? You know what I mean? Fucking collect, baby. Collect that paycheck. It's like, it's the best way to possibly get some of these goddamn tax-funded dollars back into your fucking pockets directly. Big payout for you. Get the bag. It's true. So much of our tax dollars fund these civil suits that local police departments have to deal with because they're constantly beating the shit out of people that they were not supposed to. You know what I mean? Anyway, the real giveaway with the NYPD civil lawsuits, yeah. Start funding lawsuits in the police retirement fund and watch how quick shit gets cleaned up. A local man in my town got 20 million and my town barely has 12K people. You know, I'd rather have your tax dollars, our tax dollars, go to these kind of fucking civil suits from departments than to overtime pay for these fucking hogs for engaging in like brutal actions to begin with. At what point did Kai incite violence as a baseless charge? If I invited 10 people to meet up at a restaurant and then they acted up, how am I responsible for it? If I call you to come and meet me at the bank and you start robbing it, how is that insightful? First of all, that's not a great counter argument, because if you called a bank robber to a bank, you absolutely would be at least charged with criminal conspiracy to rob a bank. So like that's actually worse than what you were claiming. Like the analogy would be not great in that situation. But he knew thousands would show up. No, I think he didn't think that it was going to be like this. I don't think that he thought that it was going to be like this. Come on, dude. I think that what was I saying? The person implied they knew by saying they called a bank robber, y'all. How is exactly Kai liable? Not being contentious, I actually don't know. I don't know. I mean, people have gotten hit with like riot charges before, Tyler the Creator as well. But in that situation, Tyler the Creator, it seems, was in a controlled environment that he actually egged on until it became uncontrolled at his own event. So that seems like more liability than Kai just being like, hey, show up. I'm going to give you guys, gift cards and PS5s and shit. You know what I mean? Like,
it's gonna be the moment. Ask chat, bro. Look at these numbers. I want you to no. Look at these numbers that they're saying though, bro. Chat. How much people you think gonna be there? 45K, 1,000, 5,000, 1,000, 10,000, 2,000, 10,000. Bro, there's no way I could pull out 10,000 people, bro. No. I feel like 500. 20,000. Never. I'm not gonna. That's crazy. Now, how much do you think gonna pop out?
Yeah, I mean, he's like, oh, it's just 500. I'm sure he thought it would be more than that, but
I'm gonna be honest. Yeah, be honest, bro. Don't lie. You've been in this content creating game for a little minute. You feel what I'm saying? You have not this.
That will not look good in court. What do you mean? He literally said, no, it'll be 500 max. which I don't think is like that's not what happened. If there were 500 people there, it wouldn't have turned into the commotion that it turned into.
This is about to be your first time being here since New Year's. No, not even being. This is about to be your first meet and greet since. Oh my God! Don't forget. This is his first meet and greet ever. This is technically my first pop out shit. This is first meet and greet ever. This is first meet and greet ever. This is gonna be crazy, like crazy. How much you think it's gonna be tomorrow? Ask that.
Bro, he should have listened to his homie though, for real. Like, because he was right. And Kai was very wrong. His friend was like, dude, come on. Be real. Be for real. You're fucking insane. 500? That's crazy. Turns out he was very wrong. The 500 number, I mean. $500 same charge? No, dude. If it was 500 people, this level of like commotion would not have occurred. That's the difference. Brother, you can't look at a crowd of like 2,000 plus kids and be like, oh yeah, like, well, 500, they would have fucking rioted. Like, what are you talking about? 500 people show up to that thing and it absolutely is like infinitely more manageable. It would still be probably a commotion, but not to that degree. You're looking at, think about it this way. You're looking at 4 times the number. You know? Anyway, Mark Rebile plays in front of crowds on Twitch, live audience, 50 to 100 people on the streets. Hasan, how the fuck did you build your audience? I don't know, man. Man, it's 100K subs, 6.4 million followers. It's in New York City on a nice Friday. He thought only 500. That's more than naive. I mean, regardless. I think the reason why they put the riot charge in there, I'm willing to bet. One, they wanted to throw the book at him, right? But the reason why they put the riot charge in there, and the way they're going to try to justify it is by saying he knew the situation was hectic outside. He saw the crowds. He saw that it was uncontrollable, and he still stepped out of his car, which led to an even larger commotion. That's why they were like, we found secret evidence showing that Kai actually went into the crowd. Like, yeah, the secret evidence was his Twitch stream. So they're probably going to use that to be like, this is definitely inciting a riot. Because the situation is like untenable, unmanageable, and he still walked outside of the crowd. So that's what they'll say. I think. No, he did not. What do you mean? Well, first of all, he did do that, but also I'm not saying that that's a good and a reasonable thing to say. I'm simply saying that is probably what they're going to follow through with and justify. We watched it live. His cameraman was eating or something. But like I said, the worst aspect of this, luckily nothing like super terrible happened. There was like a shopkeeper that I believe got hit in the head or something, which is fucked up, obviously. Luckily, nothing horrible happened, like a trample situation or like a crowd curse situation didn't happen. So that's good. So ultimately, I see it being like like a slap on the wrist. You know what I mean? That's what I foresee. Slap on the wrist, fine. Did you riot? Yeah, I rioted. Didn't some people raid as zoomies? I don't know. I did not see that. Even Hasan knows he's fuck lol. I wouldn't say fucked at all. What do you mean? A $50K fine is not fucked. First of all, it's a $1,000 fine for inciting a riot. And secondly, LSF turned into a right-wing sub with people posting a Foot Locker being looted and saying, what will Hasan say? I bet he won't mention it. Well, I did not see that. And even if it did happen, I'm willing to bet it happened significantly after the events had already died down. So I don't know if they'll try to slap him with that charge. You justify stealing, so it's all good. That's true. But also, it's not surprising that a subreddit was very racist. Let's be real. Is inciting a riot not a felony? It's a Class A misdemeanor. 364 days in jail is the maximum sentence and a $1,000 fine, as we found out. Mods are worried about the gamble going on. They don't know if Trump mentioned it. What should they do? I mean, it ended, so we should probably cancel it. Sorry. Kai's lucky he doesn't hold any substantial political agenda. Being apolitical pays off sometimes. Brother, I don't know if you know this, but Kai's black, which automatically makes you political in the United States of America. Even if he himself is apolitical as a brand, the way that people will view him and his actions and the actions of his community, that will always be political. There's nothing more political than a black male in the United States of America. Straight up. Anyway. A black woman may be more political. Yes, there's also misogynoir. But what I'm talking about is like the major vector of hatred, white supremacist hatred, whether it be seeing like black people as violent aggressors, it certainly impacts black women, obviously, in traumatic ways, but the fear involved in the eyes of like a broader white population, black men are the biggest villains. Black women also, obviously being women, get hit with misogynoir. But the stereotype still heavily features black males as the main villains. This does not mean that black women are not hit with different types of oppression under the intersectional umbrella. Of course they are. But like hypersexualized, hyperpoliticized black males are they're at the very core of like American sexual pathology and like the genuine fears that the broader white supremacist Americans feel. Main villain. Anyway. Well, ultimately, yeah, just being black, being a black man. I don't know why you had to interject and be like, what about black women? Like, yeah, black women are fucking subject to a shitload of racism. What are you talking about? It's such a dumb fucking conversation. We're talking about like a riot. Holy fuck. You have to immediately come in and be like, well, what about a black trans woman? Like, yeah, I know. But we're talking about like stereotypes throughout American history. Like, fuck. Yeah, what about a disabled communist black trans woman? Like, yeah, okay. They are hit with more vectors of hatred from the intersectionality of hate, okay? Jesus Christ. But if we're talking about like the beacon, the thing that like white supremacist fears the most and has made like the most awful depictions of, you know, we're talking black men specifically. This does not mean that black women are not oppressed or marginalized, and even marginalized worse than black men in certain circumstances like misogynoir, as I mentioned. But yes, the reality is the most oppressed minority in this country are atheists. Atheist gamers, as a matter of fact. Chat being serious, I was trolling a bit. The most oppressed person in America is Donald Trump. Let's be real. I mean, after all,
I did everything right and they indicted me.
think about that. Think about that. I think about that a lot. All right, let's get some fucking reacts, dude. Dude, there's so much news. Scenes will be in Jason Aldean's latest song, yeah. Try that in a small town. See how far you make it down the road. Coming over here with PS5s and gift cards. Never again. Try that in a small town. We're going to do Okay Buddy tonight? Yeah. To be honest, yeah, Kai unironically should have done that in a small town because I feel like it would have gone a lot better for him as opposed to what happened. The events that unfolded. Oh, my Lord. New York City Transit allowed too many people to show up? Literally! You're not wrong. This is yet another major public transit fail, folks. I'm always saying this. You got fucking public transit. You're going to have kids showing up everywhere. They're doing riots. They're going to do riots. That's why it's better to have car-reliant infrastructure. That's why I'm an advocate. Drake had a Hasan moment about breast sizes.
L? How many letters does it go up to? L? What comes after A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L? There's another one over there that looks big, but...
That's pretty funny because I had the exact same moment. The exact same realization, which shocked me to my core.
We'll talk about it later. I gotta talk to you personally. We got another personal conversation. 36L?
The Yakuza traced this streamer out of Japan. Who is this? Who's the guy? Oh, I don't want to watch this. No, fuck that. I don't want to watch this. Yeah, I don't like that. Not the content creator himself. I don't know anything about him, but I don't like the I don't like the dude that he's covering, the one that got chased out. Anyway. All right, let's fucking skip the Lizzo shit. All right, let's do it. What does IQ actually measure?
Culture, the term...
Before we get started, you guys know my takes on IQ. Talked about it quite frequently. This is a video from Veritasium, so I believe it'll be great. The only thing that IQ measures is how fucking stupid you are. And not for the reasons that you think. I mean. What do I mean by this? You're not the smartest person if you believe that IQ is a decent metric of intelligence or a decent measure for how successful you will be in society. That's it. It measures pretty much nothing other than how good you are at taking an IQ test. Precisely the reason why only the worst people love talking about how they're Mensa or how they have very high IQs. It's really funny if you also put it on your social media profile or something. All right.
IQ is everywhere.
Do IQ exams do that? You probably need 120 points of IQ.
Don't know my IQ. IQ.
Low IQ individual.
People who boast about their IQ are losers.
True.
When people say IQ, what they mean is intelligence, an objective, rigorous measurement of intellectual ability. But does it actually work? Well, in this video, I want to find out where IQ came from, what does it actually measure, what can it predict about your life, and I guess, what is my IQ? I have never taken an official IQ test before. Honestly, I don't think I'm terribly smart. I've always kind of considered my IQ to be maybe just a little above average.
Exothermic or endothermic?
I feel like that should be exothermic.
Good job, science guy.
There
Bro, come on, dog. He said maybe my IQ's a little above average. Okay, well. Anyway, you're going to have to really let him cook. I'm about to cook him if he keeps up this take about IQ.
There are a lot of IQ tests online, but I am very skeptical about their accuracy.
Okay, that's smart. See? Okay, points for smart guy points.
Still, I figured some of them may be good practice.
Is this your first React since Reactgate 2023? No. Man, what do you mean? Of course it's not my fucking first React. I've been reacting every day. I haven't stopped reacting at all. Literally have not stopped, including the entire day. And will most likely not stop.
This for the real thing. Tomorrow, I'm going to do an IQ test for real. Before I do that, I want to try to improve my score. And so I'm going to try to do a whole bunch of practice tests.
Also smart.
I think this test is trainable. But tomorrow, we're going to see whether that's true or not.
Also smart.
The idea
Double
of
points for
intelligence
smart guy.
testing goes back hundreds of years. But the first concrete breakthrough occurred in 1904. English psychologist Charles Spearman was studying students' grades in different subjects, and he wondered how their performance in one subject, like English, would relate to their performance in another, like math. One option would be that the better a student did in math, the worse they would do in English, maybe because they spent more time on their math work and so had less time to devote to English. So performance in different subjects would be negatively correlated. Another option was that performance in one subject would be completely unrelated to performance in another. After all, different subjects require different skill sets, so maybe marks would be totally uncorrelated. The third option was that the better a student did in math, the better they would do in English. In other words, their marks would be positively correlated. A correlation coefficient can vary anywhere from -1 to +1. A correlation coefficient of -1 indicates a perfect negative correlation, meaning an increase in one variable corresponds to a precise, predictable decrease in the other variable. Similarly, a correlation of +1 indicates a perfect positive correlation. A correlation of 0 indicates no relationship between the two variables, and any value between 0 and...
I know my ass is low IQ because I looked at this and I didn't understand. I didn't retain any of this shit.
1 indicates a positive correlation, but the data has some random spread. The square of the correlation coefficient tells you the amount of variation
Politics,
in
Andy, it's statistics. I should be fucking good at this. I'm not. What do you mean? I quite literally should be good at that. I'm not. Okay? Politics, Andy, this is right in my wheelhouse, supposedly.
one variable that can be explained by variation in the other variable. For example, if the correlation coefficient is 0.5, then 25% of the variation in one variable can be explained by the other. When Spearman analyzed his data, he found a clear positive correlation. Students who did better in math also tended to do better in English, and the correlation coefficient was 0.64.
It's kind of an interesting correlation to find because I feel like there would be an absolute negative association with doing well in math versus Hasan getting cooked by a Zandow 70-year-old psychiatrist in a debate. Wait, what? Man, I think in a lot of instances, some of you guys maybe take what I say a little too seriously, okay? Calm down. You only likes politics when it's drama, Andy. Don't lie, homie. Yeah, that's... yeah. That's why I cover it every day when there's like incredibly and profoundly boring shit happening by every objective measure. Not because of my fixation and obsession with politics, but certainly because I love drama. Like the drama surrounding the debt ceiling. Oh man, the drama. I love covering the drama surrounding the debt ceiling for 3.5 weeks. Every day.
But math and English weren't the only subjects the students studied. They also took classics and French, and when Spearman looked at the correlations between all of these subjects, he found the same pattern. Students who did well in one subject tended to do well in them all. So how do you explain this observation? Well, Spearman proposed that each person has some level of general intelligence, what he called the G factor. This construct was meant to capture how quickly students could learn new material, recognize patterns, and think critically regardless of the subject matter, which explains why students' scores across subjects are correlated. Those with high G score well on all subjects, and those with low G score poorly on all subjects. Spearman published his conclusions in a paper titled General Intelligence Objectively Determined and Measured. But the correlations weren't perfect. So on top of the G factor, Spearman proposed subject-specific factors, or S factors. A student's performance in math, for example, would depend on their general intelligence plus their subject-specific factor for math.
The G factor is the geek factor, okay? The better you do in this, the higher the likelihood that you're going to be shoved into a fucking locker.
Subject-specific factors could increase or decrease performance on that particular subject. Spearman believed that specific factors could be trained, but general intelligence was fixed. So he wanted to find a way to reliably measure general intelligence. At around the same time,
You are so bully coded for someone who used to get bullied. Yeah, I mean, why do you think I'm joking about it? Okay, shut up, nerd.
in France, Alfred Binet was tasked with figuring out
put your
which
glasses
kids
on to
needed
see,
more help
nerd.
in school. Together with Theodore Simon, he developed the Binet-Simon test. Students were asked to name what's missing in the drawing, define abstract terms, and repeat back sentences. And there was also this question asking which face is prettiest. There were 30 tasks in all.
Dude, the greatest, the most French intelligence test you can have. Which one would you be la racist to? Also, the correct answer is 2. In the eyes of Frenchmen, it's 2. They're like, look at the nose, it's very well defined. Just like my favorite Gerard Depardieu. What do you mean? He's got le schnoz. It means powerful. Now they need a question about cigarettes. Yeah, which cigarette would you consume, and why is it both of the cigarettes?
Their performance was benchmarked against other students of different ages in order to assign them a mental age. For example, if a student performed about as well as the average 8-year-old, their mental age would be 8. This mental age was then divided by their actual age and multiplied by 100 to arrive at a so-called intelligence quotient. And IQ was born. So the Binet-Simon test was the world's first IQ test. It was translated by Goddard into English and brought to the US. At Stanford, Lewis Terman standardized it using a large American sample, and with some modifications, it became the Stanford Binet test. And for decades,
French people discussing the mental age of children. I didn't say it. I read it from the chatter, okay? I have squashed my beef with the Frenchmen. I love my French friends, okay? I didn't say that. A chatter did. But low-key, they are very bad at prosecuting pedophiles. Like, this is what I've heard from Frenchmen, okay? From French people. I'm not even kidding.
It was the most widely used test in the United States. But this was just the start. Many other IQ tests were developed. They all had the same goal of measuring the G factor. The way they did this was by assessing many different mental abilities, including memory, verbal, spatial, and numerical skills. Each one of these areas might have a subject-specific shift, but by averaging them all together, the idea was the subject-specific effects would cancel out, leaving a decent approximation of G. Of course, there would always be some error, but that's why psychologists designed IQ tests with upwards of 7 to 10 sections with distinct tasks to try to minimize subject-specific distortions. All the different IQ tests differed in the number of questions and their difficulty. So to standardize the scoring system, each test was given to a large sample of the population. Raw scores were normalized, usually so the mean was 100 and the standard deviation was 15. And that's how it's still done to this day. This is known as IQ, and it's meant to be a measure of an individual's G factor in comparison to the rest of the population. The way it's scaled, 68% of people have an IQ between 85 and 115. Only around 2% score over 130 or under 70. 11 lions, 4 cats, and 7 crows have a total of... Oh, boy. As I was studying for my IQ test, I practiced all the different types of questions that appear on modern tests. One section will almost certainly be on vocabulary.
This is
They
good.
give you one word.
This is good because I'm going to train for an IQ test.
Like sanguine, and you have to pick which of the multiple choice options is most similar in meaning. Is it gloomy, asinine, recalcitrant, optimistic, or reflective? They might also ask you to pick a word with the opposite meaning.
Isn't it?
So what is the opposite of perspicacious? Is it canny?
Bro, what the fuck? Okay, first of all, if you're ESL, you're like cooked. Automatically, you're like, oh yeah, by the way, immediately, if you know 2 languages, Well, I mean, I guess like there's a lot of fucking dummies in America as well, but like automatically you're just like, oh, okay, well, I guess sorry, I only know fucking 2 languages fluently. I'm pretty sure I'm in some documentary because I smoked weed before an MRI during an extended IQ test. What? How much pollution were you exposed to as a child should be a factor in these tests before we take them seriously at all? No, I think that's not valid because then you're talking about environmental factors like environmental racism and whatnot. But like that can contribute to your you having like a learning disability or something. But having said that, I think the better thing to do is tackle the boundaries that the test itself finds as a good, decent measure of intellect and attack that instead. Because what you're saying isn't wrong. Environmental factors absolutely factor in. But I also don't think that this test is a good way to figure out whether you're an intelligent person or not. Does that make sense?
Obsequious, dull, fanciful, or sagacious.
What the fuck is sagacious?
Another section tests your ability to spot patterns with numbers. So pick the number that best completes the pattern. 3, 5, 8, 12. What comes next? Originally, I was looking for complicated patterns, but as I familiarized myself with the online tests, I discovered
4, 16.
Patterns were usually pretty simple.
The answer's A.
A good technique is to find...
it's A. It's A, right? Isn't it? It's 3 plus 2 equals 5. 5 plus 3 equals 8. 8 plus 4 equals 12. So then 12 plus 5, 17. Oh my God, wait, did I say A? Fuck! I meant 17. Fuck! Okay, I failed already. God damn it! Oh, I just got a loud environment warning. I've already failed. Fuck! Can't do math? Yeah. Low IQ loser, Lamau. I know, I fucked up. Your boy maxed out on his math, by the way. The only reason why I got any fucking scholarships whatsoever was because I maxed out on my math. And I aced my Calc 1, and I think, yeah, Calc 2 as well, which is the only reason why I got a 2.9 at University of Miami. It would have been way lower. And then I never looked back. Never touched math ever again.
And the difference between adjacent terms. So in this case, the first 2 terms are separated by 2, the next by 3, and then 4. So the logical next term should be 5 more than 12, so 17. The answer is C. Sometimes the numbers grow rapidly, like in the sequence 3, 15, 60, 180. What comes next? In cases like this, I look at the ratio of one number to the one before it. In this case, the second number is 5 times the first.
Honestly, I believe you did really well in math because of how you described needing to continue practicing to stay sharp. Yeah. Math is not like riding a bike. Or I guess maybe it could be like riding a bike. I don't know. I've never gone back to it. But the only reason why I was good at math is because in Turkey, you learn Calc 2. It's like a part of like the regular curriculum, Calc 2, in high school. And not only that, but also we're never allowed to use calculators. So like you had to have that shit drilled into your fucking brain. Hey, stop licking my leg, you weirdo. Why? I'm sweaty. I'm sweaty. Stop it. She's looking at me like I'm a chew toy, dude.
The next number is 4 times.
And you said 12 plus 5 is 16. Okay, shut up. Yeah, I was wrong.
Bigger. And the next one is 3 times larger. So the answer should be 2 times the 4th term, which is 360. Answer B. One of the best-known types of IQ test questions are Raven's progressive matrices. These involve a 3x3 grid with symbols in each of the cells, and you have to select the 9th cell which follows the pattern. I found that the bulk of these puzzles obey one of only a few different logical rules. One is translational motion, so the symbols move from one cell to the next in a predictable fashion. The second is rotational motion. One or several objects rotate from one cell to the next. The third is missing symbols, where in each row or column, each symbol...
Fuck, I missed it. I'm sorry. Dude, this is why I would never fucking do well in a goddamn IQ test, okay? Holy shit. Immediately, he's like describing this. I care about it. I want to do better. I already said like, oh yeah, I'm going to take an IQ test. I'm learning. And like, I literally forgot. Like after the first math thing, I was like, all right, okay, got it. That piqued my interest. The math one was fun.
160. Answer B. One of the best-known types of IQ test questions are Raven's progressive matrices. These involve a 3x3 grid with symbols in each of the cells.
Okay.
And you have to select the 9th cell which follows the pattern.
What?
I found...
Fuck! What is it? What? What do you mean? What? Oh, I have no idea. What does that mean? Why would it be that way? What? Everyone is saying, see, y'all just watch the video, you fucking jackasses. You just watch the video. No, you dumbass, just look at the pattern. Like what? I don't get it. Now I know IQ is real. Low, middle, high, down the left row. The answer is Napoleon. Look at the pattern as you move left to right. What? It's getting closer to the right side. So what? I don't get it. So? How am I supposed to infer that? It's not... Dude, okay, I'm not taking the IQ test, dude.
Found that the bulk of these puzzles obey one of only a few different logical rules. One is translational motion, so the symbols move from one cell to the next in a predictable fashion. The second is rotational motion. One or several objects rotate from one cell to the next.
Oh, I hate this.
The third is missing symbols.
I fucking hate this. Watch out, Kaya. I'm so bad. I'm so fucking bad at this, dude. This is okay. The previous one is whatever. Memes, jokes, who cares? I am so physically incapable of doing this. I am so bad at this. Like it's virtually impossible for me to do this. It's not impossible, but it takes a long ass time for me to do it. You spin me right round, baby, right round. Okay. E. Did I get it right? Please say I got it right. No. How many spins? No. Did I get it right? No, I didn't. Fuck! No! No! Rory V, thank you for the 50 gifted subs. This y'all's streamer? Being bad at that means you have a woman's brain? Dude, call me the sexiest woman on the planet then, because I have the most feminine mind you've ever seen. Your whole ass will be dead the first round of the Squid Game? Yeah, 100%. It's E, 90-degree rotation of a circle. Wait, was I right? I said E. No, everyone's saying A.
Symbols, where in each row
Missing symbols. What? Isn't it just a star? Like what is the this is what I mean. It feels like it's too simple. It's like a mini star, right? So it would be D. Okay, some of these are like really stupid. It's a mirror of what the triangle is doing, but with the star. Wait, why is this one infinitely easier for my brain than this one then? Because like this one is actually hard. I am so bad at this. I'm so bad at rotational motion. I'm like actually bad. I'm not memeing, but missing symbols is super easy. They're all really stupid. You're just overthinking the others.
Column, each symbol appears once. So to figure out which symbols appear in the final cell, you just have to spot which ones are missing. And the fourth is addition, where the first cell plus the second cell equals the third cell.
What the fuck? What? I'm so confused. Maybe you have aphantasia? No. The triangle one is fully useless information? Yeah, I think like maybe I just pay attention to all the dumbest shit. This is why your brother's a rocket scientist and you're a fucking macaroni-brained 410 ding-dong? Murat would cook me, dude. He has mega autism. What do you mean? He would fucking eviscerate me with this. What are you talking about? He builds fucking spaceships. Are you insane? There's no question. Think about the level of autism you need to have to be able to recognize that at the top of the hour there's a 3-minute ad break. Many of you don't even have that level of autism. But fear not. As long as you subscribe, you will no longer see the ads at the top of the hour. Can he say that? Murat would be insulted if you asked him to do these kiddie puzzles. No, I don't know. I think he would like, maybe pressure would get to him potentially. You know what I mean? Anyway, you can also get gifted a sub if you're lucky to avoid the ad break at the top of the hour. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. Fear and IQ would be such a content, except for Austin somehow getting a 160. Yeah, let's go. 9.19. That's a great rating. Okay, so addition is what?
In this case...
Oh, it's like subtracting. So wait, what the fuck? Subtracting.
Lines that overlap cancel out, but a line plus nothing equals a line.
Okay, I hate that. I fucking hate that. I hate that so much.
In most modern IQ tests, all of the questions are completed under time pressure. You may have only around 10 to 30 seconds per question.
Yeah, I would get cooked on that.
Okay, this morning I'm taking an official IQ test, and I gotta say that I'm pretty nervous. I always want to do well on tests, you know, it's something I pride myself on.
Nerd!
But at the same time, you know, who knows how this is gonna go. I'm not allowed to take you in there because obviously people don't want the questions getting out and they don't even want video of what it looks like in there. You know, they're very strict about these things. So I'm gonna go in, do
Nah, he's just scared that, you know, his results are gonna look bad. Like he's gonna look bad. That's why he's just scared. It's okay.
The test, I'll come out and I'll let you know how it went. Wish me luck. What's remarkable about IQ tests is that an hour or two of questions on vocabulary, numbers, and arbitrary shapes can predict a surprising amount about your life.
I fucking hate, oh God, that's like hurting my brain. Even looking at like IQ test B-roll is hurting my brain. I walked into an IQ test center with a Pirates hat on and they instantly failed me.
For one thing, the higher your IQ, the larger your brain is likely to be. A large meta-analysis from 2005 estimated a correlation of 0.33 between IQ and brain size. So high IQ is literally big brain. IQ is also predictive of school success. In 2007, Scottish psychiatrist Ian Deary measured the IQ.
Okay, everybody calm down. You can have a big brain, but like a small head, which I don't even have a small head. Okay? I don't have a small head. I just have a normal size head. It just looks small because my fucking shoulders are so muscular and gigantic. Fuck you.
IQs of 13,000 11-year-olds. And 5 years later, when these students completed national school examinations, Deary compared their exam marks to their IQs.
Their performance on an IQ test when they were 11 correlated with their...
I love chatters being like, yeah, you have a small head, which means you have a small brain. Okay, then Charlie Kirk is a fucking genius. Is that what you're trying to say? Sebastian Gorka, Sean Hannity, some of the smartest people you know.
Performance 5 years later on the GCSEs, about 0.8. That's an extremely high correlation.
It means about
Trainwrecks is the smartest motherfucker you've ever seen in your life.
two-thirds of the variation in national school examination scores could be predicted by IQ tests taken 5 years prior. Now, the correlation coefficient of this study is at the high end of the 0.2 to 0.8 range found in similar studies, but research supports the claim that IQ is a good predictor of school success. It also predicts how much schooling a person will complete. Maybe this shouldn't be so surprising, since some school tests are essentially IQ tests.
Yeah, there's a school for like the gifted, Merman Academy. Los Angeles is really, really, really fucked up with private schooling. They have some incredible institutions, but they are so awful. Like from the jump, from kindergarten, you're like dropping $100K if you want to go to private school. And basically some of them, Merman Academy, literally requires you to take an IQ test at the age of like 7 or something.
It's been argued that tests like the SAT, ACT, and the GRE are basically IQ tests. They correlate with standard IQ tests at around 0.8. Now on my SATs, I got a score of 1330, which corresponds to an IQ of around 130. So it'll be interesting to see if my official IQ score matches that, or if I was able to increase my score by familiarizing myself with IQ-style questions.
They're using did well in school as a measure, LMFAO. Think about that? Yeah, I know. Let me tell you something. I graduated with fucking honors, and I'm an absolute idiot, okay? That don't mean shit. I literally graduated with fucking a 3.75, okay? And I'm an absolute moron, a baboon, if you will. So that don't mean shit.
I don't know. But IQ also has predictive power outside of school. One of the most robust findings is that IQ can predict job success.
Particularly in technical or high complexity jobs.
How do you measure occupational success?
You ask people's bosses to rate them. You ask what people's income is. You measure productivity in ways that economists use about, the output generated.
The correlations typically range from 0.2 to 0.6, and the effect is most notable for more complex jobs, which makes sense. The highest effect is for military training.
Only people who graduate with honors say they don't matter? Brother, what are you talking about? I stream on Twitch. I got 0 fucking good jobs out of college. Like, literally, I had to work with my uncle on his fucking media startup. You understand me? On a completely unrelated job to all the information that I was supposed to retain. It's completely ridiculous.
In fact, the US military will not accept anyone with an IQ under 80. They also limit to 20% the number of recruits with IQs between 81 and 92.
I was about to say, that's the biggest cap I've ever fucking heard in my entire life. Let me tell you something. I believe in the top I believe in like the military being like, no, your IQ is too high. Even though I don't think the IQ is a decent metric for intelligence or success or anything like that. But I 100% do not believe that. The Marine Corps exists. Are you fucking kidding me? They max out at 90. Sure, I believe that. But I'm sorry, there is 0% chance that like a bunch of fucking crayon eaters are like even hitting any right answers on an IQ test.
During the Vietnam War, in order to increase the pool of applicants, they relaxed this last requirement. But what they found was that those below the threshold were 1.5 to 3 times as likely to fail recruit training, and they required between 3 to 9 times as much remedial training. Taken together, this added so much strain.
We have, as humans, a profound ability to adapt and engage in pattern recognition. And what this video does ultimately is, because IQ is like so colloquially understood, it makes people who, even like myself, who don't, subscribe to the concept of like IQ being a valid metric for anything, it makes all of us basically start cracking jokes and adopt IQ as a standard for intelligence, because like it's just colloquially understood. You know what I mean? Like, I'm doing it already. I'm already making jokes about like how military people are low IQ, even though most people in here probably don't even recognize it as a serious metric for intelligence.
That the military ran more efficiently without the extra recruits. In total, 5,478 people recruited under this initiative died at a fatality rate 3 times higher than ordinary recruits. So the military reinstated their requirements, and today anyone with an IQ less than 80, that is about 30 million Americans, would be ineligible to join the military. Even outside the military, IQ seems to play a role in how long you live. In a Scottish study, scientists...
There's a weird ass noise. I need to fucking nail it. I don't know what it is. It's Marat. Always Marat. Like a zapping sound. It's like bothering me. And of course, fucking coming from the garage.
Scientists uncovered IQ tests from kids when they were 11 years old. Now, 65 years later, they checked to see who from the sample was still alive at age 76. And they found that on average, for every 15-point increase on the IQ test, you would be 27% more likely to still be alive at age 76. A large meta-analysis confirms that people with higher IQs have a lower risk of dying during the time frame investigated in each study. The last major thing that IQ seems to predict is income. This study shows a clear tendency for income to increase with IQ, and it found a correlation coefficient of 0.3. But the variance is huge. In fact, the top 3 earners in this study all had IQs below 100. A large meta-analysis of 31 studies found the correlation between IQ and income to be 0.21. That is significant, but small. It means that only 4.4% of the variance in income is explained by IQ.
Maybe one of the reasons why we don't see as high a correlation for income is just because economically intelligence is not necessarily that highly rewarded, in that maybe there are jobs, like just doing a real estate type scheme, like maybe that doesn't require a huge amount of intelligence. Simultaneously, you have all these very highly intelligent people who maybe become college professors, but that doesn't necessarily pay very well.
Yeah.
A lot of people.
I mean, he's not wrong. I don't think you need to be brilliant or intelligent. I think that's like a separate concept here. I don't think you need to be super smart to succeed in a capitalist society. As a matter of fact, I think being too intelligent would, in many instances, harm your, like it would harm your chances of success. However, I still don't think IQ is a decent metric for intellect regardless.
People who have very high intelligence scores don't have the same interest in accumulating money.
The relationship with net worth is even weaker. It hardly seems to correlate with IQ, even though people with higher IQs are supposedly more intelligent and on average they make more money each year. But this apparently doesn't translate into saving or accumulating more wealth overall. But if IQ correlates with school achievement,
I just don't believe that Veritasium is going to make an IQ video, no matter how dumb I am. I'm not dumb enough to believe that he will 100% defend IQ. He was probably going to end up shitting on it.
Job performance, income, and longevity, why don't we hear more about it?
Because there is way too much information to suggest that IQ is absolutely determined by so many different conditions other than like genetic intelligence, and that IQ doesn't also do a great job of showing like it doesn't do a good job of being a measuring stick for intelligence to begin with.
More people tested. I think it's because IQ has a dark history. When Henry Goddard brought Binet's test to America, its use and interpretation shifted dramatically.
IQ doesn't mean anything. Low IQ motherfuckers, that's my favorite. There you go. You just outed yourself as a dumbass. Okay, this is the same. This is like the alpha dog mentality. Okay, if you value IQ that hard, you probably do not have the concepts that you ascribe to IQ, whether it be intellect or just like being quick-witted, sharp. You see what I'm saying? Thank you for saying I'm handsome. I take it back. You're very smart.
In France, Binet believed intelligence could be improved through education. He designed his tests so that struggling students could be given more help to catch up. But in the US, the modified test was given to adults to rank them by intelligence. And researchers like Spearman believed that G was unchangeable, that whatever general intelligence you were born with, you would have for the rest of your life.
Yeah,
and
that part is
many
also
thought G was.
Yeah, that part is absolutely wrong in general. So there's like numerous different components that you need to look at with respect to like taking down the concept of IQ if you're going to criticize it. Number one is that it's 100% not genetically inherited. It quite literally has everything to do with nurture, okay? There have been studies conducted in India, for example, where they measure the IQ of people in an area, people in a region during famine versus when they have enough food, and the IQ points drop off dramatically when they do not have access to an ample amount of food, which is such a wild thing to do. When you think about it, like, these motherfuckers are starving and they're like, here's an IQ test. Take it. Anyways,
Inherited, passed down from parents to children. These days, we would say it has a genetic basis. There is some evidence to support these assertions. IQ appears fairly consistent over one's lifetime.
So they had tests done when people were 11 years old. They found all those tests in a filing cabinet and followed those people up and gave them the same test when they were 90 years old, much, much later.
Their scores, 80 years apart, were correlated at around 0.5 to 0.6. There's also evidence for a genetic basis to IQ.
You find, for instance, that if you get two identical twins and give them an IQ test, they have a very strong correlation. It's actually about the same as giving the same person the test, a few weeks apart.
Henry Goddard used the claims that intelligence was inherited and unchangeable to put IQ at the center of the American eugenics movement.
Wait, what the fuck? No shot. I got a concussion in 9th grade and haven't been the same since. what the fuck is happening? This dude just, first of all, like, Shatter spelled concussion wrong? Yeah, that's fine. IQ always comes with a eugenic conversation. Yeah, I know, but he went with IQ is I know the history of IQ inherently being adopted and utilized by eugenicists. I know the contemporary version of this is the bell curve, okay? But it's wild to let that hang without going into detail about numerous studies that have been conducted on this matter that completely debunk this concept.
Eugenicists wanted to prevent those with undesirable traits from having kids. In many states, laws were passed.
Like the problem with this isn't that like, oh man, if you have low IQ, you can't have children. Like obviously that's an issue, okay? Obviously that's fucked up. Legislating on those terms is fucked up. But the underlying premise that there is legitimacy to heritability of like high IQ and IQ scores not changing is really, really bad. It's not true.
To enable forced sterilization of people who failed to meet a certain threshold on an IQ test. The constitutionality of these laws was upheld by the Supreme Court in 1927.
Even words that we now use as insults, moron, idiot, imbecile, were used as scientific terms.
In his judgment, Justice Oliver Wendell Holmes wrote, "It is better for all the world if instead of waiting to execute degenerate offspring for crime, or to let them starve for their imbecility, society can prevent those who are manifestly unfit from continuing their kind. 3 generations of imbeciles are enough." In total, over 60,000 people were forcibly sterilized as a result of these laws. In fact, they served as a model for Nazi Germany. Hitler himself claimed to be inspired by American eugenicists.
These have been used for horrific things in the past.
At the Nuremberg trials after the war, some Nazis quoted from the American Supreme Court decision. Given this awful history, I think it's understandable that many people completely disregard IQ today. On the science of intelligence, there are a number of things those early researchers got wrong. One is that IQ is not entirely determined by genetics.
Yes.
Can you quantify the effects of genetics versus environment?
When you look at twin studies, on average across the whole lifespan, it's about 50-50 to heritability and environment.
You simply can't, for ethical reasons, estimate it in humans, with a reasonable degree of certainty or accuracy. Given my reading of that literature, it's a pretty broad range, probably somewhere between 40% and 70%.
Okay.
Fucking told you, dumb bitches in the chat that are like, no, you don't understand. It's like directly tied to your genes. Maybe you should have let the fucking video cook, not just me, okay?
And since education
and there's also been plenty of studies conducted on this since the ones that he was using. I mean, 40 to 70 isn't 0 though, Lamau. Keep coping. Or you were saying he didn't address it? No, I said it's ridiculous not to let him address it and leave it hanging, especially considering that he's presenting it like it's a profound truth while talking about the only ethical considerations being that what do you call it? Being that like, oh, the Nazis did it too, and that's why it's bad, or they started sterilizing people and that's why it's bad. Like, it's not just that. It's not necessarily just that they were sterilizing people that was bad. That was objectively bad. But the real issue also is that it's not even true to begin with.
Can improve IQ, it is not completely fixed over a lifetime. Plus, intelligence might not be a single construct as initially imagined. These days, scientists recognize two forms of intelligence, fluid and crystallized. Fluid intelligence is your ability to learn, process information, and solve novel problems, whereas crystallized intelligence involves the knowledge you've accumulated over your lifetime. Both types of intelligence increase throughout childhood, but fluid intelligence peaks in early adulthood and then declines, whereas crystallized intelligence...
He's implying that drawing that correlation is unethical but not wrong, which is still a sus take in my opinion. Yeah, I don't like that either, but whatever.
Remains more
Right, let me go
peaks
back.
in early types of intelligence increase throughout childhood, but fluid intelligence peaks in early adulthood and then declines, whereas crystallized intelligence remains more stable. But IQ has been further misused to promote the idea of racial differences in intelligence. There is, for example, an observed gap between the average IQ of black and white Americans. Articles have also been published on the IQs of different nations around the world. Many of these nations...
Every fucking racist loser that has to cope with their position in society literally dives so devastatingly deep into this and knows this by heart. It's like the 1350 of the even more racist white supremacists out there who are just like, yeah, I know I'm a fucking pathetic loser, but guess what? Technically, I have genetic traits that make me smarter than every other non-white person I've ever met. That's why they, due to the psychic damage that they faced when their sense of entitlement from their upbringing doesn't match their material conditions, you often find this weird heel turn by a lot of a lot of white people often that look for additional reasons, like, oh, it's feminism that ruined my position in society that I was supposed to have. But because look, I'm destined to be a brilliant scientist.
are purported to have average IQs below 70. That's the cutoff for intellectual disability. How could this be? The conclusion that some draw is that there are genetic differences between races or nations in intelligence. But I think that's a gross misrepresentation of the data. The problem, I'd argue, is that IQ tests don't necessarily measure what you think they're measuring. And the proof is that there's a representative sample of white Americans whose average IQ is 70. Who are these people? Just ordinary Americans who lived around 100 years ago. Researcher James Flynn studied the average results of IQ tests over the past century, and every so often the tests get updated and renormalized to keep their average at 100. Now what Flynn noticed was that each time they got renormalized, the scores had to be shifted down a bit more, by about 2 or 3 IQ points per decade. And if they didn't do this, what we would see is that the average IQ of the whole population was increasing at a steady rate for the last 100 years, adding up to around a 30-point increase. This is known as the Flynn effect.
Were our immediate ancestors on the verge of mental retardation? Because
Yo! My man! Yo! He can say it, dude. He's a PhD, okay? He's probably... It's his word, okay? My man just said it like that? I mean, it's 2013, so it was very much normal and allowed to say. Let's be fucking real, okay? The entire concept of the R word, as I've talked about a lot, it's funny to hear it in a TED Talk from like a fucking PhD, but I believe it was still I believe in 2013 it was still probably like a actual medical diagnosis, which is really interesting to consider because people were shocked about it. You said it in 2020? Yeah, fucking dude, yeah, I know. I've had some slip ups. What do you mean? Oh no, fucking kill me, dude. I can't believe I said the R word. Like, suck my dick, idiot. What's funny about it is, which is, I've talked about this so many fucking times, and you should know that. The R word was a substitute, was a medical term, and it was a substitute for the term idiot. Because idiot was a medical term, and people, because idiot was the medical term, and people used to get, people were mad at the term idiot being used, or imbecile as well. Like, throughout time, man has always looked for a different way to say the R word. Okay? It's just, that's a constant. People get upset. Then you change it. You find a different word to say it. You find a different word. People catch up to that. They get mad at you using that word. Then you substitute it for a different word. And the cycle continues. It's the cycle of life. Yes. You mean neurodivergent? Oh, 100%. I do think that neurodivergent is like the like appropriate way to say it now. And that will probably be considered a big no-no in the next decade or so. And then once that is the big no-no in the next decade or so, we'll go back to saying the R word openly, just like we say idiot, and no one even fucking thinks that that's inappropriate. Straight up. The R word will return, fear not, in the next decade. 1,000,000%. And when it does, the euphemism treadmill, when it does, the old words will return.
70 is normally the score for mental retardation. Or are we on the verge of all being gifted? Because 130 is the cutting line for giftedness.
Now, the genetics of the population haven't really changed over 100 years. So what caused the increase? Well, there is some debate about the true causes, but one of them is probably improving childhood nutrition and health.
You know, height also increased across that time period, right? People got taller and taller and taller.
Another cause is better education.
There's lots of evidence that school makes you more intelligent.
You become better at problem solving if you have more knowledge, because it's easier for you to make associations if you have more things to make the associations with.
A third proposed cause is a shift in the types of work that most people do, from mostly manual labor 100 years ago to much more abstract thinking these days.
That's why the idea of not using certain words because people are offended by them is inherently stupid. No, I don't think it's inherently stupid at all. Man is a social animal. We live in social environments, and in order for there to be some kind of cohesion, you abide by certain standards, and not offending other people is one of those standards. It's like a pretty basic thing. And for that reason, I think it's perfectly understandable for a lot of people to be like, I don't want you saying this. As long as it reaches a certain point, a pivotal point, you just stop using certain words and find new and creative ways to say it. You know what I mean? Yeah, let's just randomly ban random words. Yes. What am I doing? Am I dealing with a bunch of fucking idiots in here? What's going on? A bunch of imbeciles? What is this, 2014? What are you, fucking that desperate to say certain words? Like, you fucking loser? Are you a child? What the fuck's wrong with you? Although I completely fucking understand that these words are going to come back in fashion and will no longer be considered no words, okay? It is so incredibly fucking dumb to get this upset over not being able to say it. Like, you're literally just upsetting people for no fucking reason. Good job, man. All right, you're a big meanie, okay? You got it. You did it. let's just randomly ban random words is so fucking stupid. No, obviously it doesn't work that way. We're not banning the word banana, idiot. And no one is banning a word anyway. You can still be a fucking asshole. But given the fact that we are social beings, okay, one element of that social cohesion stems from being able to work alongside one another. And if enough people in a group decide, well, this is kind of fucked up, let's not say this anymore, then, you know, most normal individuals will say, all right, you know what? I want to be polite. I don't want to be a fucking asshole. I'm glad that you understand that. It's just about not being a dickhead. And working alongside one another and like demonstrating empathy. And we do it in a way. Yeah, we already do it in other ways where we don't even recognize it. Like social media is such an important, profoundly important part of our lives that like, because TikTok has certain keywords that you can't say, people literally say unalived instead of die. Like it's already happening in silly and stupid ways. You also do it every day in work as well. Being able to say certain slurs or certain things that people have decided are no-no words, for example, does not make you like a cool, edgy guy in a leather jacket, okay? It just makes you a fucking asshole. And I know that in a lot of parts of the internet, being like the biggest fucking douchebag is seen as like a marker for courage, bravery, being real, right? But in most circumstances in the real world, it doesn't mean that at all. It just shows that you're a fucking loser. You're an asshole. You're a mean guy. You're a bully. Do you want to be a bully? Doesn't make you alpha. Makes you weird. You're not that dumb. No, I am pretty dumb. But this is not, you don't have to be smart to have these opinions. All right, let's continue.
And that shift may have made us better at answering the types of questions that are asked on IQ tests.
Rotate again.
The point is that IQ tests appear to objectively measure intelligence, but they don't. Even in the same country, separated only by time, cultural changes can affect the average scores on IQ tests. So why shouldn't we expect cultural differences between groups at the same time to have the same effect? Some tests go so far as to label themselves culture fair, meaning the questions should be equally valid for all cultures. But the truth is, it's impossible to construct such a test.
Does that work?
No.
Okay.
No, I mean, that's just a title, right? That's just a marketing term. I don't think there is such a thing as a completely culture-free or culture-fair test.
Culture-fair tests assess visual relations, geometric shapes, and patterns, ignoring the fact that cultures differ in, for example, whether they have words for shapes or spatial relations. These differences influence how people think about and use categories. It's also debatable whether cultures without printed materials even perceive them in the same way that we do. What culture fair tests don't assess is ethnobotanical knowledge, or training dogs to hunt, or surviving alone in the rainforest. Arguably, these forms of intelligence are more important for survival than knowing, say, the next number in the sequence. But since they are less common in our culture and we don't have good ways of measuring them, we see IQ puzzles as the definitive way to quantify intelligence. And the people who make these tests agree. There are stringent requirements before a test validated for one population can be used with a very different population. Even in the limited forms of intelligence that IQ attempts to assess, there are factors other than G which affect the final IQ. Like motivation. How much someone is incentivized to complete the test can have a marked impact on their score. Many studies have tried paying subjects to complete an IQ test. In some studies, they're offered a little, say around $1. Other studies offer between $1 and $10, and the real high rollers offer more than $10. A large meta-analysis showed that motivating people in this way increased IQ, and the larger the dollar amount, the greater the average increase, At the high end, IQ increased by up to 20 points. The effect is largest for those with below average IQs, so in addition to G, IQ tests also measure motivation. But it doesn't stop there.
They do rotate.
Training and coaching for an IQ test can boost scores by up to 8 points. I just completed the test in some random barely talk after that. It seemed pretty fair. There were lots of different sections. The math section in particular, I feel like I killed. Those questions were easy. I would say, having done the test, I feel like that should be trainable. Like, you should be able to train someone to do that well. Test taking strategy is also important. Some people,
yes, it absolutely is trainable,
are just better at taking tests under time pressure than others.
First of all, if it wasn't trainable, then they wouldn't hide it. Like, what do you mean? Like, that's the whole point. That's why they're like, oh, you can't film this and you can't show the questions. Why? Because, yeah, it's fucking trainable. It's the most trainable. Every test is trainable. So they recognize that. The test givers recognize that. That's kind of the whole point.
I think the hardest thing about the test was the time limits, looking for the patterns in a series of shapes, and it just normally takes me a little while, and so I feel like I didn't finish those. You have to know when to skip questions, how to eliminate clearly wrong answers, and when to guess. Anxiety also plays a role. Apparently, a small amount of anxiety is good, but past a certain point, it negatively impacts performance. I guess the overall review
I have too much anxiety. I'm so bad at test taking. I think I did okay. And I think the training actually really, really helped. That's my prediction. Let us fast forward to the future and see how I actually did.
I actually got my results from the author of the IQ test I took.
There are three areas, specific areas.
For the math one, for the numbers ones, I think that's where I felt really comfortable, and I, got there before the time was done, and then I could go back and look at a few things.
Yeah. You blew the roof off the quantitative one. On the quantitative, it was 143. Whereas on the crystallized intelligence index, it was 132. The fluid intelligence index was 118, which still is a higher score than 88.5%.
It's not bad, but it's interesting that one is significantly.
Damn,
lower,
he's bummed.
I guess.
And that's not an unusual difference. Around that concept of G, people have strengths and weaknesses. If we were to look at the best estimate of G for you on this set of tests, and it'd be different if you took a different test, it was at 134, which...
Don't trust no one with that accent on IQ test? No, I kind of love that. I love his accent.
Is higher than 98.8% of the population.
Wow.
Hopefully you're not disappointed with any of that.
No, I wanted to do well. I feel like my motivation was high, possibly higher than the average person.
So what is IQ good for?
My clinical practice now is forensic neuroscience, and about 90% of my cases are death penalty. One of the most common issues is what's referred to the Atkins defense, after the name of the U.S. Supreme Court case that eliminated the death penalty for people with intellectual disability.
Can't the criminal just throw the IQ test? Can't they just intentionally answer every question wrong?
We know that. I mean,
Okay, first of all, that don't stop motherfuckers from executing low IQ people with mental and intellectual disabilities, okay? Let me tell you, and that certainly doesn't stop the Supreme Court in ruling on behalf of states like Texas or Florida, which have made it an Olympic sport, okay? They fucking love that shit. So a man with that kind of accent should know that pretty well, I think.
Include that, just like in the test that you took, there are embedded measures of invalidity. It's detected using various mathematical algorithms. We're better than 95.
Deciding if people should die depending on their IQ? No, it's actually deciding if people shouldn't die depending on their IQ, as in because their IQ is so low that it signals some kind of mental disability, mental deficiency, that you know, it's like a he didn't know better defense almost. You know what I mean? Which is precisely the reason why. And there are plenty of people who are like, regardless of what you think about the IQ test, and I am not exactly fond of the IQ test, as you guys might have noticed. It's not like there aren't people who do have legitimate mental impairments, right? I mean, I don't think that capital punishment should exist to begin with, but even in a state, even in a country and a state where capital punishments do exist, it's fucking ridiculous that the state is executing people who are literally like vegetables, pretty much.
5% accurate in detecting people who are attempting to fake poor performance.
Oh, wow.
One thing that we might be interested in doing is to boost people's cognitive ability early in life so that it takes them, even if they go into cognitive decline, it takes them longer to reach the point where they'll have sort of functional, actual everyday problems where they lose independence, whether it comes to, you know, dealing with their money or whether it comes to dealing with
Vegetables, what a gross word to use. I mean, yeah, I don't know how else to describe it. I'm sorry, okay? Like, what would you say? Like, what is the right term? I know that, like, it's politically incorrect, the terminology that I use, but, like, what do you want me to say? You know? I've been trying to dance around it, but, you know.
You know, reading labels, whatever it is that people struggle with when they get into kind of later stages of cognitive decline. If we could discover a way to lastingly boost people's intelligence, that would be massively helpful.
Maybe its best use is in identifying individuals with strong intellectual abilities who haven't otherwise been able to demonstrate them.
Teachers would recommend that a kid gets put in the gifted and talented program because generally they'd observed them doing well in the classroom. But if you replace that with a standardized test, an IQ test, you find a higher proportion of poorer kids and kids from minority ethnic backgrounds in the gifted and talented program when you use an IQ test. And the reason is that you're using an objective measure. You're not just relying on some teacher's opinion. Getting into a good school was about who you knew, or who your parents knew, or how much money your parents had. Not so much about how you were doing. The idea that you could try to develop an objective-ish measure that would try and iron out all those social biases was clearly a well-meaning idea.
IQ is something that not only psychology, but the general public has a love-hate relationship with.
Tell me about that.
Psychologists hate to talk about, intelligence and people's intelligence test scores and that kind of stuff. And I've had parents, when I've included intelligence as part of a neuropsychological evaluation of their kid, they'll say, well, yeah, I'd like to know his IQ, but we don't really care about that. What was it?
And then I also think you have the debate about IQ. Extremes on both sides, which I think doesn't help. You have the extreme of people who say, this is the most important thing ever. People's IQ is a majorly important factor that we must know about them, and we can classify them into particular schools or particular ways of education or whatever. That's on one extreme, and I think that's totally unproductive. But there's another extreme. The other extreme is the kind of blank slate view, which is that these tests are completely useless. They don't tell us anything, that they're only a tool of racism and prejudice and so on. I think that's wrong as well. And there's just this massive firestorm.
Yeah, I feel like they are mostly useless. Especially because, they're useless for multiple different reasons, okay? But obviously, he's not going to say that because his job is literally IQ. Like, that would render his job useless. I would definitely be an IQ extremist in that regard. But, this chat doesn't like nuance. I mean, it's largely useless. It's useless from multiple different metrics. Okay? It's useless because even if it were to actually legitimately measure intelligence, okay? Not just pattern recognition, even if we nailed it, okay? We figured out what it means to be intelligent. It's still infinitely useless to figure out anything else about the person. Not very good, as evidenced by who succeeds in society. One, because we don't live in a meritocracy regardless. And two, even if we did live in a meritocratic society, it still doesn't matter because there's so many different qualities that we as human beings, we're very complex. There's still so many different qualities that we care about when we think about success. You know what I mean? Like what it means to be successful. I also love how they're trying to both sizes when they clearly have a stake in the debate. Yeah, I mean, no matter what happens, categorizing people on that metric doesn't provide much value. Exactly. There are so many different factors that are really important and not considered in this situation, that looking at pattern recognition doesn't necessarily nail anything down other than the fact that you are good at taking the IQ test. And most people will say that. You know what I mean? So just ban all standardized tests. I don't even think standardized tests are good in general, but I don't know what better. I genuinely don't know what the best possible way of like measuring someone's capabilities, like someone's cognitive capabilities, someone's knowledge over a particular subject than standardized tests.
Storm on both sides happening around them, and the people in the middle just get forgotten. The people who have more moderate views on these sort of topics. So I'd recommend that people look for the more moderate views on this.
I think the big mistake is thinking that IQ in some way determines someone's worth. What's much more important, in my opinion, is how you interact with and help the people around you, which is why I think Stephen Hawking said, people who brag about their IQ are losers.
To play devil's advocate, just because there are other factors doesn't mean this one couldn't be used as a part of an evaluation. No, there's a significantly more holistic approach, and it's holistic, but it's also hard to compute. This is probably the worst community to make this argument in, because a lot of people are, stem cells and maybe a little bit A-worded and possibly think like, no, this is how it's supposed to be. But you can't really have this quantitative assessment on something that is inherently qualitative. You know what I mean? That's the major problem with this kind of test, is that it is trying to desperately put a number on something that changes throughout time, something that changes depending on your like level of satiation. Satiety? Is that what the right word is? I don't even fucking know. I mean, I'm stupid. Whatever. But can we not say autistic now? No, we can. It's a joke, man. Chill. I'm an IQ conservative, Hasan. Like all other conservative ideals, I'm not rated very highly, but I'll still defend it blindly. Ironic, because a lot of conservatives would probably. Standardized tests are efficient and have fairly decent correlation with intelligence only for the type of individuals they designed these tests to churn out, and completely loses people that aren't raised in the environment for target demographics for these tests.
While IQ tells us something, it doesn't tell us how our lives will turn out. We have the ability to dramatically improve our outcomes by building knowledge and analytical skills. And if you're looking for a free and easy way to do that, then you should check out this video's sponsor, Brilliant.org. With Brilliant, you can master key concepts in everything from data science and math to programming and technology. Just set your goal, and Brilliant designs the perfect learning path for you.
Someone also said that standardized tests are super informative, but I do think they should not be tied to a school's financing. No Child Left Behind, but I don't think we should get rid of them. We should look at them more for how we can better teach students as an ed policy researcher. Yeah, I don't know if there's a better alternative to standardized testing. I'll be the first to admit that. I just don't know. If there is something out there that's better, I don't know. I'm running the last ad break here, by the way, but someone in the chat was saying like, oh, well, if everybody had the same level of education, like then you could run IQ tests. Like even then it still doesn't arrive at a decent conclusion about anything. Do you see what I'm saying? Because like the test in and of itself is exclusively good in a vacuum. It's good, and it only shows you that you're good at taking that style of test. I have a friend who's a full-on professor on this, like got a PhD in organizational testing. There's a lot to consider. I'm not even talking about standardized testing. I'm talking about IQ tests now. Yeah, like the video itself mentioned how incentives will increase IQ scores by up to 30 points. That's massive. It takes you from average intelligence to like super genius. Think about that. Potentially. So, I don't know. It feels crazy to say like, well, this is a pretty decent metric. Jordan Peterson loves IQ, even as a list of jobs he thinks every IQ would be good for. He doesn't list any jobs for anyone under 85 IQ, lol. Yeah. You are talking about standardized testing, though, because you took the extreme position that the IQ test is useless. I mean, what does the IQ test say for you if you believe that the IQ test is good and it can have some uses? I don't think it's that extreme of a position to say that, by the way. Will you take an IQ test on stream? Sure, I'll take an IQ test on stream. Like saying testosterone levels are a good indicator for masculinity or whatever is just too broad a concept to boil down to a single number. Off topic, but have you done okay, buddy, Hasan, today? No, but I will 100,000,000%. Mark my words, I will do it tomorrow. I have to go right now, but I will absolutely do it tomorrow. And we got a lot of reacts on the docket as well. Tomorrow is a more fun day, so fear not. Fear not. Are you going to a Swift concert? No, I'm not. Anyway, love you guys, and I will be back tomorrow. Same time, same place. Peace, everybody. All you high IQ, beautiful babies. Bye.
Sunny Los Angeles, California, says Hasan. The starlight to the starlight to the topic just begun. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reviewing the P.O. box, Uncle Uyghur's face. riding Discord at chip prop. Great names take embrace. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, on at your door. H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance, talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot at DC.